Oh, I feel like I have to take a shit. Meow, 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 meow.
Who you be?
Who you be, man? That's not good.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging.
That's not good. I have a feeling we're next very soon.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Shit. How do we do this? It's fine. Oh no, not the lake. Oh fuck. Fuck. How do we do this? I gotta go around this way. Can I go up this way? Oh, please. That'd be sick if I can. Come on. Oh my god. Yes, let's go. Oh. Oh, invisible walls. I love it. Let's go. Alright. This is an alliance area, so I gotta be careful, because there's going to be guards. Yeah. That's not too bad. I could take that on.
Charging. I can't do that yet.
Okay, that's to Stone Talon. We might, maybe take that. Probably not. Fuck. Did not see that, boy. Of course, zooming out would help a lot. Alright, what do we have to deal with over here? Elementals. Ah, yes, I remember this area now. We have to fight certain things on Forge.
Can't do that yet.
Bro, I never got fucking... I never got water like I was supposed to. Might die here.
That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Charging.
I have no more man. Fuck, man.
That spell isn't ready yet.
We got it.
It's still recharging. I can't use that item yet.
Perfect. First things first. Come
As
here.
the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here.
Well met.
Yeah, well met.
I can't do that yet.
Have I not been to the trainer yet since I've been 20? I for sure have. How do I not have... Maybe he, like, teaches me the skill.
I can't loot that right now. that yet.
This guy's decked to the teeth.
I need to get closer.
Alright, so this should get me... This should give me healing stream. This will give me my totem. There's another part, dude.
Great, wonderful adventure. With all 3 samples gathered, I can create for you a vial of the purest water any living creature will find. It will be used in the next steps of your rite of passage. I am pleased to count you among our kind, adventurer. You do all adventurer proud, and I look forward to hearing about your exploits in the future. Islan will have one more task for you before rewarding you with your next totem. The vial of water I've given you is necessary for whatever that task is. Go now and find her. We shall meet again someday.
26, you were too high. You know what? I need to kill these dudes anyways. Way faster. Yep.
Treat the Wind Rider well as it takes you to your destination. May your ancestors watch over you, adventurer.
A vial of water created and blessed by brine, and gathered by you, no less. The liquid in this vial will be key in creating a sapta for you, but also used in one other task. The sapta I create for you should be used to see the water spirits at the shrine in Silverpine Forest, south of the Undercity. The remaining drops, the remaining drops I will tell you about if you feel you are ready. Are you prepared for one more journey, adventurer?
I guess,
On the coast
man.
of Silverpine, west of the sepulchre, you will find a shrine that has become tainted by the plague. The spirits there no longer speak to our people, and it will be up to you to defeat the manifestation and cleanse the pool. Take the elemental's bracers, along with the remaining drops of Brine's potion, and place them on the brazier. The ritual should be enough to summon a pure spirit for you to communicate with. Bring me proof the task is done, and I will reward you with your totem.
Oh my god, I gotta come all the way back here? This is the longest... Dude. This is literally the longest quest ever. This is... Oh my god, this is insane. So let's put this in perspective. I started here. She made me go here. Then after here, they made me go across the continent to... where did I go? Here. Okay. Then, from there, back to this bitch again. Down here. And then she sends me to Ashenvale, which I'm too low for. Sends me here. After there, go back to her again, all the way down here. Then back to here again. Now it wants me to go all the way back over here again. If I can click. Do this, and then go all the way back here again. Like, fuck me. Like, holy shit. That's like a 2-hour plus, like, chore for one quest chain or whatever. This has to be the longest quest chain in the game. And it's something that I have to do. Fuck. Winston. I'm literally twinked out. Are you?
Yo, I'm topping the meters. Oh shit, that's 4. That's a 4 pull. Are we good? Priest, are we good? We need to kill that. I'm gonna stay here. I'm fine. We have one range guy. All right, it's dead. Nice work. We have 2 here. I can taunt if we need. We have 3 here. I think we're fine. Priest is tapped. We roar. This is sus. This is fine though. We're good. Warrior is aggro. I have full mana. I can heal if we need, but I don't think I want to come out of bear yet. We're just gonna keep smoking him with damn. I can heal up my warrior, but he's fine. I'm pretty sure. Let's just keep doing damn. Cool. That felt fine. Alright, let's get some buffs up. Let's vibe out. Alright, Lady Anaconda. First big boss here, boys. Let's go. Oh, you can pull the ad separate. Nice. I didn't even know that. Cool. Dude, if you get a 2 set of Fang, you get 7 damage with nature. Dude, the warrior needed the gloves. The warrior needed the gloves.
Yeah, of course.
What?
Of course.
The warrior won the gloves.
Of course.
Bro. Okay,
What are you crying for? Of course. That's a massive upgrade for him. This kid doesn't know how classic works.
Just fine. I have full mana as well. I'm gonna just start healing. Make sure we're all safe. Priest assume. We're good. We're totally good. We're totally fine. We have 1 and a shepherd. I got the off heals.
Yeah, warriors are easy 1 through 10. It's 10 through fucking 60. They suck.
We're all right here. We're totally all right. This guy. Let's see the loot. The foot pads could give us a 3 set. Foot pads.
Hat.
Damn. I don't think I would use. Yeah, no. That's a greed for me. All right. So this guy can get a bit scary. Yeah.
Yo. Wow. Thanks.
We have 2 healers technically though, so we should be fine.
Sure.
Oh my gosh! Dude, if I didn't heal him, he was dead. If I didn't heal him right there, he was dead. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Where are you?
If I didn't get the rejuve regrowth on him, he was dead, right, boys? We can all agree on that? Like, I saved that man's life. My priest is Zoom.
How many nerds are in this guild?
Well, you're the healer? No. I'm not the healer. I'm a Moonkin. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a Moonkin. That was very close. That guy
781?
was almost dead.
Oh, yeah, we like that.
Shit.
That's a good number.
Well,
I have to poop.
team?
Just you?
I think those are GGs. I have to go back to oh, sick. Yeah, I'm gonna go turn both of these quests in. We're gonna get some lit ass twink ass shoulders, and then I'm gonna turn this quest in and get my sick ass crescent staff. I'm literally a twink, by the way. And then we're gonna come back here and maybe grab the rest of these deviate hides. Scales, perfect deviate scales. It's gonna be lit. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm a
Do
twink.
you need
Look
lead back?
That, boys. Look at it.
I have to
This
go
is
to the
literally what
bathroom.
twinks look like. Two set, Fang, Talbar mantle, crescent staff. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I have to
I just
shit
need 7 more
so
of these,
bad.
and then I
Fuck.
can.
Giving birth to a bus.
Of healing she receives from her passive adrenaline rush, which is now.
Oh my god. Ugh. All right, we're back, but let me library.
Really rank up this season, then you should head over to GameLeap.com. Over on our website, you will find hundreds of guides made by our top level coaches, and there's more being added every single week. So you're definitely gonna find something that can help you out, whether that's just introducing you to the basics of the game, learning some fundamentals, trying to hone in on your one-trick hero with in-depth hero guides, or picking up some new tricks by following along our coach-led VOD reviews. Whatever you're looking for, the guides on our website go way more in depth than anything you'll find on YouTube and are a fast track to helping you rank up this season. So check out the link below the video, or just head over to GameLeap.com and get your membership started today. Alright, let's kick off the video with the role that received some of the most important changes this patch, and that's going to be our tanks, starting with, of course, our first pickup here, Junker Queen. In case you haven't seen, Junker Queen received some massive buffs this patch, which included an ammo count increase to her weapon, a projectile size increase to her jagged knife throws, and most importantly, an increase to the amount of healing she receives from her passive Adrenaline Rush, which is now increased to a 2x multiplier. This means that any damage that's applied by wounds will heal her for twice that amount. Long story short, Junker Queen's kinda busted right now, and in my opinion is definitely worth picking up. Even if you've never touched her before because she felt too weak, she can now go toe to toe with most frontline tanks in the game and actively counters most if not all dive tanks in the game. Just keep in mind, if you're playing Junker Queen yourself or playing around one on your team, she doesn't really function like a typical frontline tank like Reinhardt, Ramatra, or Orisa. She doesn't really hold space as effectively unless she's actively hitting a bunch of her abilities. Without strong defensive utility to rely on, like a shield or For a nice defense matrix, Junker Queen has to give up space faster than most other tanks, but she can also take space quite effectively as well with a nice knife pull or a big carnage swing. So as long as you're playing around her abilities, you'll be finding good value, just don't expect to stick around forever. The next tank I recommend you guys play this patch is going to be Ramatra. While Junker Queen is now starting to enjoy some time in the sun going toe-to-toe with other frontliners, Ramatra has kind of solidified his place as the go-to frontline tank for a multitude of reasons. He puts out very consistent damage with his poke at range and his fists in close quarters. The sheer amount of defensive tools available to him in his kit allow him to respond to basically any situation, and of course his ultimate is one of the simplest ones to use in the game and usually finds very consistent value. Similar to Junker Queen, however, Ramatra is very reliant on getting value with every single one of his cooldowns, so you can't just mash all your buttons and hold forward if you want to actually find good pressure. More often than not, Ramatra wants to see his enemies commit their abilities first and then use his defensively in reaction to out-pressure them and outlast them because he simply has more buttons to press. For example, in the matchup of Ramatra versus Junker Queen, I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot of this season by the way, Ramatra wants to wait for the Queen to maybe use her shout and axe swing to try and go all in, and then react by putting a shield behind her and a vortex on top of her to slow her movement, deny any follow-up pressure from her teammates, and then out-pressure her with his nemesis form to punch her back. So even though Ramatra didn't receive any changes this patch, he's still a very solid jack-of-all-trades type character and does very well in most compositions. Alright, that does it for all the frontline tanks we're going to talk about. As a change of pace, the next tank I'll recommend is D.Va. With these massive queen buffs coming through, dive tanks are going to have a very hard time in the matchup. Winston, Doomfist, even Wrecking Ball are now under serious threat anytime they go aggressive anywhere near a Junker Queen. D.Va, however, has a very easy time outmaneuvering Junker Queen with her boosters and absorbing a lot of her pressure with defense matrix. Anytime you're playing on a map with an abundance of high grounds and you have that ability to simply fly circles around your enemies on the ground, I would always recommend D.Va as a solid pickup. Just keep in mind that when you're playing D.Va, you don't get to take control over engagements quite as much as the other dive tanks on the roster. You don't get to go all in quite as quickly as D.Va. But I promise that playing patiently will get you rewarded on D.Va, since you'll be able to respond to basically any situation with your mobility and your defense matrix, and then might even be able to finish a kill with your fusion cannons and micro missiles. Alright, enough about tanks, let's move on to the support line, and my first recommendation here is going to be Zenyatta. Zen hasn't received any changes himself, but the other changes to the game this patch I think will put him in a much stronger position. He's already been a very strong hero, but he has been very susceptible to all-in aggressive dives since he is very squishy and he has a very unforgiving hitbox.
I actually don't know.
Now with this patch trending more towards frontline heavy brawly type compositions, Zenyatta can basically function for free in the backline without being threatened by too many members of the enemy team. And sure, Zen doesn't have the highest healing numbers in the game, but the damage he puts out and the value of his Discord orb offsets that completely. Even if all you're able to do as Zenyatta is Discord the enemy tank and hit a few shots on them, then that's still going to be a lot of pressure and will force them to give up space and open up more opportunities for your team. You won't even notice the lack of healing. Just don't forget that Junker Queen's ult Rampage does apply anti-healing, and your Transcendence is not a viable counter to it. And speaking of anti-healing, the next support I'm going to recommend is Ana. And Ana actually received a pretty sizable nerf this patch, where the impact healing of her Biotic Grenade is being reduced from 100 down to 60, so you won't get as much immediate healing onto yourself or any allies you hit with your nade. And personally, I don't think this nerf is that bad. It definitely hurts. It's not great for Ana. It takes a little bit of her viability away, but overall, anyone who plays Ana these days knows it's all about hitting your enemies with the nade, not your teammates. The value of Sleep Dart and the anti-healing potential of her Biotic Grenade is simply unmatched on any character in the support line. The burst potential value of both of these cooldowns is simply insane. It's not uncommon for Sleep Dart to find solid value either helping your team find a pick early on or denying an enemy's play and forcing them out of the fight, and for anti-nade value to instantly wipe an enemy team when timed correctly. Now of course these types of plays are very dependent on the Ana having cooldowns available at the right moment, so to ensure that happens more often, make sure you're positioning safely enough that you don't have to use your cooldowns defensively just to stay alive, and make sure that you play patiently around your teammates, because even if you hit a 5-man nade, you're going to want some teammates around to help you finish the kills. And rounding out the supports, my third recommendation is going to be Lucio. Mobility in Overwatch 2 is extremely valuable, and with Lucio's speed aura, you can easily apply it to yourself and your teammates for any aggressive or defensive situations. And while any hero in the game can individually benefit from this speed, close range, grouped up, brawl type playstyles benefit from it the most, because simply these compositions require getting into close range to find most of their value, and you'll be able to apply your aura to multiple teammates when they're all grouped up. So if brawling becomes more popular with the rise of Junker Queen, then Lucio's going to fit in quite nicely there. And keep in mind that this applies not only when you're playing with these types of compositions, but also against them, since it never hurts to be able to speed away from a close range brawler. Oh, and let's not forget that Sound Barrier is one of the most consistent defensive ultimates in the entire game, and will counter Junker Queen's Rampage. Moving on to the DPS line, my first recommendation is going to be Tracer. Tracer seems like she will always be an S tier type of hero because of the amount of independent mobility and playmaking that she offers. Tracer's mobility is unmatched in Overwatch 2. There's simply no better character that you would want scouting out the map, moving around a payload, or diving onto a squishy member to force a duel. And even with the meta shifting towards more brawl type compositions, Tracer still finds a ton of value there, since she'll be able to act independently of her team if she's playing with a brawl and then contest new angles by herself without being threatened, or against a brawl she'll be able to dance around all of their members and take over the map completely. Keep in mind that even if you can't finish every single kill on Tracer, that's fine as long as you can keep pestering their backline. Keep contesting interesting angles and keep them distracted so that your team might have an easier time pushing them in somewhere else. Next on the DPS line is another hero that received no changes this patch, but I think is still very strong, and that's Sojourn. While being a little bit more mechanically demanding than some other DPS, Sojourn finds herself at home in pretty much any situation thanks to her range and creative mobility. And against brawl comps especially, Sojourn has an easy time charging up her railgun consistently while still keeping herself at safe range so she can take advantage of those long range railgun shots. And both her disruptor shot and her ultimate overclock are fantastic against any grouped up opponents that lend themselves to becoming easy prey. With Sojourn, it feels like she doesn't have many active weaknesses, it's really just dependent on you, the player.
I need to get closer.
Okay, now what? Who am I talking to?
How you doing, man? Okie dokie.
I hate when it rains in places like this. It's so hard to see.
Player to make sure you're able to hit important shots with their railgun. This might sound like it's on you to hit those cross-map MLG 360 no-scope headshots, but really what this means is you just need to be saving the railgun for the most important moments. You don't need to fire off your railgun just because you happen to have it charged. I usually recommend players save it and try to get some extra poke damage in so that if you can get a 200 HP hero to around half HP, you can finish them with a body shot instead of those precision headshots with the railgun. That, and make sure you don't slide directly into the enemy team and go for those John Wick type montage plays, because while it is tempting, I know from experience, it's rarely going to work out. And next up for DPS, I'm going to recommend Mei. You probably already know where this is going.
Mei.
Brawl is back, Mei is good in in Brawl, play Mei in the front line, win games. Easy peasy. While that's all true, I do think Mei in particular has very favorable matchups against both Ramatra and Junker Queen, who I believe are some of the strongest tanks in the game right now. Using the wall to split these tanks away from their teammates in the front line is always going to be beneficial against pretty much anyone in the front line, but also your slowing beam is very hard to mitigate for either of these tanks, and even if you're not doing the most damage, you will prevent them from escaping frontline pressure. This means that if you're playing alongside your own frontline tank, you should almost always be able to outpressure these types of tanks out of the front line just by keeping them in range for longer and forcing them to take more damage. And of course, Mei is fantastic when functioning defensively as well. Your higher HP pool and cryo freeze should allow you to survive in the front line longer than most, and even drop off things like anti-healing effects. Your ice wall when used defensively is great for denying space against any heroes who don't have any real vertical mobility, so it's great against Junker Queen and Ramatra again, and can even deny value from their ultimates. And your ultimate Blizzard can be used for a great bait and switch play against Brawl type compositions, where anytime you see them getting aggressive in the front line using abilities like commanding Shout on Junker Queen or Nemesis Form on Ramatra, you can punish those abilities by locking them in place and lining up some easy targets in your Blizzard. Other than the absolutely gigantic buffs that Junker Queen received this patch, there weren't too many important changes to many of the other heroes. But even just a single buff like this can completely alter the landscape of the Overwatch meta. So I hope this video helps you find your way on this new patch and helps you find out some new solutions to all these problems that all the Junker Queen mains are causing. And if you're looking to find that competitive edge and really rank up this season, then you should head over to GameLeap.com. Over on our website, you will find hundreds of guides made by our top level coaches, and there's more being added every single week. So you're definitely going to find something that can help you out, whether that's just introducing you to the basics of the game, learning some fundamentals, trying to hone in on your one-trick hero with in-depth hero guides, or picking up some new tricks by following along our coach-led VOD reviews. Whatever you're looking for, the guides on our website go way more in depth than anything you'll find on YouTube and are a fast track to helping you rank up this season. So check out the link.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Coach Mills here, coming at you with the new Season 4 mid-patch tier list. Now, if you saw our previous video on the overarching meta, you know that Junker Queen is a god now, and this really changes what DPS are going to be the best and worst to play, and of course, there's all other characters that have gotten changed as well, so there's a lot of things we got to break down to talk about the best and worst DPS, so make sure you smash that like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and let's get right into it. Now, first off, let's talk about Sojourn. And I rated Sojourn fairly highly in the previous meta. She saw a fair bit of play, not only with the previous Brawl compositions, but she also saw play in the Winston compositions that came afterwards. And I do think that she actually is pretty good now. All around, just going to be a fairly good pick. Just even in a Junker Queen matchup, just gets to play at distance. It's never going to get into range of Junker Queen, has good mobility, can play with a variety of different compositions, and the fact that you can even play a Sojourn in a poke comp, where when Sigma is enabled or re-enabled in comp, he's going to be like the other strong force of the meta outside of Junker Queen on all the sniper maps like Havana and Junkertown and things like that. And the fact that a Sojourn full charge rail can one-shot a Widowmaker, really, really strong. This character is versatile, consistent, powerful. I think that she's almost in the S tier for all those reasons, but I'm going to put her in the very top of A. Really, really solid pick, and is looking like she's just still good in this meta. Now, Ashe is a character that looks a bit worse, if I'm being honest. She's still okay, and I think that she's decent in poke, although in poke in particular, I do think that Sojourn edges her out, and then, of course, the sniper characters like Widow and Hanzo are going to be even better. Ashe also doesn't really play very well with or around a Junker Queen, not nearly as much as a Sojourn does, and I think that Sojourn just does a lot of things better than Ashe does right now, pocket or no pocket, and especially because Ashe is a character that really wants that Mercy pocket, and I think that Mercy is way worse right now in a Junker Queen meta. Really not having utility that affects the tank matchup all that much, trying to double down on your DPS right now isn't really the best strategy unless you're doubling down on a flyer. I'm really going to put Ashe in the B tier. She's kind of fallen a bit. Still strong, but not nearly as strong or as versatile as Sojourn. Bastion is another strange one. Like, Bastion's okay against Brawl tanks, but really, the problem with Junker Queen is that when she engages really, really fast. And if she's engaging anyone with her shouts, Bastion's just gonna, he's just gonna be a wrap. I mean, he's just a wrap. But really, Bastion is kind of generally okay against a lot of the other tanks, and I think he's fine against the Junker Queen that doesn't engage properly. It is a bit annoying that he's pretty easy to hit with the knife and pull out of position. So, you know, if you get pulled out of position on Bastion, doesn't really matter. You're just gonna die. I mean, you're just gonna get cleaved and killed. I think overall there are gonna be moments where he can shine, but he's too easy to counter. Doesn't really line up very good into the meta when we think about like the best 3 tanks right now are like Junker Queen, Sigma, and Diva, all of which are like fairly fine against Bastion. I'm gonna put him in the C tier. I think there could still be some situations where he's okay, but he's just not really that powerful. Cassidy. Cassidy is actually pretty good. I think Cassidy plays really well if you're trying to play a brawl composition, a Queen brawl or a Zarya brawl, even Ramatra. I think that Cass is fairly good. Not really on the sniper maps, of course, but the fact that you can make a brawl composition and then you play a hit scan so you're still pretty good against flyers, I think is good. It's really, really strong. Echo's going to see a lot of play this season or this mid-season, and just having just something that's good against these flyers in general is going to be great. Cassidy's kind of the best at that and plays really well around a Junker Queen. Can just be kind of near her and use the shout to get an aggressive angle, stay alive. The Junker Queen can kind of play with the Cass as well. I think all in all, Cass is just fairly good. Nothing fantastic, but still really, really good. Now, Echo is an interesting one because Echo did receive a change where some people think it's more of a buff and some people think it's more of a nerf. But really, it's going to feel like a nerf most of the time because really what's happened is that she doesn't charge ultimate as fast when she copies, but she gets her base ultimate a lot more often. And that's going to be, you know, a huge amount of ult throughout the course of the game. You know, 25% more ult charge generated is a lot. And I do think that overall it's going to be a buff. I think Junker Queen's actually in a really good state. She also plays really well into the current meta because whether the enemy team is on Ramatra or the enemy team is on Junker Queen, you know, those are both great copies. Especially Junker Queen's like the best copy you could possibly imagine. And I think if you are rocking a Mercy, then Echo's one of the best characters to enable right now. And of course, you don't even really need a Mercy to enable an Echo either. So overall, I think she's just a great pick right now. Just in general, I'm actually gonna put her pretty high up. I'm gonna put her towards the bottom of A tier. Definitely has ways to counter her, and it's gonna be pretty difficult to get the max value out of her, but just having, you know, what is gonna be maybe 4 or 5 more ultimates throughout a game is a crazy buff to the character. Even if those ultimates aren't gonna be individually as impactful, there is enough value there to win you fights as long as you ult well. Genji. This is just like a terrible time to be Genji. I think he was actually a bit better before when there were dive tanks that were actually gonna see play, you know. Winstons and more divas. Like Genji was actually okay. You could kind of play him as the secondary DPS to follow up with the Tracer. Most of the time Sombra was better, but you know, Genji was fine.
Too kind.
Now I don't know why you would play Genji, really. I don't really think that it makes the most sense to play Genji at all. The supports that are probably going to see the most players like Kiriko and Lucio. I just don't think that Genji really makes a lot of sense in the meta. He's best against, you know, Zens and Anas, and he plays best with Zens and Anas. He plays best with Winstons, and all these tanks are not going to see play. All these supports are not going to see play nearly as much. I think he's actually just kind of bad. I'm going to put him in the low C. I think he's actually worse than Bastion this season. Unfortunately, sorry Genji players, but I think this is one of the worst seasons we've seen for him in quite a while. Hanzo. Now, on the flip side, we're coming up big for Hanzo. It's coming up big for Hanzo. And you might be thinking, hey, wait, I thought this is a brawl map. I thought we're playing brawl with Junker Queen. Why would Hanzo be good when we're playing brawl, right? That's what you think, face value. But the thing is, Junker Queen does a lot more than just brawl. She does create like this a brawl-esque.
A lot more than brawl. Brawl-esque.
Composition, but she also enables a dive composition as well, which we'll get to when we can talk about the dive characters. But more important than that, look at how the brawl developed back when we had Rhine, Lucio, May, right? We had that composition. We had a brawl composition. Of course, this brawl is a little bit different, which I'll talk about the differences later, but we did have a brawl composition, and Hanzo became one of the best DPS to play. And the reason is, when there's standstills of queens are at standstills. When we talk about the meta, they get into a situation where there's flails, there's boops, there's Suzus, there's things that can shut you down if you go in at the other queen and you get booped away, you waste your shout, whatever. So oftentimes you're looking for some sort of advantage, which means trying to fish for knives, look for opportunities. You're not just running it down in the Junker Queen mirror all the time, because you're trying to find a way to create an advantage in the standstill, right? Because you can't move first. You can't just go and run at them. You go and run at them, you use your shout, you try to Suzu, you get booped. Now you have no cooldowns. Now you get engaged upon and you're screwed, right? So there's a lot of standstill going on. A lot of standstill. And having a character that can break up that standstill is amazing. And Hanzo is that character. He's the character that breaks up that standstill. He takes a wide off angle where he can't really get found out or scouted out. He needs to make sure that he's far enough away to where if they pivot onto him, they can't kill him. And he just gets pot shots. He gets a pick, he gets a kill on anything, and then your team engages off of that. Hanzo's also just fantastic in the other maps that are played, which is the sniper maps, right, with around Sigma. Hanzo's fantastic there. So if he's good as a breaker of the mirror in the Junker Queen mirror, and he's good in the Sigma matchups on Havana and Junkertown and maps like that, then he's just an S tier. He's an S tier. I'm sorry, but this is a Hanzo S tier meta. I know it's crazy to think about, but it's actually really
Fuck Hanzo, not fun to play.
Kind of for the same reasons
In my
that we
opinion.
talked about what the standstill. Junkrat's actually pretty strong. He's actually pretty strong. The fact that he can generate a lot of just general value in those standstill matchups, I think is a bit underrated, and I think that he's actually stronger this season than he was in the previous one. Of course, he's not going to be great in the dive. He's going to be a bit better here. He's still not the best thing in the world, but I think he's actually pretty good. I'm going to put him in B. Most of the time, I think Hanzo's just going to do what you want to do on Junkrat a bit better. More high potential to get some definitive value on Hanzo, right? Getting a pick on Hanzo is more guaranteed as opposed to Junkrat. Sometimes enemies can play around it a bit easier, I think. And Hanzo's like only a matter of time. As long as you're in the proper angles, you're not going to get punished. You have wall climb. I mean, I think Hanzo's just way better than Junkrat, but Junkrat can still be good. May's great. May's great. May's really good. Really good in the mirrors. Really good in, you know, Zarya's gonna probably see a fair amount of play as well, because Zarya is actually good against Junkrat or Junker Queen directly, and she's good there. I think that May's also pretty good against Ramattra. I think that May's just good. I'm gonna put May in the A tier. I think May's just good, all around good. The only weakness to May is that she's not very versatile. She really wants to play against Brawl. She doesn't want to play against Dive at all. Enemies can definitely swap around to play around a May. But I think that she's just really strong. She breaks. Junker Queen mirror is wide open. I'm going to put her in the A tier. I think she's good. Pharah's an interesting one because Pharah Mercy is still strong, still really strong, and Junker Queen can't do anything about it. On Sigma maps with Widow, you can't play Pharah Mercy, of course. But on a lot of the maps that you might traditionally brawl, I think Pharah could be like the fold to that, which means that she's pretty good. I'm actually going to put her like at the top of B. I think she's good, but you're going to need that Pharah Mercy combo, and you're probably going to want to play it around a tank that enables you. Something like Diva would probably be the best, maybe even Ball. Reaper's actually good, right? Reaper's good. He gets benefited directly from Shout. I think that's actually good about Reaper. In addition to that, he just generally is underrated, I think. I think Reaper has been underrated for quite some time. I know I spew this a lot, but I do think that he's actually pretty good on a lot of close-range brawl maps. Never will see play on any of the sniper maps, but still, underrated pick, strong character. I'm going to put him here. You know, Ashe, like all these characters are kind of close together. I think they're all close together in power level. Keep in mind that B is still pretty hot, still pretty effective DPS, and I think that Reaper deserves a spot in there. Against an unsuspecting team, just Queen or Zarya running it down with the Reaper, really good. Soldier 76. So how you would mainly play Soldier 76 is like, let's say we talk about, I know we kind of referenced Queen a million times, but that's really what's kind of driving the meta forward, right? And if we reference that, playing a far off angle on Soldier is just going to be worse than playing a far off angle on Hanzo. I think playing a far off angle on Hanzo is going to be better. You have higher potential to carry. Soldier is going to be in stronger and more.
All right, here we go.
In more variety of comps, right? So in ranked, Soldier gets points because tanks are going to be a bit more random. As you climb to the higher ranks of play,
done well, adventurer. I am pleased to be the
Soldier
first to
falls off.
congratulate
So I think
you
like
and
in the
give
metal
you this,
ranks and a lot of
your
ranks, you know,
water
you can make an argument that
Use
Soldier's
it
like
well
A,
and good luck.
but for the most
Your
part, I
next
think he's
test
really
will
going to
not
be
be
like
for
high
some
C. I
time.
think he's
So
a bit
learn
weaker
your
than these
lessons
picks.
well.
He's flexible,
Pure
but he doesn't have
water
high
will
power
not
level.
only give
Nothing
life
really
back to
wrong with
those who
him,
are injured,
but I wouldn't want to
but
play him
can
on the
have many
sniper
other
maps, nor do I
effects.
think he's as
I
impactful
suggest
as
you
like
seek
characters
out a
like Soldier,
shaman
Cass,
trainer when you have
May,
the
Ekka.
time.
Like these characters
They
are
might
way
have
more
other spells
impactful
for you to learn.
in the Queen or other Brawl mirrors. Sombra is actually a very strong DPS. Very, very, very strong DPS. And she was one of the linchpin DPS that was gonna be played in the previous meta with Winston. We're seeing a lot of Winston dive with Tracer Sombra, and we were even seeing some Junker Queen dive with Tracer Sombra. We were seeing that in the Overwatch League, and I think that that's still a possible strategy. That being said, I don't think that Sombra is as good as some of these other picks. I think that she's still strong though. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of A. Still really strong, can still set up a dive, can still hack key targets, can still create engagements. I think she was a bit better in the previous meta, but I'm gonna put her at the bottom of A. I think you could justify the top of B, but yeah, I'm gonna put her here. Sim. Sim's a weird one to place. I think she's always been very highly placed for ranked. She has one of the highest win rates in ranked play. She's just really, really great in ranked in general. And she's good in Brawl, so I don't really think that there's anything against, you know, when you're good at Brawl in a Brawl meta, then you're automatically going to have some extra value. And I think she's also versatile with her teleporters. You could do some interesting routing options. I'm actually going to put her like here. I think that she's really good. Not quite as strong as like the Farmer's D combo, but you know, in most ranks, she's actually going to be a higher tier pick, but I think overall, I'm going to put her in tier. It's going to also depend largely on your expertise on the character. Not a character that I think you can just pick up and be good at. You have to put the time in this character. But yeah, I'm going to put her up here. Torbjorn, another pretty good pick, honestly. He's good in those standstills, kind of similar to Junkrat. You know, when I talk about like the standstills when no brawler can really go in or be the first contact. He just generates value, kind of like Junkrat does. I think he's about the same. These characters are kind of doing the same thing, where what these two characters are doing in the meta, I think that Hanzo just does better. If you're good at Hanzo, he just does it better, because he can generate actual pick value as opposed to just like a subtle pressure. The threat of a one-shot is so much pressure. It's just crazy what Hanzo can do. I'm just putting him, yeah, I'm just putting him up here. But I do think that Hanzo is actually a bit worse than Tracer. I know. Tracer at the highest tier, you know, it's SSS. I know. But hear me out. A couple of things with Tracer. Any of the dive characters that are going to see play, Tracer's going to fit right into that, of course.
Time is money, friend.
The Junker Queen, even if you're playing like a designated Brawl, you can still have a Tracer that is creating a lot of pressure on the enemy team's cooldowns, which is really important. Baiting out boops, baiting out Suzus, forcing teleports, all these things your Junker Queen could follow up on. In addition to just that is the Junker Queen dive, where being able to shout is that Tracer is not great. I think that many characters I can see, and so meta where like, oh, I'm gonna play a Cassie or I'm gonna play a Soldier almost edges it out because he's actually playable on the sniper maps when Tracer's not. But be fantastic much, right? She's just really, really good on the sniper maps. She's not really gonna be, yeah. Widowmaker. I mean, she's played on the sniper maps, right? She's just really, really good on the sniper maps. She's not really gonna be fantastic much else. I'm gonna put her here. You can still play her just on general maps where Widowmaker's good. And you can just play her as a character that applies off-angle pressure when your team is playing Brawl. I think Hans is a bit better at that, but you can definitely do that on Widowmaker. I'm gonna put her low A. Low A. I think this is a perfectly fine placement for her. And this is really where I will put the DPS right now. This is kind of where I slot things in. If we're going to talk about big movers, you know, Genji's a lot worse. I think Soldier's a lot worse. I think Ashe is a lot worse. Junkrat's quite a bit better. Sombra was already better and then kind of got a slightly worse. You know, May's better, Echo's better, Hanzo's a lot better, Tracer's about the same, Soldier's about the same, Cass is about the same. But this is really where the meta has fallen, and I know that I reference a lot of the characters that are playing around and with Junker Queen and Zarya and Ramattra and Sigma, but that's really going to be the biggest winners of this meta. And you have to think about the DPS that best enable their strategies, and this is it. So if you have any questions or comments, disagreements or concerns, definitely let me know in the comments down below, but not before smashing that subscribe button. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
If somebody wants to say that it's evolution for men should sleep around, I think the super obvious response is, I don't know what the red pillars mean anymore when they say dating. I don't know what those...
Oh, that's what I was gonna say too. I heard you say that. I really want to know how they would raise a girl.
to go and hate, I guess. Here's the thing that would make all the red pill shit acceptable, okay? If you say, this is how I want to run my relationships, this is how I believe it works for me, then that's fine. Say like, I want a girl that's looking for this, I'm a man that's looking for this, that's fine. Just the cringe thing is when they project it to the entire world and say, every single woman is like this, every single...
Would you date this guy? He's a very nice guy, his name is Zach.
Mike would totally hit it.
Eric, scroll down. Yep, his name's Zach.
Bro, it keeps getting better the further you go down.
It's Jesus. He came to save you.
Are we doing smash or pass?
Have you met my Lord and Savior?
I also like how they're like ragging on Asmongold. That's actually one of the more decent answers I've heard from one of these Red Pill guys.
Got very serious. I'd be able to see every message.
Jesus Christ. From reasonable to yikes.
It's still recharging.
You're welcome, buddy. So we have healing stream totem, healing wave, lesser healing wave, and then we'll have chain heal. Okay. I like it.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
The Goblin-run venture company moved into the Stone Talon Mountains, chopping down trees and burning huge stretches of forest. The spirits of this place are nearly blind with pain and rage. We must stop the venture company. Head northwest beyond the Great Wood Vale and into the Windshear Crag. You will find the goblins and their servants at work. Show them the Horde will not allow the exploitation of Stone Talon. Show them in the language they best understand. Violence.
The Grim Totem clan raided my village and killed most everyone. I killed all I could, but barely escaped with my life. Adventurer, all I wish now is that more of them are dead. You will find them just to the west of here.
I can't do that yet. That spell is not yet. I can't do that yet. That spell is not yet. That's still recharging. That spell is not yet. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's still recharging. I can't do that yet. It's still recharging. That spell isn't recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I hit the target. That's still recharging. Can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That's still
Bro.
Greetings everyone, my name is Melderon and welcome to another Classic WoW.live guide. I am very proud to present the Advanced Shaman Leveling Guide. In this guide we will go over all the things you'll need to know to level your Shaman efficiently in Classic WoW. We'll go over things like talents, builds, leveling speed, economy while leveling, rotations, totem loadouts, totem priority, stat priority, both world and dungeon group leveling, and more. I also like to take this time to announce that we over at Classic WoW.live have a free interactive leveling guide for both factions, all classes, and even supports group content. After viewing this and getting your general idea of how you're going to level your shaman, head over to Classic WoW.live and use our free tool. As with all of my guides, timestamps will be available in the pinned comment below, and slides will be available via Google Slides. Links will be in the description. Let's get started. I like to think about class fantasy when I think about leveling, and there are three basic archetypes for shaman levelers. The first is the elder shaman, someone who's wise, understands the elements and nature itself, and these are more of the elemental shamans. They're more learned and have more wisdom. However, a lot of people like to go the warrior shaman route. This is the two-handed enhancement shaman with a big two-hander, axe or a mace, maybe even a stave, and you're going to be using big hits either with Rockbite or Wind Fury to bring your enemies down. And finally, we have the Guardian Shaman. These are a shaman that uses shield to increase their armor and reduce the damage they take, and could even be shaman tanks in dungeons or something like that. When you're thinking about your shaman, I think it's very important to think about which archetype speaks best to you. Now, realistically, I understand most people just want to get to 60 fast, and I totally get that, and I provide data to help those people out as well. But I want to try to make a general guide for anyone, depending on which aspect you're interested in the leveling process. Class fantasy, speed, PvP prowess, economy, anything you can think of.
Speed,
so we're gonna cover all
PvP.
those bases. And since we have three general archetypes, we have three basic shaman leveling paths. We have the elemental, the two-handed enhancement, and the one-hander plus shield enhancement. So we're going to be talking about these different paths a lot during the presentation. Blue is going to be elemental, green is going to be two-handed enhancement, and red will be the guardian shaman one-handed plus shield enhancement. And we see these are three different routes, three independent routes. But in reality, during the leveling process, you may switch back and forth depending on gear availability or general speed and effectiveness of each build or talent specialization. And the two-handed and one-handed enhancement are pretty interchangeable. You can keep a shield one-hander in your inventory, and I actually recommend doing that for a couple of reasons, and we'll get into why, but you can freely move about that space simply. However, elemental will require a respec. You may consider a respec depending on how you're feeling or the data that I'm about to show you. In short, this guide's goal is to determine the path of least resistance to 60 for you, depending on what you hold important. And riffing off that, we can consider what the word optimal really means. Optimal means different things to different people, and we can discuss optimal in basically four different terms: speed, economy or cost, group potential, and PvP. And we have two different pie charts here. The top pie chart holds speed at a very high value, and because of that, holds more of the pie chart's available space. And in the second example, we have someone who really values economy over speed. Again, the data I'm about to provide you will show you the most optimal route for you depending on what your pie chart looks like. Before we get into the results, I'd go over the methodology of how I tested this. So I tested each shaman path, the three we talked about in the beginning, using the following metrics: overall speed or time to kill, 10 units. I also recorded DPS and drink consumption. And I did this at 5 level intervals from level 5 to 59. 5, 10, 15, 20, so on and so forth. The reason I stopped at 59 is because most shaman will respec at 60, so I didn't really see the point of testing at 60. Now I used what I learned from the Classic WoW beta to create a more accurate testing environment. I used uncommon green base stat gear only. I did not use any spell power or any blue gear. I wanted to try to make this as comparable as possible. For enhancement, I used the stat priority agility over pretty much everything else, and then armor, stamina, and strength, and we'll get into why later. Elemental, I used intellect over stamina and armor, which were held at equal weights. The race I used was Tauren because they have no direct offensive racials, and I did not use Warstone. And the weapon imbue I used was Rockbiter weapon. The reason is because I already tested weapon DPS across weapon speeds in the Classic WoW beta, and Rockbiter had the highest average DPS and also the highest consistency, so I used that across the board no matter what build I used. And you may think, well, why didn't you use Flame Tongue or Frostbite with Elemental? Because I didn't use any bonus spell power. If you want to learn more about what I've learned in the Classic WoW beta, not only with weapon imbues, with a lot of different things, check out my Advanced Shaman Guide Part 2. Link will be in the description below. This results in a total of 180 independent tests. I did 5 replicates for each test. And if you want to look at this data on your own, I will provide a link to data sheet in the description below, so you can look at the data, what I used, the gear I used, talent specializations, all those things will be in the spreadsheet. So I will not go over all of my testing parameters because that's already available publicly on the spreadsheet. So with that, let's look at the results. First thing we're going to do is time to level in hours. This is basically a very simple calculation. I took all the replicate times of my time to kill 10 and extrapolated out to level using the total XP requirements to level. And you'll see this recurring theme. Red is one-hander plus shield, green is two-hander, and blue is elemental. Now this is leveling speed, so the lower you are on this chart, so the lower your time, the more quickly you're going to level. As you can see, elemental is pretty slow starting off. It's actually the slowest, but around level 40 it starts to pick up, and this has been corroborated on private servers. This is a very common thing you'll see, is that elemental, as soon as you get a lot of your talents, it really speeds up, and I saw that in my results. And once you get elemental mastery and you have all that crit and you have a lot of intellect, you can really burn some people down pretty quickly. This comes at a cost, and we'll talk about that in a second, but just know from this data, elemental is not fast at all, but it becomes the fastest build and the fastest leveling path around level 40 to 45. Two-handed enhancement's pretty average, and one-handed plus shield really starts to slow down after level 40. And I think this is primarily due to Storm Strike. Storm Strike's effectiveness is higher the slower the weapon speed is, because the higher the top end, the more impactful a hit is. You know, if you miss an attack with a two-hander, and I know all you guys can feel like, oh man, I missed that attack, that's a huge waste of time. And conversely, an extra attack with a fast weapon is just not as impactful. So Storm Strike is a much more impactful talent when you're using a two-hander. And this data actually corroborates that and shows this. Now this is the same data, but I transformed it in a way that's probably a little more appealing to most people. Now the higher you are on this chart, the faster you are. So I took the inverse of the average leveling time and multiplied it by the total XP to level to make it more digestible. So as you can see here, is actually on finer scale. You can actually see things a little bit clearer. Two-hander enhancement is the fastest up until around level 40, and it stays pretty fast around level 45, but around level 45, elemental takes over. So this is the same data, just a different way of looking at it. On the right-hand side of the actual raw values, if you want to look at them, this is called speed score, something I just made up to show you this data. So either way you look at it, elemental takes over around level 40 to 45. Two-hander is the fastest up until around that point. It still remains pretty high though, and then one-hander plus shield really drops off around level 35 to 40. It becomes the slowest way to level. However, speed is not everything, ladies and gentlemen. We can also consider being optimal in terms of not spending gold to drink, to buy water, right? No surprise here, the fastest way to level is also the most expensive. Elemental, you're going to be stacking intellect, of course, but you're still going to run out of mana if you're constantly fighting, and you're going to have to drink more than the other builds. About 50% more than two-hander enhancement at the end, and double of one-hander plus shield. So even though one-hander plus shield is slow, it is the most economical way to level. If buying water pisses you off, it does bother me too as well, one-hander plus shield is the way to go. But there's also somewhere in the middle there. Two-hander enhancement, still pretty fast and way more cost-effective than elemental. So this is just another thing to look at. Again, what's more optimal to you? Finally, we can look at one more term. We're looking at DPS of each spec or build. On the y-axis is DPS, and on the x-axis level. Around level 30, even though elemental is not the most efficient speed-wise, it still is producing a lot more DPS than two-handed enhancement. And it's interesting because elemental has to produce a lot more DPS because you're sitting down for longer periods of time drinking. You have so much intellect that you need to go through the full beverage duration to get your full mana back, and sometimes not even your full mana back. Whereas the enhancement builds can sit down and drink, but get up a lot quicker. Add that to the fact you're drinking more often anyway with elemental, and it has to produce that much DPS to be the fastest. So it has a lot of burst potential, perhaps even more than Wind Fury. Can rival Wind Fury in that circumstance. Once you have elemental mastery and you have that high crit percentage from your talents, you can really blow mobs up pretty quickly. So it's interesting to see that DPS actually increases significantly in elemental before it becomes the most efficient speed-wise. So just something to keep in mind, but of course we should see that the highest DPS will be elemental if it's also the fastest. From these results, we can derive 3 stereotypes, if you will, for each of these different builds or specs. So I like to call the one-hander plus shield Old Faithful. This is the low upkeep. It's like that old pickup truck, just keeps on running. Just put oil in it every once in a while and it keeps going. Consistent DPS, not the highest, but consistent. It's pretty quick leveling from 1 to 40, comparable to two-handed enhancement, and it has low to mid PvP potential. Now, usually you want to use a two-hander for PvP situations, throw on Wind Fury and just pray and hopefully just one-hit someone. But when you're fighting classes like Warriors, Feral Druids, and Rogues, having a shield can be pretty beneficial, especially against Rogues and Feral Druids. So you may want to consider throwing on a shield sometimes if you're getting attacked, depending on the class. Now let's move to the Jack of all trades. But Master of None, the two-handed enhancement build, has a medium upkeep, drinks a little bit more than its one-handed relative, has quick leveling from 1 to 60, pretty good, average between these three specs, but pretty fast in its own rights, and high PvP potential because of Wind Fury. This is going to be pretty good in open world scenarios against most classes, and is a solid choice all around. And then we have the Late Bloomer. This is the spec that didn't get invited to prom, but now is a CEO of a Fortune 500 company and is high levels. This elemental build
These
is
analogies
able to really produce
so
a
cringe.
lot of burst DPS at the cost of very high upkeep and downtime. So if we use the car analogy again, this is more of the sports car. It has the fastest leveling from 45 to 60, and also has extremely high PvP potential from 40 to 60. Once you have elemental mastery and you have those talents and you have the fast cast speed of your lightning bolt abilities and can combo with chain lightning and shocks, you can devastate players and one-shot them pretty easily. Maybe even more easily than Wind Fury, because it's a guaranteed explosive power that you have there, especially if you have critical mastery up. So these are the three stereotypes I think you should really think about what is more important to you. If it's speed, then you know the answer. You level up to around 40 to 45 to an enhancement and you shift elemental. But again, there's a lot of idiosyncrasies here and maybe some hidden potential that may be important to you. So really spend some time to think about what's most important to you when leveling your shaman. So this is essentially our summary slide. There are three possible paths you can go in leveling your shaman. You take the speed route, the economy route, or the balanced route. For the speed route, you're going to level up to around 40 to 45 and use primarily two-handed enhancement, and then pay your respec costs around that time to go elemental. You may think to yourself, man, I don't want to respec that close to 60. Well, you still got about 50% of the way to go. Even though you're level 40 to 45, most of the leveling process and most of the time commitment is going to happen during that time. So you'll be elemental effectively just as long or maybe even longer than you were two-handed enhancement. So it's not something you should worry about. You should definitely put out that money to respec at this level. You can go the economic route and level one-handed shield the whole way and spend very little on water. You could also do that as well. And you can go the more balanced route, and this is the average speed and average gold expenditure. So this will be your two-handed enhancement all the way through. So these are the three basic paths. We'll go over some possible ones that may be a little bit more advanced, but these are your three basic paths for leveling your shaman. Okay, before we get to talents, let's go over a few caveats. Two-handed enhancement and one-hander plus shield enhancement are actually pretty interchangeable. Talents are very similar. Just because you're doing the two-handed route doesn't mean you can't pull out your shield in one-hander. You definitely can. And there are times where you may want to shift weapon loadouts due to mob type. Is it normal versus elite? Does a mob have high armor? Maybe you want to use a one-handed shield to whittle them down. If it has low armor, you want to burst them down with a two-hander. The amount of mobs you're fighting, multiple mobs can be really hairy and tricky, and having a shield can really reduce the amount of damage you're taking. The mob level, you shouldn't be fighting a mob level higher than you with a two-hand. You're going to be taking a lot of damage, so you're going to use a shield in those situations. Your group composition, maybe you need to like kind of off-tank or bridge tank. You're going to want to pull that shield out. If you're in a group with a mage and you got to fight a elite or something, or a priest, better you're taking the damage than the casters. Pull your shield out for those situations. And finally, PvP. As I said before, there are certain situations where a shield can be beneficial against melee classes like warriors, rogues, and feral druids. So just keep all these things in mind when you're out in the world as an enhancement shaman. Always have a shield in one-hander for any circumstance. Now let's go over talent builds. So the first most common talent build, and this will mirror our fast route up to 60, will be the enhancement into elemental. Pros, fastest level, high DPS. Cons is mana inefficient and especially at high levels. We saw that already. So you're gonna fill up your enhancement first. I wouldn't respec at 40. I would probably get Storm Strike, feel it out a little bit, see if you like the enhancement, and then respec around 40 to 41, maybe 42 to elemental. You're gonna fill up all the way to Storm Strike. If you go past 40, just put some points anywhere, and then you're going to respec at some point to elemental. You're going to go all the way down to elemental mastery, and then pick up the extra crit from restoration. Make sure you get the nature's guidance for the hit rating, which is very nice as well. So this is a very common build. I think most of you probably will do this, and this is the fastest way to 60. The next build is enhancement elemental melee hybrid. So this is your going all the way to Storm Strike. You're primarily using a two-hander, but you're going to fish for spell crits using rank 1 on shocks, proccing elemental devastation, which will increase your melee crit by 9%. So whatever you have from agility already or from crit, you're going to increase that and really increase your flurry uptime. So this is going to be a really interesting build. The only thing that's issue with this is that you're losing out on the hit rating from restoration, but you're also not going to have a lot of spell crit. It's going to be great when it happens, when elemental devastation procs, but it's not going to proc often unless you can have a significant amount of spell crit, which is really hard to get early leveling. The only really bases you're going to get from crit from spells is from intellect, and you need a lot of intellect to get the spell crit. So this is a potential build. It has the potential to have some really crazy DPS. Again, this is more of a fringe thing. Some of you watching might be really interested in this, so I provided it in here. The next is a one-hander melee hybrid build. Notice this does not get two-handed weapons. This focuses on using a one-hander and shield all the time, and you go deeper into the elemental tree. You can pick up elemental devastation. You don't have to use elemental devastation, guys. Any of these builds I provide you, feel free to move things around. You can take those 3 points and put them elsewhere. But this is a interesting build. It's more of a pure hybrid, and I know Orcbit and Hamster Wheel have had a lot of success with this build. They really enjoy it. But it's an interesting build. You're gonna have clear casting, you're gonna have Eye of the Storm, so you can get some no pushback spells, and because of that, you can throw out some chain lightning and lightning bolts. It'll be a lot of fun. And again, feel free to move those 3 points at elemental devastation into Call of Thunder or something that you might want, like the extra crit for your lightning spells. Totally up to you. Next, we have the tried and true enhancement resto build. So this goes all the way down to Storm Strike, and then it goes into restoration and pick up Nature's Guidance for the extra 3% hit, and also some nice healing utility for dungeons. So this is a really good all-around build. High utility, pretty mana efficient, especially with one-hander and shield. The cons is that you're sacrificing potential speed for reliability. So this is a build that I usually use because I really like dungeon healing and I really like having high utility, so it's something you might want to consider. Could be an excellent build for some of you out there. Here we have the pure elemental build. This is going elemental all the way from 1 to 60. You're going to go down to elemental mastery, pick up all the relevant talents, increase your crit, reduce your cast time, increase your crit potential, your crit bonus. Then you're going to go into restoration, pick up Nature's Guidance with a 3% hit, extra crit as well from restoration for your lightning spells, and some healing potential. So this is just your standard elemental build. It's going to be super duper slow before level 40, but if you want to level elemental all the way, this is how you're going to do it. The pros is that 40 plus, this will be the fastest leveling speed and the highest DPS. Cons are it's mana inefficient and the slowest leveling from 1 to 40. Finally, we have Cargo's favorite build. Cargo's has some really interesting points when it comes to the first and second tier of enhancement. There's really not a lot there. If you notice in all these builds, I did not put any points in ancestral knowledge. It's pretty much hot trash. You don't get a lot of intellect from it. You don't have a lot of bonus intellect. It's a really bad talent for 5 points. I always go shield specialization because having a shield on you and being able to block with a higher chance to block is just better than that small increase in base intellect. Cargo's idea is like, why don't you just go into elemental, pick up things that increase your shock and lightning bolt damage, go down to clear casting, pick up some spell crit, and then when you hit around 25 to 29, which is when you would put points in flurry and enhancement, you respec to enhancement, pick up flurry, use that up until 40 or 45, and then go into elemental. Now I want to make sure I say the elemental prior to 25-29 is not a caster elemental. You're going to be meleeing, but using the elemental talents to boost your magical damage. So you're not going to be casting spells like a caster for the first 25 levels. You're going to be like a normal melee shaman, but using the benefits from the elemental tree. You're going to respec at 25-29 to pick up flurry, go down to Storm Strike, or around that time you're going to respec elemental to pick up that caster wave, and you're going to be able to really effectively level the fastest. This could potentially be the fastest way to level as a shaman. Cargo's knows his stuff about leveling, so I would definitely listen to it, and this could be a great way to really shave off some time if you're really trying to get to 60 quick. Now it's time to talk about rotation. Let's do enhancement first. This is the standard enhancement build. First, as with everything, you're going to lay down your totems and apply your weapon imbue if it's about to fall off. It's very important that your weapon imbue does not fall off at any point during your adventure to 60. Unless you're AFK. Next, you're going to apply Lightning Shield. Lightning Shield is kind of interesting. You want to reapply it immediately after killing the last mob, so you can regen while traveling. In most scenarios, you're going to kill a mob, and you're going to have to travel some distance to the next mob. If you immediately put Lightning Shield up, it guarantees that as soon as you leave the 5-second rule, you'll start regenerating mana. And that's important because the more mana you regen, the more free, quote-unquote, that Lightning Shield cast just became. However, if you didn't do that and you're applying the Lightning Shield right before you're about to engage the mob, that's totally fine. As long as you're doing it either before you're doing damage or immediately after taking damage. Don't be running in the middle of the field and then putting it on, interrupting your mana regen. If you want, you can also Flame Shock in the beginning of the pull. However, remember, if you continually Flame Shock and Lightning Shield, you will run out of mana pretty quickly. Lightning Shield is a higher HPME, especially since you have the improved Lightning Shield talents, which I highly recommend getting because it has a higher HPME than Flame Shock, but you can Flame Shock if you want to create even more additional damage. I highly recommend pulling the mob with rank 1 Lightning Bolt. Very cost effective, also very quick cast. So if you want to just pull them really quick, it costs almost nothing, especially if you're high level, and you're going to be saving mana in that regard. Next, no surprise here, you're going to begin white hitting and you're going to Forge/Pray for Flurry and or Wind Fury procs, depending if you're using Wind Fury weapon. Flurry procs are your bread and butter. You want to keep them up as much as possible. It's one of the few mechanics of haste in Vanilla WoW, and Shaman have it. So if you can increase your haste, do it. It's a huge bonus to your DPS and your leveling speed, really. Storm Strike, you're going to use immediately after your first auto attack. A couple reasons why. If you're using Wind Fury, a Storm Strike Wind Fury proc resets your swing timer. So if you swing and then use Storm Strike, you want to minimize the amount of DPS lost due to a swing timer reset. Second reason why, you want to front load all your damage in the beginning of the pull so you can regen through the rest of the pull. You don't want to be casting anything after the initial burst in the beginning called front load. Put everything you got out right there on the front, regen everything during combat time. That's why you're going to Storm Strike after your first auto attack, immediately after it. If you reach full mana, which doesn't happen often, but if you do, max rank Earth Shock or Frost Shock, whichever one is doing more damage at that time. Depending on the rank you have, Earth Shock and Frost Shock go back and forth in their total damage, so use the one that does the most damage. Now let's go over the slightly different hybrid melee rotation. As with before, lay down your totems and apply your weapon imbue. Apply Lightning Shield either immediately before or immediately after combat, and you can put Flame Shock up if you wish for maximum damage. If not, you're going to pull with max rank Lightning Bolt, because you have more of the lightning talents here in this build, so you're going to be producing more damage with your lightning bolts, and you're going to be fishing for crits, so you might as well use something more powerful. Then when the mob reaches you, you're going to begin white hitting, and you're going to also pray for Flurry and or Wind Fury procs depending on what weapon you have. Now the big difference here is you won't regen a lot of mana, because every time shock's off cooldown, you're going to use a shock to fish for a spell crit. Now the most mana efficient way to do this is to use a rank 1 Earth Shock. It's the cheapest shock in the game, but if you want to maximize damage, you can use higher ranks, but what you're trying to do is crit, and if you do crit, you'll proc Elemental Devastation, which will increase your chances of proccing Flurry, and synergistically, you'll be using Spell Crit to increase your melee crit. Now let's go over the enhancement and hybrid totem priorities. From levels 5 to 9, you don't have an option. You're going to be using a Stone Skin totem. From levels 10 to 42, however, you have more totems at your disposal. At level 10, you'll get Fire Totem, and you're going to use Searing Totem most of the time unless you're fighting multiple mobs. Searing Totem's a great overall increase to DPS. I would use it on every pull. Now, Strength of Earth Totem is a great totem. I would recommend using it most of the time. The only time you will not be using it is if you know you're going to be traveling often. Strength of Earth lasts for 2 minutes. Putting it down to kill one mob and then moving to another mob is really not mana efficient at all. I know it increases your base damage. What you really care about is crit potential. Strength of Earth is fine, it's good, and if you want to use it, go ahead and use it. I'm just saying that if you're not using it to its full capacity, it's a waste of mana. If you're fighting multiple mobs, I use Stone Skin Totem here. For your Water Totem, it's an equal weight with Strength of Earth, because if you use Mana Spring Totem on yourself, you have to wait 20 seconds before you gain the mana back you spent to place it down in the first place. If you're not going to be standing around for that long, do not use it. If you're fighting multiple mobs, however, Healing Stream could be more beneficial. Now, from 42 to 60, your main totem is going to be Grace of Heaven. It provides a lot of agility, which will increase your crit and your chance to dodge and your armor. It's got a lot of benefits. I would definitely use it most of the time, even if you're not around it for its entire duration. Your next is going to be Searing Totem for the same reasons as above, and then we'll follow as suit with the priorities above for Strength of Earth and Mana Spring Totem. Now for the enhancement hybrid stat priorities. Before level 25, before you get Flurry, Strength and Agility are pretty much equal. I preferentially usually go for Agility, as I like crits more than base damage increase. However, really it doesn't matter. You're going to be increasing DPS any way you can. You're not going to have a lot of options in terms of gear. If it's got Strength, if it's got Agility, just take it. The next stat you're going to be worried about is Stamina. Stamina will increase your overall hit points, and that's great, and it'll make you more survivable. Pretty easy there. Intellect is beneficial. It definitely is. The more intellect you have, the more times you can potentially shock. It's just going to be hard to get intellect out there when you're looking for strength and agility. But if you get some intellect, it's always a benefit if it has other stats on it as well. Spirit is well and good. If you can get some extra spirit, again, if it just kind of comes with the territory of other gear you're already picking up.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Bro. This fucking rogue is being a terrorist, man. Oh my god, there he is! Oh, I don't have any more sticky glue. You got me. Good job, man. Well, I guess I have to log.
Up, might as well have some. It'll help your MP5 regen when you're outside the 5-second rule and will increase your out of. If a weapon has 10 agility on it and only does 20 DPS, when another weapon has 28 DPS and has maybe 5 strength, you're going to go with the 28 DPS weapon. The weapon damage is very important. You want to take that over stats. Now moving into Elemental. Let's look at the rotation first. As with Enhancement, you're going to lay down your totems and apply your weapon imbue. You're going to cast max rank Lightning Bolt until the mob gets to your melee range. If you're in the middle of a cast and the mob reaches you, finish the cast off. If you're level 40 plus and Elemental Mastery is off cooldown, you're going to combo Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning on the pull. You're going to cast Lightning Bolt, queue up Elemental Mastery, cast Chain Lightning, and then continue casting Lightning Bolt until the mob reaches you. If clear casting procs, Elemental Focus, on pull, if you're before level 32, you're going to cast Lightning Bolt. But if you're after level 32, you're going to use a stop cast macro, shut down your Lightning Bolt cast, and immediately switch to Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning does more damage, and if you're quick, you can cancel that Lightning Bolt relatively quickly as well. You'll get the proc of Elemental Focus as soon as the cast is finished, so you'll know right away if you've gotten it. Stop cast macro, cast Chain Lightning. You can put them in the same macro, so you'll do / stop casting. Next line is / cast Chain Lightning, and you'll put it out very quickly. When the mob reaches you, you're going to apply Lightning Shield if it's not already up, and you can also cast Flame Shock if you really want to do a lot of damage, but again, you want to try to conserve mana whenever you can. Next, you're going to begin white hitting. If Elemental Focus procced off your last cast, and the mob is meleeing you, and you're before level 32, you're going to max rank Shock, either Frost or Earth, whatever one is doing more damage. If you're post level 32, use Chain Lightning. Now, if I have the Storm procs, that means you'll be able to cast without being pushed back. And you have to consider, what would you be doing if the mob is at range? You would continuously be casting Lightning Bolt. So pretend the mob is at range when this procs. You're going to switch back to your casting rotation. You're going to cast Lightning Bolt over Chain Lightning because Lightning Bolt has the potential to proc Clear Cast. And if Clear Cast comes up after Lightning Bolt, you want to use that Clear Cast on Chain Lightning, not Lightning Bolt. This rotation is a bit more intricate compared to Enhancement. Enhancement's basically just front loading and white hitting. This is more, you have to be more reactive, especially when things start proccing. What I would do is get yourself used to the sounds of Elemental Focus and Eye of the Storm. I just just played those 2 sounds for you. I'll play them again. Elemental Focus. Eye of the Storm. Keep those sounds in your head, because when you hear them, you're going to know what you have to do. If Elemental Focus procs, you're going to cast Chain Lightning. If Eye of the Storm procs, you're going to cast Lightning Bolt, and pray that it will proc Elemental Focus so you can cast the Chain Lightning. I know it's confusing, but spend some time looking at this slide, and before long, you'll master this. It's really not that bad once you figure it out. Alright, now for the Elemental Totem priority. Levels 5 to 9, of course, just like Enhancement, you're going to be using Stones Totem. Now from 10 to 60, it's pretty easy to use the same 3 totems. Searing Totem is your #1 priority because you have talents that increase its damage. With multiple mobs, you'll use either Fire Nova or Magma, usually Fire Nova, but Searing Totem will be your go-to. Mana Spring Totem is your next most important. But remember, you gotta be around it for 20 seconds to net gain mana from it. So make sure to not use it if you're going to be traveling from mob to mob very quickly. And last but not least, Strength of Earth Totem. It's a little bit of an increase to your DPS. Not a bad idea to use it if you're staying around for a long time, but it really isn't required. Notice that Grace of Air is not here because we do not have Flurry. Of course, Agility will increase our armor and our dodge, and a little bit of melee crit, but it's really not worth it if we don't have Flurry. We don't have a good base of melee crit to begin with. Now let's go over the elemental stat priority. Very simple. You're going to hold intellect and spell power at equal weight as your #1 stat. You won't easily come by spell power as you're leveling, unless you're looking for specific loot in the dungeon, or if you happen to be lucky and get some of Nature's Wrath gear. Intellect is much more common, so you're going to be primarily focusing on intellect. However, if some really good gear drops in a dungeon that provides spell power, like Hypnotic Blade, definitely need on it, because extra spell power is always nice to have. Your next most important stat is stamina and armor, held pretty equally. Stamina and armor increase your survivability. You're a shaman. Even though you're a caster, you have the capability of wearing mail and a shield. If you have the capability to do so, you should do it. Armor will really increase your survivability out in the world and will absolutely help you in PvP skirmishes, so keep that in mind. Next is Spirit and MP5. The reason I keep it equal weight is because MP5 is extremely rare. If you come across it, you should take it over Spirit, but I wouldn't take it over Intellect and Spell Power because you really won't get a lot of it. You'll get very minimal amounts of it on rings, maybe 3 to 4 MP5, not a big deal. And last but not least, Strength and Agility. These really don't benefit us at all. If a piece of gear has a lot of intellect and spell power and for some reason has Strength and Agility on it, okay, fine, take it, but this will not increase your overall DPS significantly. Now let's talk about armor and shields as effective hit points. We talk about the importance of armor in a class that can use heavy armor. And since shamans can wear mail, I highly recommend wearing as heavy armor as possible, even if you're an elemental shaman. And you'll be surprised how much green gear out there is high armor, but still provides intellect. So if you can find that stuff, I definitely take it. In this example, I want to show how armor can leave more room for intellect and spell power, and reduce your need for stamina. If we imagine a 10-second melee encounter at level 50, a level 50 mob with a 2.0 attack speed hits us 5 times in that 10 seconds. The total damage output to us is 460 damage. If we're in cloth and a shield, we take 361 damage. If we're in leather and a shield, we take 347 damage. And if we're in mail and a shield, we only take 317 damage. So effectively, if we're wearing mail, we gain 14.3 stamina during that time as armor. So that means you have 14.3 stamina to play around with in your gear for intellect and spell power. Just keep in mind that having armor can significantly reduce the need for us to acquire stamina and focus on stats that are much more important to us. So if you're able to find stats that have intellect and have high armor, try to always get that. Secondarily, the shield is a significant reduction in physical damage. I cannot stress enough how important it is as an elemental shaman to wear a shield. We don't have capabilities like Frost Nova and Blink, and we don't have a pet like a Warlock does. We don't have power with shield like priests. We need to use our armor as those abilities. Armor is extremely important. Try not to run around in cloth as much as you possibly can. I know some great pieces are cloth, but at least wear a shield if you're going to do that. Gotta protect yourself out there. Unlike enhancement, our weapon stat priority is going to be stats over DPS. We won't be mailing very often, so you're more interested in the stats the weapon provides than the DPS it provides. I'm not saying use the weakest weapon possible, but definitely think about the stats first. Now we're moving on to towards the end of the guide, and I want to talk about a few more things and points that are pretty important. First is the importance of stacking your casts. As a standard enhancement shaman or an elemental shaman, front-loading damage is key. Any time spent outside of the 5-second rule will allow mana regen. So healing and things like lightning shield all are really part of this equation, right? You should only heal yourself or apply lightning shield either immediately after killing a mob, or when a mob begins melee on you, or when the mob is traveling towards you after you've pulled them. You should never be healing and applying lightning shield randomly while you're running around. Always either try to front load mana expenditure or do it immediately after you kill something so you can regen as you travel. Generally, I like to do it right before combat, so I put all of my expenditure in the beginning. Also, you want to think about healing efficiency, or HPME. Lesser Healing Wave is cheaper than Healing Wave, but it gives less bang for the buck. So you almost want to let yourself get to lower health, spend the mana on Healing Wave, so you get more healing per mana. So it's very important. I would definitely think about that a lot, and try to get as much out of your heals as possible. Lesser Healing Wave is a good emergency heal, but you shouldn't be getting into emergencies that often if you know how to spend your mana correctly. If you want to learn more about like HPME and how that works, you can check out the downranking guide I worked on with Zygor. The link to that will be in the description below. Now let's talk about group leveling. First, world group leveling. This is Cargos' baby. He knows this stuff like the back of his hand, and he was kind enough to give me some pointers about this. Duo and trio leveling, so being in a group with one other person or two people, can significantly decrease your leveling time. And for duo leveling, here are the best combinations. The top tier is Shaman Warrior. So if you have a warrior friend, you guys can really significantly decrease leveling time. Each of you will fill in the other's weaknesses. A warrior has no way of healing themselves, and a shaman can provide that. Moreover, you as the shaman can provide some really beneficial buffs like Wind Fury Totem and Strength of Earth Totem. It really doesn't matter what you choose, whether you're enhancement or elemental. You could follow the rule, like enhancement up to level 40, then switch to elemental. You could have your own personal tank. How awesome is that? But you providing those totems to the warrior will make him so much more effective, and you being able to heal him, you guys can really pull a lot of mobs at once. Second tier option would be Shaman and Rogue, for the same reasons as the warrior. Wind Fury Tome, Strength of Earth, and other benefits you can provide the rogue will really make your leveling process a lot smoother. And double Shaman. Having two different totem types of each element out is really helpful. You can mix and match one elemental, one enhancement. The sky's the limit, really. Now, trio leveling is also something you can do, and the tiers are pretty much the same. So the top tier would be any combination of warrior and shaman. 2 warriors and a shaman, 2 shamans and a warrior. However you figure it out, it will be extremely beneficial. And then the second tier would be any combination of shaman, rogue, and warrior. 3 shaman, 2 shaman, rogue, 2 rogue shaman, rogue, warrior, shaman. Anything you can really figure out. Those are the 3 classes that will synergize the best according to Cargos' research. So definitely consider, if you want to level as a group, rogue and warrior and another shaman are going to be your friends. In a very similar vein, let's go over dungeon leveling. Now, in Classic WoW, it's been shown that dungeon grinding is a very viable alternative to world leveling or world grinding or world questing. And shaman are really heavily sought after for melee cleave groups. These are groups that are melee heavy and include warriors and rogues. Shaman are incredible because they provide excellent benefits via Strength of Earth, Flame Tongue Totem from levels 28 to 32, and then after level 32, Wind Fury Totem. If you can get into a group with a couple warriors, a couple rogues, maybe a mage to provide some food and water, you can really significantly burn through dungeon content very quickly. Probably the best would be you as the healer, 2 rogues and a warrior, or 2 warriors and a rogue, and a mage, and that would be extremely powerful combination. So if you're interested in dungeon leveling, fear not, shamans are really heavily sought after on the horde side because of their totems. I think that talent wise, you should probably stick to DPS talents. Make sure you get enhancing totems to improve the benefit of your Strength of Earth. I would probably go in as an enhancement shaman, but have healing gear, so intellect gear, so you can still white hit and provide damage when you're not healing. That would be my personal recommendation for dungeon. Doesn't mean you can't go resto or elemental, but I think enhancement might be the best, at least early game. Before we get to the last slides, I just want to go over some weapon progression for two-handed and for one-handed plus shield. Now, I'm not going to go over all of them, but these slides will be available for you to look at. I tried to look at weapons that would be good progression for each build. So two-handed enhancement, it's pretty clear, goes from 1 through 9, then I'll take you up to level 60 if you want to go enhancement all the way. For enhancement, one-handed plus shield, I kind of lumped in elemental weapon shield as well. Now, you might look at these and say, these are not good for elemental shaman, but you got to remember that your shield is basically just a armor stick. That's what it should be for elemental and one-handed shield. The stats on your shield really don't matter. Being armor matters. As far as the weapon is concerned, stats are more important for elemental than for one-handed shield. So if you see a piece on here that you're like, man, this is not good for elemental, and you find a better piece, fine, go with that. If you can find a piece that has intellect and some spell power on it, change over. But there are some great pieces here for elemental, including the Hypnotic Blade, the Life Force Dirk, the Charstone Dirk. So I try to combine as much as I possibly could for your one-handed plus shield builds. Let's go over some leveling tidbits quickly. So I'm just going to read these out. These are little pieces of advice that I would give anyone that's going to start leveling as a shaman brand new. When you can, get water from a mage. If you can get water at reduced cost, do it. If it's a friend or a guildie that's providing it, that's even better. Maybe you can get it for free. When fighting mobs in the open world, try to drag them to your totems. If you put totems down and you spent that mana, try to go out, pull with a lightning bolt, and bring them back to your totems so you can get more out of that mana cost. I would kill mobs at your level or slightly below your level exclusively. Even though you get more XP from killing mobs that are above you, your weapon skills will not be at a point where you'll be able to do a lot of damage to them. You'll miss a lot, you'll glance a lot. Glancing is horrible, it's a reduction in your DPS. Always kill mobs that are your level or below so you can maximize your XP per hour and your hit and crit chances. If you want to learn more about hit and crit chance and glancing penalties, all those things, check out the melee mechanics guide I did with the Fight Club Discord, Mage and Billy. The information they compiled is amazing, so if you want to learn more about how melee works, check out that guide. Next, you'll inevitably grab mana potions as you're leveling from killing mobs. Use them. You know, don't just store them, use them. If you notice you can get a couple more kills without drinking by using a mana potion, do it. Reduce your downtime and gold expenditure any way you can. Again, I just talked about this, but keep your weapon skills up. If you're switching between two-hander or one-hander plus shield, do it frequently so you can keep that weapon skill up to date. You don't want to lose out on damage from glancing penalties or from just flat-out misses or just reduced damage. If you're going to respec, say you're going to enhancement to 40 and then elemental, start planning your gear progression early. If you're doing dungeons and you say, man, I'm going to switch to elemental in 5 levels or 3 levels, it's going to feel really bad if you switch to elemental and have no gear for it, right? Your stat priorities are extremely different. So start to plan out your transition and get pieces of gear that will help you in that respect. Only train spells you need. If you looked at my Advanced Shaman Guide Part 2, you may not need all the weapon imbues. Rockbiter, Wind Fury, and maybe Frostbrand are all you really need to get. So think about maybe nixing one of the weapon imbues. Sentry Totem, do you really need it? All the ranks of Ancestral Spirit, do you really need all your res ranks? No, there are things you can get away with, so only train things that you need to save money. You're going to need it for your mount and other things as well. And finally, if you're a shaman, it's like a warrior not having a shield. If you're a shaman, you have the capability to heal. I recommend heavily trying to store healing gear in your bank if you need to heal dungeons. Inevitably, you're going to want to do a dungeon and you have no healing gear, and they're like, we need one more spot, healer. And you're like, damn, I really want to get that dungeon because there's so many awesome quests I can do, and you don't have any healing gear. If there's gear that drops from mobs or from quests that you don't need, but it has intellect on it and your enhancement, keep them in your bank. Definitely do it. If you're elemental, doesn't really matter because the gear priority is pretty much the same. But if you're leveling enhancement in any way during your progression to 60, always store healing gear. Last thing I want to talk about are add-ons. There's really only a few add-ons that I really think are required for Shaman. We do have some unique mechanics that other classes don't have, like totems and weapon buffs. So because of that, I recommend getting a totem timer add-on that lets you know how much time is left on your totem, which totem is out. Very important, especially for endgame when you're in raids. Next is weapon buff reminders. It only lasts 5 minutes, which is kind of annoying. So you don't want to miss out on any potential damage or any other mechanics due to your weapon use. If you can get an add-on that bongs, like, or dings, or something that can tell you that you need a weapon buff reminder, highly recommend getting one of those. Next, DPS add-on or healing add-on. It's good to keep track of DPS and healing, especially if you're healing in raid or doing DPS in raid. It's very important to have that. I like having them to see what things look like and how we might be able to improve on the next pull. Next is a threat add-on. As a shaman, you can pull threat, of course. You can produce DPS and healing that could be more than the tank or other healers or DPS, so just make sure you're knowing how much threat you're producing. Something that you should definitely have early on just to make sure you have it. And last but not least is swing timer. It's good to know when your next swing is going to come so you can time some abilities like Storm Strike or something like that. And if you're trying to Earthbind Kite, which is not working as great as it used to on private servers, but still if you're going to try it at all, you're going to need a swing timer to do it effectively. So these things are important. These 5 add-ons I would definitely get if you're going to roll a shot shaman. If you're looking for add-ons, willitclassic.com is a great resource to download add-ons for Classic WoW. The link to that website will be in the description below. Last but definitely not least, there's some great leveling resources out there for you guys. Cargos has a great shaman leveling guide on his channel. I would definitely check him out. He also knows a ton about Duro and Trio leveling and the leveling process in general. He's got some great streams on his channel that go over these topics. I highly recommend to head over to his channel if you can. Next, I do have 2 shaman leveling guides. This one kind of makes those obsolete, but if there may be tidbits of information that you may be able to garner from those, so definitely check them out. Keep in mind that some of that information is out of date. Look into it, see what corroborates and what doesn't. If there's something that you never heard before, let me know in the comments and we can talk about it. Or head over to the Shaman Discord. Link will be in the description below. The Shaman Discord is growing every day, and we love to have new members, so if you want to join the Shaman Discord, follow the link in the description below. Next, I cannot stress more that the free leveling guide on Classic WoW Live will significantly decrease the time you'll need to get to level 60. With the information you've learned here and with the leveling guide, you can really become an efficient leveler. Classic WoW Live/leveling. My friends Nevik and Egregious have built it, and Al has taken their data and made it into an amazing tool and website. Definitely head over there. It's free to use, and it goes from level 60 both factions, all classes, and even supports free content. Well, everyone, we've done it. Thank you for watching the Advanced Shaman Leveling Guide. It took me a lot of time to make this guide. I really hope you guys appreciated it. The data collection probably was 30 to 40 hours, and I really hope that it provides a in-depth summary of the leveling process and what are the best things you can do to increase your efficiency, whether it's economy or speed or DPS or whatever you're interested in. I hope this guide helped. If you like this content, please give a like below. If you are interested in other types of videos we make and are interested in other types of videos we will be making, definitely subscribe and stay tuned for more Def Camp Melderon TV content, including our podcast Def Talk and GMA, which are found on Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, iTunes, and SoundCloud. Links to all those will be in the description below. And if you want to join the Def Camp Melderon TV community, you can do so by joining our Discord and following us on Twitter. Links are also below. And if you want to watch my brother Def Camp stream, he streams regularly on twitch.tv/defcamp and on our YouTube channel. This guide, along with many others, will be available on ClassicWoW.live, a resource for guides, a resource for tools, and a resource for forums that the community can engage in. Again, our free leveling guide is available to assist you leveling in the world of Classic Azeroth. Last but not least, I'd like to thank patrons and the stream team for their amazing support and donations of Def Camp stream or of the channel in general. Thank you so much for your contributions. If it wasn't for you guys, our content would not be where it's at. So we really appreciate it, and thank you again. Well, everyone, thank you for watching. Peace, my Shaman brothers and sisters. May the ancestors be with you. Keep on, keep binding and grinding. I hope to see you all in Classic Azeroth. Greetings, adventurers. Melderon here. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you'd like to support some official Def Camp Melderon t-shirts and hoodies, head on over to Brandon Media's Def Camp Melderon TV merchandise website. The link is in the description below.
Ready yet? It's too far away. I can't cast that yet.
I mean, the physical damage gets to him. So
if you don't go full out, you know, that's the one thing you gotta try. But there's lots of people out there that do it, and they do it very successfully. So
yeah. All right. Well, I think we got through the agenda, guys. It's been a long one, 3 hours. Oh man, I'm gonna open it up to any questions you guys might have at this point in time. As our last thing, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything we forgot to cover, anything you'd like to know an answer to, or anything, now's the time to ask it, because we wrapping up here shortly. Question for Lester: if you were to spam dungeons as a holy pally while leveling, would you put points into the holy tree and skip the ret stuff? If you were to spam dungeons.
I answered that. Yes, I did. I actually did that exactly on Classic launch. I was in a dungeon group, pre-planned dungeon group, and I went full utility holy from the start, knowing that I was going to heal from start to finish.
Okay.
Yep.
Full holy from the start. So yeah, if you're going for that kind of cleave group type thing, absolutely. Yep. Can you talk about Nightfall, Red? What's your perspective on that?
Oh, Nightfall. This is going to be, Phase 3 is going to be real big for Paladins. We get a bit of gear in Blackwing Lair, but the main thing that a lot of guilds will be looking for is a Nightfall ret. If you didn't know, Nightfall is an axe with a chance to proc 15% spell damage for 6 seconds, something like that. Very, very good axe. Having just one of these in the raid, Paladin can keep up time. I didn't really get to talk about like some of the high-level Paladin stuff like seal twisting and stuff, but if you want to look into that, look into seal twisting. A Paladin can keep up Nightfall, I think 45-50% uptime by himself with seal twisting. So, you know, if you're looking to get into a guild, have them help you craft the Nightfall, and I promise guilds will love to have a ret with the Nightfall. You know, the added DPS of just having an extra blessing, an extra DPS, and an extra huge debuff slot, it's absolutely worth bringing a ret.
Gotcha. Crusader, he's asking about the optimal AoE grinding spots. I don't know if they're the most optimal, but it's really simple, man. You pretty much 41 on the dot, you go Murloc's Dust Swallow, then you go to the Fire Rocks and Hyenas in Gadget Sand, and then you go to the Oozes in Hinterlands and Skull Rock, then you go to Sorrow Hill and you do the Ghouls and Skellies there, then you finish in Dawson's Tears. That would be the 41 to 60 spiel. I've done it myself, so I can state confidently that it is effective. I don't know, didn't have the most amazing time ever in the world getting to 60, but it definitely was effective, and that's what I would recommend. Are there any good two-handed BOE items to buy and enchant with Fiery Weapon or Crusader if you have lots of gold to burn from a main? Fiery War Axe is what I used. I got that enchanted with Fiery as well. That thing slaps, brother. The Fiery aspect of it can proc off of the, whatchamacallit, bro? The Seal of the Crusader, like the holy damage from Seal of Righteousness or Seal of the Crusader can proc the Fiery. Did you know that? Fiery can proc twice. Yep. Can proc twice, so it was.
So can life stealing, lots of on-hit effects. The only thing that doesn't Shadow Oil and oils, the non-permanent buffs, but yeah, all like weapon hits, Seal of Righteousness, level those up, and Seal of Command always.
If you have a main, who's 60 right now, that's even more of a reason to level a Paladin, man. Because if you can funnel your Paladin some gear, oh, buddy, you can have such a fun time, dude. I'm telling you right now.
Just like a warrior, you'll just be flying.
You will be flying, dude. You will be flying. Thoughts on the protection talent change? Should Blizzard revert it? I think he's talking about Reckoning. It wasn't. You were saying it was changed back for the better, though, right?
It was kind of, they broke it a little bit. There was problems with it not proccing when you were facing away from the target, or just sometimes like phantom procs where you would get crit and it just wouldn't go off, or you'd start your swing attack, and in the little window between your swing and like the swing timer starting and you actually swinging, sometimes, you know, it would like phantom hit and you'd lose your reckoning stacks. A lot of that stuff has been fixed in the most recent patch, about a week and a half ago. I know it is still a little inconsistent from what I hear, but it's much better since the most recent patch.
Call this land the Barrens to one who knows where
well,
this place teams
guys, it's been very real. I have to ask everyone in the chat right now a favor. I hope you guys can come through for me, because Lestor, I'm not paying Lestor for this. Lestor is literally just because he's a fucking awesome guy here, sharing all this knowledge with you guys. You know, he's just awesome for doing it, inspiring a generation of Paladins. So if you do enjoy this content, if you enjoyed it, I would just ask you, please go follow him on Twitch. I don't know if you have a YouTube or a Twitter or anything like that, Lestor. And there's also
no, I haven't really streamed too much since private servers, but I want to try to get back into it. So, you know, if you guys ever have Paladin questions and you see me around, come up and ask, and I'll do my thing. And yeah, I also have like my personal Discord.
And the Pally Discord, right?
And the Paladin public Discord. I am the admin of that, so anytime you want to hop in, ask a question in there, you're always welcome.
Okay, so that's the Paladin public Discord, the one I just posted in there. So if you guys are thinking about playing Paladin, what is your Twitch though? By the way, people are asking about it.
It's spelled exactly the same here.
Okay, he's got it right there. That's his Twitch.
Yeah, and then I'll post it in the YouTube as well.
Yeah, he does really like fun stuff too. Like, yeah, I remember you were doing like weird like types of raid challenges back during private servers were going on and stuff. So he does lots of fun stuff.
We did a 20-man Paladin ZG, that was fun. We did a 5-man Onyxia, 10-man Molten Core, stuff like that back on private servers. All that was real fun. So
we have a lot of people on Twitch right now. 132 people watching. Are you gonna stream? Do you want to get host or no? Are you gonna?
I'll hop on and I'll open my OBS here.
Okay, so Lestor is
Hopefully it's all set up.
Also, if you want to ask more advanced questions and get my small pea brain out of the way, and you want to go straight to the source, I'm gonna host him. He's getting started over here as well. So that's his Twitch. That's his Discord. Let me see if there's any. Let me see if I can get the personal Discord too. He has a personal Discord.
Oh, don't worry about that one.
Okay,
that
don't
one's...
worry about that one. Okay.
Yeah, I use that one for like pugs and stuff on servers.
Okay. Gotcha. But that's the number one way to support this type of content, guys, just to make it worth their time. So if you could do that for me, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and actually, you can come. I'm gonna start the stream. You can come see me watching Scouting Azergos right now.
Scouting Azergos, hitting the ground, running with some of the pally, and they get to see your pally in action, huh?
Yeah, dude, I'm out here in the dress and the hammer.
Oh, that's dope. That's
people
dope.
love that. The people love when I wear the dress and the hammer at the same time.
Yeah, let me know when you're live, bro. I'll host you, and then we'll...
All right, here we go. I'll start. Yeah, if you guys have any more questions, I'd be glad to answer anytime.
Absolutely. It's been real, guys. I certainly learned a lot, and I'm probably going to be streaming a little bit later, too, guys. We have GMA on Tuesday or Thursday. We're doing GMA shortly. I might stream a little bit later, too. Just to...
Okay, it should be up.
It's up? Okay. We're going to host Lestor, guys. We're signing out here today. This was your ultimate paladin leveling guide. Hopefully it came through. Hopefully you're able to learn something. I'll see you guys next time. All right, take care. We're going to host Lestor now. Any final words, Lestor?
No, thanks for having me, and hope everyone learned a little bit today.
All right, sounds good.
Yo, I'm up over here, hanging out with some scorpions.
Hanging out with some scorpions, roger that.
Yeah, me and this little 39 scorpion about to get a little frisky up here.
Just ping my Discord. Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Padding, how you doing, man? Connex, hello, hello. Got Mad Shepherd in the house. Julius Caesar, what's up, everybody? Mayan, Benjamin, Micah. Yo, good to see everybody. The old AOE soundtrack, let's go. That's right, brother. Doing some last minute prep. We got Circuit 2 tomorrow. I'm showing my teammate, NOCC, Lesamos, right here. He's getting subbed in tomorrow for 2 dungeons. Let's check out your gear real quick, Lesamos. See what we got. Let's see what we're working with here. Tomorrow's circuit is max level 32.5. Sorry, go ahead.
We're looking pretty decent, man. I think considering I didn't get any dungeon blues, right? Not too bad.
Yeah, let's see. All right, so in the headpiece, we have Conjurer's Hood of the Eagle. This head, on first glance, looks absolutely cracked, dude.
It's good.
It's really good.
Is good.
Did you fish this?
It's second bis. Yeah, I fished it. It's second bis.
Wow, dude. Imagine being lucky with fishing. Couldn't be me. I did get a neck off fishing. That's about it this circuit, and I fished quite a bit. Oh, Bob wants to chill.
We can go in no CC.
Alright, let's go. Alright, yeah, Boka's gonna join in a second. Let's see. Alright, we got shoulders. What's up, brother? Bobka in the house. You ready for tomorrow, my man?
Yes, sir, bro. Just
Yeah, I'm
doing
ready
some
to.
late night fishing. Maybe we get something good.
Same, dude. I have been pulling so many greens, Boka, like a disgusting amount. I fished
Wait,
guns.
really?
I've been getting boxes with 2 greens in it. All of them are not upgrades, though. It's
Bro.
sad. It's like the carrot on a steak.
The Bankai boys are dying right now.
What do you mean?
Their healer just got a job, so
No way.
they might disband, bro.
Really? That is sad, bro. Jerome just died too.
Damn, dude, every team's in shambles.
Yeah, the teams are in shambles. I don't know. We can talk about that tonight as the stream, how the World Tour is going. Like, is this intended for every team to just fucking crumble? Like, there's...
Yeah, I don't know who's gonna show up tomorrow. At this
People
point.
are dying left and right. All right, we got the Desert Shoulders here. This is Stone Talon Shoulders, or where is this from?
Yeah, so these are Stone Talon. These are kind of boo-boo dog water, but they're the best you can get with no dungeons. It's actually so depressing. Because it's like
they're not bad. They're honestly not bad, bro.
With no dungeons.
It's not bad. It's really not bad. 5 int. I mean, it's cloth. It's int. I mean, there's gonna be leather and mailwares using this tomorrow, just because they weren't able to fish up shoulders. That's your only option, really.
Yeah.
And your cloak is pretty dog water. I think those 6 int. That's it.
I do have 1 int 7 stam or 1 int 7 spirit from Singer in my bags, but the 6 int's kind of good. I'm kind of low on int in other places, so I think the 6 int is fun. I could rock this instead, but
that's pretty bad too. Yeah. I mean, the spirit's not that good for a mage, right? They just drink. I mean, I guess you're a troll, and it kind of helps Evo a little bit, but your chest 6 stam 6 int 6 spirit. Is this a level 30 mage quest?
This is it's in the 20s. It's the 20s mage quest.
What up,
Yo, I got a guest for our late night podcast.
Ooh, what up, Shobek? I'm live right now, bro. Just let you know.
Yo, what's up, man?
What are we doing? I heard Bankai Boys in Shambles, Shobek.
Yeah, listen, dude. Some things are getting a little complicated, but we're working it out right now. We got somebody who got kind of like a dream job, and it just so happens to be he's a paladin, and his life kind of got shaken up, but luckily he's about to be done leveling, and we do have that 3-week buffer.
Yep.
So hopefully
the thing is, it's not that. I mean, it's not that much commitment, bro. If you think about it, even if you have a full-time job, carve out a couple hours on a Saturday, like you just level casually for 3 weeks to get
I don't
9
mean to cut you
levels.
off. I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah, no, for sure. I just think the issue is he can't get himself to auto attack on a paladin, and then with the CS:GO 2 news, he's just too excited to play CS.
He's a game hopper. He's a game hopper.
Dude, he's not committed, dude.
He's a flavor of the month gamer.
Dude, he's a flavor of the month gamer, and it sucks because like I'm over here super committed, and like it's just so hard to see him just always on CS now, and it's like he's not even trying anymore.
Yeah, dude, I feel you, bro. That's happened to me so many times over the years. Real quick, yo, Mr. Shark Rider, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, man, supporting the stream. That's happened to me a lot over the years, man, where your homies bail and go play other games. Especially with new expansions, bro. Like TBC will come out or Wrath will come out. Your homies say they want to play in Raid, and then a couple weeks in, they just switch games, go back to retail, whatever it is. This shit sucks.
Yeah, watch out for Bobka too, bro. He's been
Watch out for me, what, bro? My rogue for the Magora is ready. This one is cap, what?
Bobka's about to go back to CS:GO as well.
Nah, I'm not. I think CS:GO is like a fun game, like late night with the boys, but.
Late night with the boys, you messaged me at 2 in the afternoon.
At 2 p.m., yeah?
Dude, he's like, yo, you want to get on for one? Let's do 1v1 maps.
Dude, I'm actually down for some late night CS:GO. Whip out the old knife collection.
Us, man.
Let's go,
What?
let's go.
You boys play? You play Cargos?
Yeah, I got my Karambit Tiger too, bro, of course.
Oh, do not speak Karambit, bro. I am on the hunt, brother.
I'm looking over Lesmos gear right now. These wrists are insane. Lesmos, where'd you get these?
Yeah, so these are second bis. These are from the quest to steal from thieves in Arathi Highlands.
Ooh, you did the escort?
No, it's not the escort.
Oh, okay.
You gotta go kill the 3 name mobs and get their heads.
Oh, that's not so bad. Yeah,
At the farm. I also AoE'd at the farm for a little bit as I got bored.
I see. Okay, the Gallon cuffs, and then we have bronze bladed knife. Not bad. I mean, this is usually a weapon that like rogues use or something, but I've never seen like a mage use it.
Rod, brother. Look at the goddamn rod I have in my offhand, brother.
Let's see. Let's take a look. 6 int. Satyr's rod.
This is. I actually think this is the
what a weird combo for a mage. You're standing here with like a Bowie knife and like a and a spear, dude.
Combat mage, bro.
I like it. It's actually cool.
So the thing about this is the best I could get with no dungeons. I think this is actually no dungeon bits.
Dude, that knife is kind of badass. That's like a bayonet, bro. You put that on the front of your M4 right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it looks like a combat knife.
It does. Oh, dude, okay.
I like it. Then you got the charred wand.
I
You
have to
did
go
fish
buy
up a good wand though, right?
Yeah, I have a level 41 I can use, but I'm gonna go buy the 31.
Not bad,
Just
not
the white
bad.
one just does more damage.
The Pardock grips. These are kind of mid. Got a bunch of spirit, but
These are
cares
not
between-
mid. They're literally the best I could get.
Spirit though, man.
I don't think there's anything better, dude. Hold on,
That's
I'll
most,
check.
the best you can get is pretty mid, I have to say.
Let me check. I don't know if there's anything.
Ooh, the old lilac sash
The
though.
old
9
lilac
int
sash.
on a belt.
That was huge.
What is this
Is that
from?
BOE or what's that from?
No, that's from I had to get the 15 centaur ears, but before I did that, I had to kill the level 35 centaur. But I
You
was
taking
level
notes,
30 when I
Cabby?
did that.
We gotta get the pally on that, bro. Damn, is that horde only or?
Yeah, I think that's horde only.
Yo, Showback, you're live right now playing CS? No way.
Nah, I'm not live. I am legit on top of Red Ridge, chilling.
Oh,
RP.
I see. It says Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Okay, there would have been one better set of gloves. One is Night Sky gloves, but they're BOE, so you just have to get lucky. And then the other one would have been Shredder operating gloves, which is you have to get all of the lost pages from Ashen Vale.
Oh, that's a
And
pretty brutal quest for sure.
Didn't do that either.
Yeah. Then we got the dry leaf pants, the intellectless pants over here.
Second bis, by the way.
Looking a little sus. That's second bis. Just because of the raw stats, 18 stats. That is quite a lot of stats.
A lot of stats. So your bis pants are from Black Fathom Depths. I want to remind everyone I was on the bench. Then you can get something from SFK, by the way, also on the bench. Stonecloth birches, this is a world drop. And then you can get, there's the Sacred Burial Trousers, but you have to do the whole entire Battle of Hillsbrad chain. So you have to do the elites and everything.
Yeah, we just got raided from Winky, and like 1 million people just spammed change category to World of Warcraft. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate those, Winky. My bad, dude.
Were you on CS2?
No, I was on Diablo 4, bro. Thank you so
How is
much.
that the open beta? Is it good? Yeah.
Dude, I'm honestly enjoying it. Like, the world, the vibe. I'm a big art style enjoyer. Showback. I get a little too excited over some nice art assets, and just the world of Diablo is just so beautiful to me. So I get pretty sucked into it. I don't even know if the gameplay is kind of not the best because I don't play other ARPGs really, like Path of Exile and stuff. But I enjoyed it a lot, man, myself so far. I mean, the story, the vibe, everything's good. Did you play it at all?
I have not. I wanted to go over to my friend's house and like all of us play it together, and I honestly didn't even know about it until today that it like came out with like an open beta, because it was like closed beta and we all had to buy like KFC. It was just too much to coordinate and whatnot.
We all had to buy KFC,
yeah. So, dude, that was a hassle to do, and we played. I think it's called like Gladius or Gladiator when we were younger. You'd like pick a color and be like a Green Ranger or something like that. You ever remember that game? You ever play it? It was like a over the top dungeon crawler.
I don't think so. What was it called again?
What is it called? Gladiator?
Yo, you got the KRBs though. You got the Kodo Rustler boots, Lesmos. These are insane.
Easiest quest in the game, dude.
What is
You
this?
gotta go wrangle some Kodos, dog.
Oh, just get the Kodos I see in Desolus.
Go talk to him, go wrangle down some Kodo, be a good little Kodo wrangler. It's fantastic.
That is incredible. That's a
The
lot of
rings are a little
stats.
scuffed, but they're pretty good. Like for what I had, they're well statted.
Yeah, it's not bad. What
I had
the
Stag Spirit instead on my other ring, but I went in Spirit instead.
this is like the Southern Barons quest, right? To go get the nitroglycerin and stuff.
Yeah, and then the skull ring is the 10 or the 30 scalps or whatever, the 30 skulls.
The game was called Gauntlet, by the way, I think.
It's called what?
Gauntlet?
Gauntlet Dark Legacy.
Ooh.
Is this it? Let's see. Yup, Gauntlet Dark Legacy. So we played that when we were younger, and I was like, holy shit, dude, we should do a LAN party at my friend's house because he has like a whole gaming room and play the Diablo together, like everyone first playthrough. So that's what we're trying to do.
Got that feline mantle, bro. Goddamn.
Yeah, dude. Yo, let me show you the mithril route real quick, Lesmos, real quick.
Season 2. But this is a subjective list. It is actually a list that I'm going to show you basically for myself. So those are the classes that I want to main the most going into Season of Mastery, with again some reasoning behind it. So Why would I put a class into the S tier? Because they are good in PvE, PvP, they're great at their doing, so they're good in leveling, good in gold farming, good in everything, for example. And why would I put it in C tier? Because it is very narrowed down, for example, or shoved into one specific way to play. And then that's for me more of a C tier spec or a C tier class. But I'm going to tell you everything about it on this tier list. There will be timestamps so you can jump around whenever you want. But also I want to again plug my primary channel, which is Retail PvP. We're doing a lot of PvP in Dragonflight. There is also a bit of content about Wrath of the Lich King as well, PvP as well. And on this channel we're covering everything classic. So classic hardcore, classic eras, but also fresh servers, Season of Mastery, Warthog PvP, Warthog just in general. So everything on this channel is purely classic, while the primary channel is purely retail. Now let's start right away on the 2-minute mark, the class tier list. So we're going to start with Druid. That class I've mained on the first servers of classic. So whenever we're 2019 and I decided to main a class, I decided to actually main Druid. I think Druid is a very versatile class. I think it's very hard to main because you are pretty much shoved into the Resto Druid department, or you have to be very specific with Feral Druid, which is again a spec that is played and you're pretty much having only one spot per raid, which is easily done because you have a 40-man. But the problem is, gearing wise, you don't have anything exciting to go for. A lot of the gears that you will go for are pretty easily obtainable, and at one point you'll raid basically to do nothing except just do DPS and have a great time with your guild. And PvP wise, Druids are very awesome. You have a lot of great specs. You have Moonglow spec, you have like Boomkin spec, you're pretty much doing full deep balance Druid. You can also go for a Flag Carrier spec. You have also Feral Druid, like Feral Combat spec, which is pretty much the worst PvP spec of that, in my opinion. But you have ways to have fun. I think it's a very good A-class spec to main. I think it is a better alt class to play in general. Whenever I'm saying spec, it is actually class. Guys, I'm again doing a lot of tier lists. Retail only talk about specs and classes, but right now we do talk about class, because whenever you're playing a class, you put a lot of hours into it. It's not only to play one spec, but probably all the specs whenever you want. I think it's a great alt class to play. I think if you want a second or third character, Druid is probably the best because it's also a very good leveler. It has some good gold farming possibilities. You are very versatile in the way where if your raid needs a healer, you can heal. If your raid needs you Feral, you can play Feral, although often not, they don't really need that, but you can still play Feral if you want to. If you want to play Boomkin, why not? It's not that great, but if you can play that one spot in the raid where you can actually buff those classes, why not? But also in PvP, just in general, if you like to flag carry, for example, I think it's a great alt class to play. And if you're looking for a second or third character, I think Druid is perfect. But as a main character, you do have to realize that you are a jack of all trades, which is often master of none, and right now it is kind of the case. But in the case where in Season of Mastery they do have changes for class change, like class balance and such, and they have Boomkin and Feral Druids to be more competitive in a way, adding some mana regen, a lot of stuff, or a bit more damage, and the same for Feral Druids, like having an extra button like buff, for example. That would make the class jump into S tier. Right now I go with the mindset there will be no changes for classes, and for me it's an A tier. Hunter, I think, is a great class to main. It is one of those classes that are very awesome to play, level and feel. You can pretty much do anything solo. You can pretty much self-carry yourself most of the time. You can gear yourself pretty easily with Dharmal, Tribute Run alone. You can also have probably also easy gearing because you don't have a lot of competition in the raid. Your damage is quite nice in phase 1, phase 2. phase 3 BWL if they have the same phases, and you will do good. And what's good about Hunter is you can melee weave, which is one of the most engaging rotations that you can have in raids, so you will have a lot of movement, a lot of active things to do, and that makes you a little bit less sleepy whenever you're doing raids. And in PvP, you're probably the master of 1v1s. Whenever you have the chance to actually get onto someone in both PvP, you're going to wreck them. In BGs, it's like a BG hero, you're going to do insanely well as well. You don't need to rank 14 weapons, for example. You don't need to grind too much. And I think it's a very, very good class to main. You always have a spot in raids in general. And it is not the most played spec class in vanilla. It becomes one of the most played classes in TBC, but in vanilla it's still one of those sleep classes out there in the game. I think it's a very good one to main. I made one as well in classic, so I had a druid and a hunter, so I was like the most versatile player in the game, pretty much. I think a lot of people actually did the same as me, like going for a druid and then a hunter. Right now I think Hunter is a great pick, even for a second or third class if you have time. It's fast leveling, good gold making, has always a spot in raids. I think gearing it is also very fun compared to a druid, for example, which gear is not really that relevant for most parts. Like for example, feral druids don't change weapons and headpiece for most of the expansion. Even in TBC, you don't really change the headpiece, which is the like power system. You gain like energy when you go into a shift. But for now, I think it is a class to main. And now you can hopefully do changes, like for example BM Hunter, to have their pets to scale a bit better. If they actually scaled better, I think it would be a fantastic class to main, also for the DPS meters. But I'm a big believer that in classic DPS meters are not that important, and it is something that is implemented from players. But I think classic is much more than just mid-race and just parsing. So parsing is fun, don't get me wrong, but I think in general there is more to it than that in classic. Mage. I think Mage is a fantastic class to main. I don't know if I'm going to main one, but I really want to dabble in it. You have two fantastic specs. You have a frost spec, which is great for PvP, and a fire spec, which is also great for PvP, but also great for raiding past BWL with the ignite, rolling ignite and such. Very fun. You will top the meters at one point in AQ, and I think it's a very good scaling class to main. You can outplay a lot of people in PvP. You can pretty much make
Alright, this week order is pissing me off, man. So what we need to do
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Is there a way I can turn it on and off? Because that would be... I wonder... I made a wake order to disable that force tracking and I thought I'd share it. I got sick of clutter of force tracking, so I made this. If you go to custom options and use checkboxes to choose tracking you want. It only has the options that Blizzard remove the ability to toggle off. The rest are still controlled by your minimap. Oh, but can I just run script to turn off the tracking? Why would I want this? You can. It turns itself back on the moment you move away from something and back. This weak order forces it to conveniently stay untracked. Original tracking menu by using command. Close. Just sharing in case you found it useful by your others. For the game settings, not hidden in the command. Trigger. Load. Require for activation custom function. Dynamic information. Actions, conditions, display.
Recharging. I can't do that yet.
Can you add key finds to weak auras?
That spell isn't ready yet. Charging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast it. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
Guess Blizzard's view is a bit broken now. This week or depends on features. I don't think I'm gonna get the
Warriors
answer. Nick.
Miserable. I think it's a very fun class to main, and I will put them at A tier. I will put them at A tier. The reason is you will see a lot of mages, so a lot of competition, but also you have the same competition on Warlock, or Shadow Priest, for example. If Shadow Priest is a thing in Season of Mastery 2, if they still have the debuff. Right now, I think mages in general, great gold farming, solo levelers as well, AoE farming and such. You can do a lot of things as mage. PvE very good, PvP very good, leveling very good, everything is very good. So I think for me, it is an easy A tier class to play. I don't know if I'm going to main one, but if I main a caster, I think it would be mage. That is the caster that I'm doing. Retribution or like Holy Paladin, Protection Paladin is a bit iffy. For me, it's going to be a C tier class to main. If you are going for Retribution, I think Holy Paladin is easily a B tier or A tier class to main. For me, it's going to depend on you if you want to heal or if you want to play Retribution Paladin. I do want them to change a few things towards specs and classes in Season of Mastery 2, that they take a bit more risks to actually change things up and make it better for everyone. I don't want them to make them OP though. They don't need to slap a 1000 DPS buff towards Retribution, but I think putting in Crusader Strike onto your bars and being able to spend that and have a bit of a mana buff, or like a debuff that you can put to the raid that is going to give you mana, like the same for Rapid Conditioning, where you can give you like a buff to your mana and whenever you're going to strike the actual bosses. Could be a good thing for Retribution. You will have a spot in your raid. Make it maybe a bit easier for the raids, just in general to sustain. I think that could be very nice for Retribution. In PvP, you're pretty much just a walking dummy. It's very easy to kite, very easy to wreck you. Of course, if you are overly geared, you're going to one-shot someone sometimes. But I think they just miss Crusader Strike to actually be appealing. It's very slow leveling, fast in the beginning, but then slower. It's a bit boring with just auto attacks. Some people do like it, some people don't. Personally, I like Paladin. I main one in Wrath of the Lich King for Retribution, but also Holy Paladin. I feel like they need to change a few things to make it more appealing, but as a whole, Paladin is still a very good class. Paladin will always have a spot in raids, for example. Have a lot of great things like salvation and such. I think in general, it's always needed to have at least 5 paladins, into the raid. And in general, it's always good to gear yourself as a holy paladin, because there is always a hammer or something like that that is going to go for a holy paladin, and in general, you're going to feel good if you're playing one. But me personally, I will not main one. Priest is I think a fantastic class to main. If you want to main a healer, I think Priest is probably the best one. If you want to main Shadow Priest, in PvP you're going to feel like a god most of the time. In PvE you will have a spot if they're removing the debuff limits. I think you will have a spot on Shadow Priest, and Shadow Priest is not the most played spec out there, so you will always have some way, somehow, a possibility to make it happen, I would say. If I had to main a healer, I would probably main Priest, for sure. I think in general, you will always have some kind of spot, some kind of gearing, some kind of everything as a Priest. You're good in PvE, your leveling speed is not that bad, although a bit boring. Your PvP is quite crazy, because a pre-made group for like PGs, like for example Warsong Gulch, is always going to see like a Disc Priest, like something fantastic, so they're going to invite you. They're going to see a Shadow Priest, which is also very fantastic, they're going to invite you. For me, it's a very fantastic class to play, and I think I might main one. Generally I main 3 classes in Classic or in any other expansion. So if I had to choose one for healing and just like Shadow Priest shenanigans, it would be for sure Priest. I think it's a very fun class to main going into Classic. Now, Rogue. I think Rogue is such an interesting class. I wish I could play so many more classes, but I have to make a choice, you know. I'm going to put it in A tier because of the competition. Daggers are going to be very annoying. Like Fury Warriors want basically the same gear as you. Luckily, you have some prior on some things. I think it's a fantastic class to play because you have like 2 great specs, combat and subtlety. Combat is pretty much PvE, subtlety is for PvP. Assassination is a bit iffy because, again, if they change a few things, I would put assassination a few extra talents, or remove a few talents here and there to make it more cohesive. Right now, assassination is pretty much you want cold blood and that's it. So if they could change that, it would make them easily S tier. But for me, because you have to pretty much play combat PvE and go PvP with subtlety, you can also go PvP with combat, but that's not the best spec out there. Just for that fact, I think it's an A tier class to main. It's still a fantastic class to main, to be honest. It's a very satisfying one to play too. I think you will always have a spot right there if you have a great guild. There is always some possibilities here and there to have fun, so I think Rogue, with the shenanigans in PvE, in PvP, the leveling speed, the gold farming, you can farm pretty much in BRD like all those bots are actually doing. I hope they do nerf it or they do remove it, so we can actually like fight those bots. It could be very nice to play in main one. It's also on my list. If I main a melee, I think it's between a warrior or a rogue, or the next class, shaman. I think shaman is a S tier class to main. You have Resto Shaman, you can play it as a healer, you can go Elemental Shaman to blast people in PvP, or you can play Enhancement Shaman and go full Unbreakable and just break spirits with your Wind Fury. I think the only problem I see is whenever you're doing PvE and people, like if you want to be in a somewhat serious guild, although it's not really needed, Enhancement Shaman and Elemental Shaman don't really have a spot. I think the problem is with Elemental Shaman is, again, mana. If they actually buff the mana in Season of Mastery 2, it could be very awesome. But I don't know if they're going to do that. And Enhancement Shaman is too unreliable. You do lose a lot of mana as well. If they buff mana, maybe it becomes a bit better, but even then. So for me, it's a fantastic class to main if you want to play PvP. The leveling speed is very nice as well. You get Ghost Wolf. I think it's a very fun class to play as well, because you have a lot of flavor between the ranged DPS like a Boomy, but you have Elemental Shaman, which is a bit better, I think, in my opinion. Enhancement Shaman, that is a better version of Retribution Paladin, in my opinion, as well. And you have Restoration Shaman, which in turns is a bit of a passive healer, which is also working in PvP. And in PvE, you will always have a spot because of your totems. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Science. Thank you. That is a subscriber on my private channel, so if you want to check that out, please do check it out in my description. So Shaman, if I played Horde, 100% I am playing Shaman, man. There is no way I'm not going to play Shaman, because that was always a regret of mine not playing Shaman in Vanilla, at least in Classic. I played it in Vanilla, never went level 60 with it. I did play it in TBC, in Wrath of the Lich King and such, but I never played it in Vanilla, and I want to do some unbreakable things. So I think if I'm going Horde, 100% I'm going Shaman. Warlock, I think Warlock is... It's very fun PvP. It's very boring in PvE. In PvE, you're pretty much just casting chaos like Shadow Bolt. It's pretty much the same as Mage, where you're casting just one thing and that's it. You put a curse here and there, and that's it. I'm going to put... I'm going to put it in A tier. I can't put it in B tier because, for me, Warlock is a very good caster. You cannot go wrong if you're playing Warlock. Wrong if you're playing like Destruction, Affliction, or Demology. Demology is a bit bad though, let's be honest, since it's not PC. But I think in general you have like you have Ruin, you have a lot of great things going on, man. I think I don't know if I'm going to main one. Once you have played Demology, like not Demology, but also Demology, but like if you played Warlock in Wrath of the Lich King, it's very hard to come back to Vanilla because a lot of things are a bit simplistic in Vanilla for Warlock compared to Wrath of the Lich King. But also in general, you do miss a few things. Like for example, Unstable Affliction. I think Unstable Affliction is present, right? I don't remember. I think Unstable Affliction is there. Guys, I need to check real quick. I'm gonna check it real quick. Let's see. I can't cast that. Again, I'm confused. You don't even have Unstable Affliction, man. That's the issue I have. Unstable Affliction is such a fun ability, and you don't have it in Classic. So your dots pretty much just production, agony, immolation, you don't really have Unstable Affliction. So that by itself, I think it's just not enough for me to be playing Affliction. Destruction Warlock, very fun. Conflag does a lot of damage. Shadow Bolt crits, very nice. All those things are very nice, but it feels like you're playing a bit of a gimp that class compared to Wrath or even TPC. It's still very fun. Don't get me wrong. I'm still a Warlock fan. If I had a third character or fourth character, it would be Warlock. But I don't think I would main one because just in general, I think the only thing that you have something going for you is that you have little to no competition. You don't have a lot of Warlock players out there. It's one of the least played classes in any senses. every time you start a new fresh, you have so little warlocks. All those warlocks are this leveling this for everything. Even in hardcore, to play in like classic WoW hardcore, warlock is such a great class with great specs. I think in general, if you want to main one, I would go maybe for mage because there is a lot more variety towards that, and your class feels a bit better. Warrior, I think warrior is still a S tier class to main. I'm going to remove the C tier because I think just in general, classic has so many good classes and so many much flavors, and I can't see myself putting things in B tier, although you can see it as a top 9. So my top 10, my top 9 would be something like that. Like I think warrior, shaman, hunter, beast, and then you have rogue, mage, warlock, druid, and paladin as my top 9. And why warrior top 1? I think warrior is one of those classes that if you're playing one and you're maining one, and you get here, you get better, and you feel better, you're doing every time you raid, you get like another piece here and there, you get another like damage boost because of a good weapon. You're going in PvP with your two-hander, you go fury warrior with your warrior in PvP and in raids and wreck people, wreck things. I think it's fantastic. You do need rank 14 if you want to be super mega strong PvP, but I think and hope that in Season of Mastery 2 they do change the PvP ranking system. It would be so nice if they actually changed it, but yeah, I mean warrior, if I had to main a melee, it would be warrior probably over rogue. It could be that I'm going rogue though, because I never really played rogue in classic. I did play a bit of warrior in classic. Though in vanilla I did play rogue, but never at like a higher level and such. But in general, it feels better to play warrior because you have always some kind of progression. While for example druid, your power level as a pearl druid is kind of the same until AQ, where you get another book for your ferocious bite, and even then ferocious bite is not something you don't stress that much. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Especially in PvP where you do shift a lot and such. I don't know, man. In warrior, it just feels so cool. You need a heal bug, some spells in there because you're going to see Novas. But I think it is a fantastic class to main and to play. So if you want to main a class and you want to put your all into it, I think warrior is such a great class for that. I think shaman is also a great class to main because you have a lot of variety. It is not like a jack of all trades like druid. It has some real points where you are superior, like for example elemental shamans can blast people. That's just a fact. Enhancement shaman has also some blasting possibilities. You have purge, which is insane in classic as well. A restoration shaman as well. You have your hunter, still one of the best classes in the game that can actually feel very nice in the first phases, and afterwards it will fade out a bit. But again, let's hope in Season of Mastery 2 that they do change a few things. But please let me know what you think about this video. I have a voice crack, unfortunately, because my voice is cracked because I'm sick. So again, thank you for watching the video. I really appreciate you. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We will cover a lot more videos on this channel as well. I want to have 2 channels dedicated for one for retail and one for classic.
What am I getting ready here, man?
Classic content, and I'm excited to do even more content for this channel. So please, thank you for everything. We will catch each other very soon in the next video. Have a great day. Bye.
WoW's been out since 2004 and no one's put this together except this guy. Oh my gosh! No! Oh, dude, I'm just processing. Give me a second. Dude, this has to be real. There's no way, right? There's no way. There's no way. Oh my, this has to be real, dude. I kind of want to watch it with a comment like this. This is the best WoW story video I've ever seen.
Whatever the hell you do, do not look in the comment section below. Though I don't.
The only reason I'm watching this video is because I saw Asmongold's comment from the comment section below.
usually get many, if any, comments on my productions. So go into full screen mode and let me show you, because I promise you, it's gonna blow your mind. I believe I've made a WoW discovery that literally no one else has ever found. No matter how much I try to look it up, there's never any results. No DuckDuck searches, no YouTube videos, nothing. And that's pretty damn surprising. 2004 that we're talking about here. This is the vanilla WoW world map. As you can see, there's only 2 continents, Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Let me ask you a question. Out of all the zones in these 2 continents, which one is the most forgettable? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it.
Wait, out of all the zones in these 2 continents, which one is
Recharging.
Well, it's probably the one I can't think about. So all the ones I could think about, I can't think of it. But I would say like Hyshul or something?
Give you a few seconds to think about it. Alright, time's up. I imagine that the vast majority of people probably answered with Desolus, Silithus, Alterac Mountains, Deadwind Pass.
No, Hyshul. I said Hyshul.
The usual suspects.
I said
But
Hyshul.
there's one zone in Vanilla WoW that literally everyone knows about, but is almost universally forgotten.
I said Hyshul.
And that zone is Stone Talon Mountains.
Okay.
Stone Talon Mountains is
This is actually like a really, like I quested here to level up in Classic. Like, what's wrong with this zone?
a contested zone that shares a border with the Barrens and Desolus. The fact that it's a contested zone is quite interesting in of itself, as despite there being many low-level Horde quests available here, for Alliance players, there's almost nothing at all. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that if you're an Alliance main like me, you've probably never even been here before.
I've been
The
there,
zone
dude.
itself
What
has
is
an
he talking about?
extremely unusual design, and there really is nothing else like it in the game. It's essentially one giant valley that connects to 3 different open chasms that are completely different to one another. Due to the zone's odd layout and frustrating quests, even many Horde players tend to skip it entirely.
I never
when
skipped it.
leveling.
I did this
But
multiple
I'm not here
times.
to talk about the zone or even its quests,
Okay.
but something much, much weirder. We all know that WoW has a day-night cycle that is in sync with the server's time zone. If it's daytime in real life, then it will be daytime in game too. If it's nighttime in real life, then it will be nighttime in game too. A zone's atmosphere can change significantly.
Wait, is that actually true? I don't think I've ever noticed that. Is that true? I guess that is true now that I think about it. Huh. I've never really thought about that. Oh, they took that out? But it is in Classic. It used to be synced with the server time. Oh, that's kind of cool. But it's not cool anymore because I guess they took it out. Sad. Okay.
Significantly depending on whether it's day or night, but this is true especially for Stone Talon Mountains. During the day, Stone Talon Mountains just looks and feels like a pretty typical looking place.
Dude, is it just me or is this guy thinking about Stone Talon Mountains way too much? Like this guy is like taking a shower thinking about Stone Talon, like, wait a minute, it's too sunny. And then you know, he's about to go to bed and he's thinking about like, wait a minute, Stone Talon is too dark at night. Like, dude, what is this? What the hell is going on?
A bit of trees here, a bit of grass there, but at night, this zone and the way it feels to be in it almost completely changes. From the hours of midnight to 5 AM, music no longer plays in the zone. Instead, all you can hear is this strange ambience that sounds really freaky.
Okay. I mean, alright, sure.
What's weirder is that at night, the entire zone has this creepy red tint to it for seemingly no reason. And there's a ton of fog that limits how far you can see. I'm not sure if you can really notice it here, but the difference when it's daytime is really, well, night and day. Now, obviously, when I first discovered this, I was confused just as much as you probably are. Why is it like this? No other zone has a
I'm not that confused. He's like, I'll be as confused as you are. I'm not that confused. It's a video game. At night, there's ambient sounds. There's some fog that rolls in. I don't see the big problem here.
effects like these at night. It just seems weird. And again, no matter how much I looked into it, no one had an answer.
Well, looked into
but
what?
That's not even why I'm making.
Legendary. And the Maestro's back and acting better than ever for another video. This time I'm gonna be going over a good old-fashioned tier list for all the WoW specs. Oh my god, my brain is working fast. I guess that's why I didn't get hired for any jobs. Anyway. So... I really need a job. Okay, so... What is this E? I cannot even go into the alphabet and learn the letter E. That is way too hard for the Maestro. Hey, damn. I only know the letter S for sexual intercourse. There it is, of course. Okay, so best spec in the entire game. Disgusting. So this is not even Rep Paladin. This is a Flappy Bird, Boomkin, Resto Druid, and Guardian Druid all in one in Rep Paladin version. Disgusting class. You see Rep Pally in every single arena. You literally can't get away from it. And not only is Rep Pally, so there's 3 things that make this the most boring, awful thing in general. Fighting a Rep Pally in general already is long, awful, horrible games in every season in all of WoW. Whenever you see a Rep Pally, it's like, oh, you gotta get through Sank. Then you gotta get through Bop. Then the Rep Pally one-shots you. Then you gotta get through Bubble. Then you're backpedaling into a pillar. And then he one-shots you again. Okay, so playing versus a Rep Pally is already the most boring thing in life. Now that you add in that I'm gonna H-Pal. Rep Pally completely and utterly counters H-Pal in every way. So then you add in that, and then you add in that Rep Pally is good with every class that counters H-Pal. Demo Lock counters H-Pal, it's insanely good. Ret Demo is insanely good. Then you throw in the healer that completely counters H-Pal, which is every healer at this point, but especially Arshane, which we're...
Season of Mastery. PvP. Tier list. PvP Battleground tier list, Season of Mastery Classic. Oh, this is new. Who's this? Hopefully this is good.
Hey guys. So, I saw a lot of PvP and PvE tier lists for the classes coming up for the Season of Mastery Classic WoW.
Uh-huh.
And obviously some of the meta's already kind of developing as far as like the hardcore leveling scene and everything, but that's like all theory crafted. It's just based on surviving and getting to the end game, and who knows what's going to be best for those guys. So I'll just let that unfold as it is. But for non-hardcore players, some things that are very similar as to before, there might be some changes because everybody's very excited and very hyped about the difficulty increase to the raids and the new mechanics that range seem a little bit more valuable. So I wanted to go over 2 things. Let's start with PvP. I'll do a PvP class tier list and a PvE, and then the PvE one is going to be mostly theory crafting, because no one really knows. That meta won't, unfold for maybe another month or 2. But I'll try and use a lot of data from the original classic release to support what my thoughts are on it. So I guess let's just jump
Get a better mic, dude.
I'd like to start by saying that I don't think there's any bad classes. Really, there's not. Every class has a very, very strong role. There might be a few S tiers, maybe a few S tiers. I'm not even sure. I would say that there's more than 1 or 2. But as far as like any class that would be a B, I don't even know if we'll see that. So let's just get going, and we'll start with the Druid. So the Druid's quite strong in Force on Culture, it's your main flag carrier. A free action and a Druid are going to be absolutely integral to fast honor farm. And then also for just casual players that like to have fun, the Druid is is a blast. It's extremely survivable, has good kiting capacity, and then can 1v1 with the best. Even in the dual tournament scenarios, Druid was fairly competitive, where their main weakness was going to be priest, shadow priest, attacks, but they beat most of the other classes. They beat any non-known warrior pretty much hands down. They were just tearing it off. So they're very, very good in 1v1 scenarios, and they have very few weaknesses that can actually be countered by use of, professions. That being said, they are great for both Arathi Basin and Alteric Valley. The downside to them, I said, is the only negative that brings them down a notch, is that you really only want one of them in Arathi Basin. You can create pre-mades and stuff and have your 5-man groups with more than one. It's not a big deal. But if you're trying to min-max...
This video is an hour long. Holy shit.
Then you only want one druid, really. And that's usually going to be either a flag sitter, or he goes into the middle with the team and throws hots everywhere and innovates someone, priest, who's going to need to pump a lot of healing to get a big clash at Blacksmith for Arathi Basin. In Alteric Valley, you're going to see tons of them. They're great. They throw heals everywhere. They actually probably maximize their healing in that place better than even raids. Just because there's so much damage going out all the time, everywhere. So they're phenomenal in Alteric Valley, and I would give them an overall A rating, because they are going to be essential in
It's a relief to get all this stuff back.
Yeah.
So thanks for your help, adventurer. I could use a person like you to help out with my operation here. If you're ever looking for work, don't forget about how well Gazlo pays for service.
Cats aren't as good as rogues.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Next up, we have Hunter. Hunter is also a good hunter. Is probably one of the best.
Physics, eh? Can't say I trust him, but this information seems good enough. What I wouldn't give to have the venture company out of my hair. They do come up with some good machines, though. I can't deny that we benefited from using some of the improvements.
I can't hear this video.
The matter of this gnome that has been hired by the venture company has caused a bit of a stir in Undermine. The trade princes do not approve of Razdunk's consorting with this Gorenzo. Riddlevox has asked me to take care of the problem, and I'm sure he was instructed to do so by one or more of the trade princes. Of course, the director didn't tell me that. Let's just say I have a hunch. Whatever the case, Gorenzo must be removed, and it would be a fitting test to have physics take care of him. You got them! Thank you! I'll have these sent to Dizzywig and get them shipped to Booty Bay. I can already taste the profits. Here's your cut, adventurer. I couldn't have made this deal without you.
Ha ha! I never thought I'd make more of this stuff ever again. You've
Can I
stirred
skip
in me a
this
great
shit?
sense of nostalgia, adventurer. Kind of reminds me of the last time I made a batch of Trog brew. Thank you. The memories warm my stomach.
Good.
If they get a jump on somebody, it's really hard for anyone to survive. Mages and warlocks are two powerhouses, and they both get shredded by hunters if the hunter gets a jump on them or knows what they're doing and is managing them properly. Also, they can out-kite a lot of classes. If a warrior doesn't have like a healer and some freedoms or faps or whatever from a paladin, then they can punish even the plate wearers, which is a big deal. And they scale really well into the end game, and they start really strong in the early game. The downside to hunters is that their damage output is not nearly as high in large scale as, say, a mage, warlock, or warrior, right? So those pure DPS classes tend to outperform hunters a little bit, but I would say bring as many as you can into Alteric Valley. They're just
Good stuff. That
killer
storm stout, huh? I have another
Arathi
recipe
Basin,
that
you
I
always
wanted
need
to
at least one.
Would you be interested?
And I would
It
say
won't
it's
take long
not a
to
terrible
make, and
idea
it
to
might
bring
be useful
two.
if you plan on
So
adventuring
you
some
need
more.
one because they're
Bring
going
me
to
5
scout the
lightning
team and where they're
glands
going.
from any
Give
storm.
you a strategy
1
and pre-meeting,
Thunderhawk saliva gland
for
from
Arathi
Greater
Basin.
Thunderhawks, and a Kodo liver from
And
any
in
of the
Warsong Ghosts,
Baron's
they're known
Kodos.
as really good
Like I said,
defenders
this stuff has
for
kick.
the enemy,
It's the Trog brew
flank
that I
unit that's
mentioned to
gonna
you
try and get into your
before.
base. So you can utilize them very well.
I think you'll go far within the horde.
I think you would want to go into either
You
one
did so well with the lieutenants and underlings that I'd like you to do one
for those
last
that, like,
thing for me.
concerned about,
Serena
why does this guy
Bloodfeather
think
is
that?
the sister of a
That's
harpy
just been my
named
experience,
Bloodfeather,
right? It's my
who was
opinion
slain
based
by
off of
Rexar quite a
having
while
done
ago.
a lot of,
Apparently,
PvPs,
these
having
attacks on the
ranked on
Horde
two characters,
caravans are
having,
revenge for her sister's
4
death.
characters at least
I need you to
100 hours,
slit her
2
throat and bring me back her head.
classes, I'm sorry.
I want to place it on the next caravan we send out.
At least.
Give those harpies something to think about.
Battlegrounds.
Adventurer,
And
you
in
take
open
my
world,
task
I
seriously,
as often as I
and
can
for
in
that
open
I
world,
thank
as long
you.
as there's good population.
Although my desire for revenge
Hunter-
remains,
Hunter's
I
crazy
can at
good.
least
I would say
smile
2
seeing
could be
that the
useful
Quillboars
in
have
Rocky
felt
Basin.
pain themselves.
Maybe not ideal, but if you can make it work, that'd be great. Because the one can be your backman that watches, like for Horde side, right? You would, or I mean, Alliance side, you would watch stables, and for Horde side, you'd watch farm. And he would, flag cap or flag sit there. But if you had a second hunter, you send him probably to the middle or to gold mine, depending on if you like that matchup. Hunter versus whoever is going over there. But if he goes, if you send a second hunter to the middle of Rothi Basin, that could work fine because he could just pump on a mage or a healer.
Goodbye.
Toss some mana drains and create some serious chaos and basically make sure that their squishier targets are having trouble staying in the fight, pushing them out or killing them altogether. So quite a strong class. Also, slowing in the middle is, or using that control trap to, slow target on a respawn graveyard so that your team can get the upper hand. Those things are huge. And that's something only akin to really hunters and mages, at least those
and it was Mura's hope to bring
they
it to
create
life.
very,
Perhaps
very,
the
very
strange
specific
life found
needs
here in
that
the Barrens can help
all
remove
teams
Silver
probably.
Take a sample
But
of
they're
the
not,
shells you find
like
and
the
bring
best
it
at
to
everything.
me.
So I would still give
She
it,
is
right?
staying
You're gonna
for
notice
several
this is gonna be a huge trend, right?
With
There's gonna be a lot
luck,
of
studying the shell
So
will give her
let's
the
go
insight
to
she needs to heal that dying place.
Paladin.
I have
skip
rendered the
mage for now.
spores
I'll
you
tell
gave me
I'll
into
go
an
over why,
emulsion.
'cause I want to kind of
I must now send it to my associate, Apothecary Zama.
Rogue Warlock Warrior for the DPS
If you were to
spots.
carry this to her,
So we'll just go
she
Paladin,
can offer
Priest,
you something
and
from
Shaman
our
now.
stores of
These are obviously
alchemical
all
goods.
major healing
She is in the
classes, but they also
pools
have
of vision,
hybrids and
a
different
cave beneath
builds.
the
I actually
shamans of
played
Thunder Bluff.
main to Paladin.
The path to this
I
cave
did
is
4
well
years
hidden,
in classic
but you may
private
find
servers
it on the Spirit Rise Bluff.
Paladin,
Do
and then
hurry.
I also
This
played
emulsion
Paladin
will
in
maintain
expansions
its
and stuff
potency for
for
only a
15
short
years.
time.
So I had a lot of experience with this. I played a priest for a year and a half and ranked to 10 on a priest, and then I only ranked to 8 on a resto shaman. So that's the least of my experience, but I will get more going horde side this time. The paladin is probably neck and neck with the other healers. They all have a ton of power to them, and they all have their own significant benefits to bringing them, right? So as far as a ret paladin, right, the meme spec, ret paladins do decent damage, like in PvP. From a PvP standpoint, in raids they're doing damage, but in PvP they do some great damage. They're very tanky, just like a warrior. They have probably the tankiest class because of the bubble. There's no way to get rid of bubble in classic, and they can like front line and bait a lot of cooldowns, and then just bubble it, top off, go again, and then if they have lay in hands cooldown, then they basically have 3 lives, and that can really hurt a team. They waste a lot of resources and damage on Paladin. They have Reckoning Ret and Reckoning Holy, which are like spell bombs and attack power bombs, where they just basically have programmed Wind Furies, which is an extremely valuable tool. I would say it's better in battleground scenarios than Ret is, because there's no Crusader Strike yet, so you're not really getting that much burst out of your Ret spec. But they're great. They're just not nearly as great as Rogue. They have 0 cleave capacity.
This fang is merely a token, but what it represents is profound.
And if you get a good purge on a paladin or several purges, then they're stripped and unable to
that is your burden.
be in the front
That
line
is
as
your
often
honor.
as they'd like. So they're really
Now,
easy to
adventurer,
control.
you must face the
no
great
defense
thunder
against
lizard.
fear.
So large are the
Dead
beasts, the
paladins
ground
don't have
rumbles as
really
they
much
stomp
at all
across the plains.
to deal with priests
Take
and
care as
warlocks,
you
and
fight them,
mana
for one
drains
false step,
are
and you may find
dispellable,
yourself
but
beneath their
if they
feet.
start
You
as a
will
red
find the
dead pool
thunder
in a
lizards in the southern barrens. They are known as storm
Yeah, very weak
storm
class.
comparatively,
Return to
the
still great for casual
Your
play.
strength,
Also, I would say that
to embrace the hunt gives me confidence.
really good
bigger
at
challenges.
communicating together,
The forests of
focusing targets,
Ashenvale
making calls
represent a
CCs,
vast untamed
and
wild
also obviously,
that
you
the
know, have a bunch
Horde
of
seeks to
engineers and
impose its will,
Paladin could be replaced.
both politically and spiritually.
The
If you seek to
holy
root
aspect of
yourself in
Paladin
an
in PvP
uncontrolled
is
seek the guidance of
in
Splinter Tree.
the early phase of the weakest, least amount of late, but not quite as tanky. Outlook, which is a weakness for mines in the early meta, and we're starting with day one in season. But as time progresses, they're going to get better and better and better. So yeah, as soon as they get access to tier 2, they're kind of scary because not only do they have pretty good healing from it, it's not the best, but it's pretty good. They have a lot of damage as well, so they can kill people in addition to keeping people topped. And paladins are a must, period, just because they offer that concentration aura, which is significant for their casters that they can get in groups with. They have Bob, which can save lives. Like, even if it gets purged, you probably saved them from a warrior because they're going to get out using that Bob. They have freedoms for warriors, which is insane because they can, you know, freedom into a FAP into a freedom. You know, it gets so nasty, so freaking nasty. And yeah, warriors need uptime in order to be that wrecking ball. So they're a huge part of the meta, and by the end of the game in tier 3, they're gods. I think I had a fully next geared warrior with some Grand Marshal gear on him too, who popped recklessness and tried to kill me on my holy paladin in full tier 3.
It is good to know you have done so with your bones unbroken.
Flashlighted through. I did even downranked at times. Like, it's hilarious.
It is time for you to face them.
Against
You
play.
must find
Casters
where
are still
it
scared
goes
for
and
holy
bring me
paladins.
its wings as
They've
proof
got some
of your
pretty huge
successful
bursts
hunt.
towards the end of the
Do
game.
this, and your time with me
But
will near its
if
end.
you're kiting or being careful, you usually can survive it pretty well. So it gives it that resilience feel almost. They're so tanky. So yeah, paladins are great. They don't have the most output in the game, but they do have another strong piece of good spam. Dispel for not terribly expensive amount, so they can get rid of a lot of nasty debuffs, keep the damage off their targets, and then just do some small healing in order to top off their team. But they're not the best, like, large-scale team fight healer. You know, they have a hard time doing any kind of AoE healing at all, and they're really just based off of their cooldowns and utilities that they bring, and keeping like a warrior up, right?
You, like the Thunderhawk, should be proud.
That being said,
you have
like,
bested every foe we set you before and have done so with strength, courage, and honor. But your path, adventure, continues. In fact, you will find the true hunters forever strive, forever walk their path with the same pride you have shown me. Now it is time to move on.
But
you have
still
hunted
just
the
gonna
beasts
keep
of
them
the
at an
barrens.
A. They're
Your
not the best
spirit
healer,
is strong,
and
but a hunter
they
must
definitely
always
aren't
be
B.
A true hunter can stalk prey down
want
any
at least
path.
2. I
Mountains
would say
and swamps will
guaranteed
not
1
slay
in
you,
Warsaw.
not even the sea.
Buff 2. Yeah, I
Find
didn't
my
mention
sister
buffs.
Mara.
The buffs are amazing.
She hunts the great water beasts along
when
the
asked
coast. She will be
about
your
the
teacher
design
in
of
their
the
ways,
classes,
but
Paladin versus
beware
Shaman,
what you search
developers said, you know,
for the
Kings was meant
Baron's
to be
coast
an
is held
equivalent
by humans.
to Wind Fury for, you know, melee, and it just also affects casters. And the irony was that they did like a data crunch later on, and Kings actually ended up being more throughput for their damage across like a period of time, because Wind Fury's, you know, proc based, so the proc doesn't happen enough to make it keep up with Kings. So yeah, it's actually superior, and that's nasty because melee and casters get it, and your healers. So it's just good all around. Going to priests. Priests are probably the best healer in the game, like pure healing. Not only that, but they're like slightly above paladins on healing overall, like maybe, you know, 5% better. But they also have all of the shielding, which is another amount of healing if you count absorbs, and that no one else can keep up. So they're just great at keeping entire teams alive because they have a lot of AoEs, instant casts, and hots and direct strong flash heals. So it's really hard to do anything without a priest. Also, you know, they provide a stam buff, absolutely a must for everything, I would say. And they also have an offensive purge, dispel, defensive and offensive. So it just makes them crazy good. I'd say that they are the S tier of the healers. They're not. It would be like an S minus though. It's not like crazy. The healing output is phenomenal. They're a little squishy until they get some gear rolling, some stamina bonuses, some armor. They run like some armor rings and stuff to keep them alive until they get some really nasty healing ring loot from raids. And they kind of need a babysitter, right? You need peels for your priests. So, but mind control's nasty, mana drain's nasty. An AoE fear for breaking up people on flags, or like peeling people off of their FCs and Warsong. If they can stay in the back line without getting touched, then they're just going to pump a crazy amount of healing in Alteric Valley. And in open world, they're actually pretty scary as well. There's only a few classes that would just pick a fight with a well-cured priest. That being said, Shadow Priest is the hybrid form to that, where it's like the tanky, tons of damage dealing, but they have a huge weakness, and that is their mana pool. If they get in a fight with one person, they're probably, and they kill them, they're probably at 20% mana. Maybe with good gear, 40% mana. And so if they fight like a 1v2, totally doable. They're fucking crazy strong. Then they would be close to doom at that point. Ironically, the more targets they have, the more efficient they become with their mana, because they're spreading that damage, and they just have to get those casts off. And unless they're dispelling the dots, like they just roll. I mean, one Shadow Word Pain will bring in early game. The scaling is so great, but early game Shadow Word Pain will bring a full health warrior to, I don't know, 55% health, 45% health, depending on who they are. So that's a lot of damage just from one dot, and they can roll a bunch. But yeah, they're crazy strong. They're one of the best 1v1 classes in the game. They have a very, very competitive scene against warlocks, mages, warriors, rogues. In fact, they probably dunk on warriors and rogues and work with their casters, but I haven't played Shadow at length. I dabbled in it, so I'm not an expert on that. It could be a very even match against the right warrior and the right rogue, I'm sure, because those are both also very, very strong classes. But yeah, an open world farming, PvP guy, you definitely would not go wrong with the priest. As far as the shaman, right? The shamans are probably the weirdest scaling healer. This paladin's kind of weird too. Paladin starts very weak, gets kind of strong just because of the utility, but the healing isn't crazy good.
The spores from the barons that Hellbrim was gathering. He garnered your aid in delivering them. Good. And the emulsion is still potent, so you must have wasted no time in the delivery. Well done, adventurer.
The totems grant them a lot of good utility, and then they're offensive purgers, right? And that's what makes them so good. But in the mid game, like once the AQ gear comes out, they're fucking crazy. Like if you brought 5 shamans into Arathi Basin with you, you would just powerhouse every point. It would be such a joke. Like that many chain lightnings rolling around, and then you just follow up with some chain heals and purges and whatnot. There's not many alliance premates that are going to be able to handle that kind of pressure if you're coordinated and you're good about it, especially if you have mages on your team. And
the spirits have guided you to me. How may I be of service?
And then they continue that powerhouse. They're great in Warsong. They can keep up to an extent with a druid if they wanted to just set a shaman as the healer for your flag carrier. They have very great offensive capabilities because they're supplying materials to those warriors and purging people. So they get on top of a
I can train you in first aid techniques.
There's a great chance that you can kill them. Also, Earthshock, the Interrupt is nasty. So nasty. Yeah, it's just a crazy valuable class. And I'm, of course, talking about healing shamans and Ellie together, because you don't really need to choose one or the other. You can pure heal if you like, that's great. But Elemental Overload, the Chain Lightning, Guaranteed Crit, is just one of the strongest things I've seen in PvP. I think you have to go it, honestly. There's no reason to go full Resto that I can think of, because I don't think they have Earth Shield at this point. So Ellie's nuts. I would run pure Ellie, and then for the meme boys that want to be unbreakable, that's equivalent to
mounted on the back
right?
of a wind rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
You can do a lot of damage. You can put people in the dirt, get a good wind fury, and just smoke somebody. But most of the time, if you're doing competitive PvP, you're a squishier warrior with no guaranteed damage and not an infinite resource. So in 1v1 scenarios, Enhance is fucking stellar, man. It's so good. But in large scale, you don't have any cleave. If you get caught in a big warrior brawl, like a blacksmith in the middle of Arathi Basin or in an AV, and 2 people look at you and sneeze on you, you're dead, because There's no way you're going to be one. Enhancement shamans rarely get the priority on healing because they're not the wrecking ball that warriors are. So yeah, not quite as good. I would say overall, shaman is an A. Great class. You're gonna have a lot of fun no matter what you choose. But I think if you're trying to like just be a big dog and be overpowered to an extent, because there are lots of overpowered classes in Classic, which is why it's so fun, I think. But yeah, Elemental is a powerhouse. And then obviously Pure Resto is great because you're going to keep your whole team alive. And you'll still have a lot of those tools. You can still get some pretty strong Chain Lightnings in, you just won't have the same burst, you know. So overall, it's fine. Just pick your poison. Alright, so now we get to the like pure DPS classes, right? Let's just start with the Rogue. So Rogue is known as potentially the best PvP class in the game. That's true in certain scenarios, right? That's why it's really hard to make these PvP tier lists, because you have to talk about exactly what they're the best at. Rogues are one of the best 1v1s. They have an obvious weakness, right, where they have issues with warriors. A really good rogue can beat anything. That's my personal opinion. Like if you're the best player in the world and you're playing a rogue, and then the other best player in the world is playing any other class, I think the rogue should win and maybe have a slightly hard time with like a druid or a warrior. But you can beat an SL warlock. It's tough. It's really tough. Really, really tough. And okay, so like dueling. Never mind. In a dueling scenario, there's like restrictions in those tournaments and stuff. Like maybe in an open world scenario, rogue should win. And why I say that is because like I've had to fight a lot of rogues on my warlock and my warrior. But like when my warlock was SLSL and fairly geared, he would beat like 99% of the rogues. But there was like 2 that I would come up across in pre-mades that were just insanely difficult. I think there's one that I never beat. He used everything. You know, he had tons of quest items that he would use, like Skull Pinning Doom. He would fap on me. You know, a bunch of different little utility potions, whatever he had to do, engineering gizmos, gadgets, rocking all my pets, things like that. Like whatever he had to do to beat me, he would use, and he did. He won, so it works, you know. And I think that's why rogues are so strong, is because they do have the capacity to win any fight if they use all the tools in the game. Because they probably have the most tools combined with their own toolkit. They do have a great amount of damage. They have capacity to cleave if they use well, I don't know if they have Blade Flurry in PvP, but they have a potential to do it. And then otherwise, you know, even if they don't, they are great at ninja capping flags, being in the fight in the back line. They'll go straight for like a healer. Applying those poisons is a huge deal. They lose out on potential in Alteric Valley for like large scale fights, but honestly that doesn't matter, because if you have a smart team in Alteric Valley, you'll have just like a team of rogues and some druids, or maybe like one or two druids, not a whole lot of druids, but you know, like 3 to 4 rogues, 2 druids, maybe like another rogue. And you go into the other side of the map on AV, and you just fucking tear it up. You do some ninja.
Oh, I forgot to get.
If you like, but really they're just good for mobility capping, and then
forgot to get a 2-hander.
After, and then they can also back
axe
in a defensive manner. So they're really good at both of those things. They do those like smaller fights within the AV meta. So, and then of course they pump on Drek and Van, right? If you need to do some boss damage, they're great for that too. So rogues are still phenomenal on AV, and then the one-on-one, they're an S tier easily. In Arathi Basin, I think you need at least 1 rogue. You probably don't need 2, but we've run 2 before, and it worked out really well. They're both really skilled, so and they understood like their assignments and stuff, and it makes it easier to like cap flags behind enemies. And then in Warsong, I think they're insane. They can supplement the druid, replace the druids sometimes. Really good for staying on top of targets, and they kill FCs, right? Or play defense if they need to. So they're all around good in the right hands. I would say I would give them an S tier, which is ironic because I don't think they're better than some of the other classes I'm about to put in A directly, but just given all the things that they are capable of and that they're so good in every single situation, you just gotta put them in an S. They're not bad in any situation. So, let's go to Warlock. We'll do, you know, the 2 baddies after. So Warlock is known as an S tier as well, and I would agree. In a lot of situations. The weird part is they're like a S minus in a way because of, well, you know what? I'll put them in like an A plus, guys. They could be S minus, they could be A plus. It's a little bit of wiggle room, and I played a lot of Warlock like extensively. The reason I say this is because they're so good at so many things, but they also have a lot of specs. People don't realize that you don't just have one PvP spec as a Warlock. There's I think 3, maybe 4. There's a SL spec where you're just very tanky, right? And that's like the best 1v1 spec. That's the best flag sitting spec. That's the best management spec, like large scale utility, you know, just making sure that everybody's got like the right debuffs and stuff. And you can like frontline and Arathi Basin matches sometimes with it. It's not that tanky, but it is tanky. And so yeah, I mean it's great for that, but it doesn't kill as much as the other specs. So then there's like SM, which is gives you like tons of range on all your abilities. Where like, you know, if you catch a warrior out in the open, he's fucked because one, you'll put a slow on him and you'll dot him up before he'll ever get into charge or intercept range, and you just can keep guiding. He'll be dead. So like, you can do that with Rogue too, really. Shit, you can give Hunter a hard time. It's really just hard to beat because it's got a lot of control. It's got new damage. Got Shadow Bolt, large scale like Alteric Valleys. You just putting dots up on like 25 people and watching like, I don't know, in a minute maybe 20 free Shadow Bolts pop out of your ass. It's crazy. So quite a good spec as well. Yes, there are 4 specs. There's the Ultimate Burst spec, which I like a lot. I would say it's not my favorite, but it's quite good. Because it's a little squishy, just like the one that has a lot of control, the Shadow Mastery. It's Nightfall Conflag, right? So you have bursts that you know you're going to get, and then you put Corruptions up on multiple targets to fish for Nightfall proc. So you get instant Shadow Bolts, instant Fire Burst. Overall, just probably the highest damage. It's definitely the highest damage game. Here's why. I've actually seen several Pyro mages, Fire mages, in PvP and in competitive PvP, doing pretty well, and they do a ton of damage. They don't have infinite resources, which means mana. Warlocks do as long as they have a healer. So that's a bonus. You can just continuously pump damage without end. 2, like a Palm Pyro, essentially, is what, a 2 to 3 minute cooldown, I think. And has a significant amount of burst damage that it does, I would say, as high as 6,500 damage, like instantly, within a 1.5 to 2 second margin. A Warlock can do that same burst every 15 seconds, just the way the Shadowburn cooldown and the Conflag cooldown work. So they don't have to wait minutes, they just wait seconds. So they're significantly stronger than like pure burst damage. And that's one of the specs that is, you know, just phenomenal. And then there's obviously Deep Conflag, where you're kind of a tank, not quite as tanky as SL. You get a lot of stamina though on your side, a lot of healing, a lot of utility, and then you have Deep Fire, which just makes your fire damage strong and have, you know, like a stun and maybe a daze or something like that. So it's a little bit of extra management that is added onto the fire damage that you're going to be doing with that burst from Conflag. And that is one of my favorite specs, mainly because when you run the Nightfall proc builds, you get baited into like AoE or just multi-target dotting a lot, which may not be useful, because in like competitive PvP, a lot of the time you want to kill someone and make sure they're dead. So it can be a little bit better at just like saying, alright, well fuck this multi-dotting shit, I'm just gonna find my target, he's dead. And that does happen a lot. Most of the time I would just kill a mage that got too aggressive on our team, because mages are really scary with their AoE and they can control whole teams with Frost Novas. Or a warrior that got, you know, too ballsy and thought he was going to come in and like wreck a healer. I would just basically one-shot him, and it takes 2.5 seconds to kill almost anyone in those builds. So really strong. Downside is the 1v1 capacity is lowered. You're not going to beat rogues very often with it if they're good. A warrior that gets on top of you, if you don't have like a death coil or something, you probably are dead. But for the most part, there's not anything that's terribly scary. Like as long as you have a potion of some sort, like a lip for fizz damage dealers, or if there's a caster that's not giving you respect, you'll probably put them in the dirt really quickly. It's really easy to beat. LE Shamans, most mages, because I would say that on average, the skill cap for a mage is really high. And there are a lot of good players out there, but the majority of them, even in pre-mates, are quite underwhelming. Like, it's probably the scariest class to go up against if it's in the hands of a good player, and then the most of them are just like decent. But yeah, that being said, warlocks are great in Warsong. They can defend well, based on the spec, right? They can sit mid, which is a big SL thing, right? They just bully people in the middle, like say, hey, this is my territory, stay out of it, kind of thing. They're great for some significant team fights, whether it be 10, 15, or 40.
I can't
brawls,
do that yet.
In a rocket base. Put them as like a flag sitter. If they're a tanky spec, first you send them right into the middle and watch them just take somebody in half. So quite powerful and also one of the best players. So yeah, really, like I love putting like right here, A plus, S minus. It's gonna be hard to do because the mage is so freaking good. The mage is right, doesn't have the same level of burst as warlock, but they're not really that much. I was just explaining the mechanics to you guys. Really need almost as much burst as on the builds. They also have 3 builds that work really well. Obviously, most of them are going to be Frost, which is just crazy survivability, crazy utility, and quite good damage. They have a significant amount of AoE damage. They'll always be the highest AoE damage in the game of all the classes, period. Unless next season, I guess, they start patching classes. They do deep fire. They have a really strong amount of pure damage and burst, which is really scary, but they become a little bit squishier, so that's something to deal with. And then they have Frostfire, which is just kind of the best of both worlds without the ice barrier, so it's pretty bad for a warrior from the outside. Pretty much any class besides a hunter it's an insane amount of damage that you can front load. A lot of instant casts at your disposal and a lot of control. And then there's, Arcane Fire, which is that Palm Pyro burst spec, which is also, just very, very valuable. Maybe early game, not quite as good, but you could run it. That being said, they are by far and away S tier. Why are they S tier? Crazy good 1v1. Like, there's no class that's just gonna outright dominate them consistently in the hands of 2 good players. Right after that, we've got Warsong. Absolutely mandatory to have at least 1 mage. Got food, AI buffs, and then their toolkit allows them to control those team fights to help you win. Getting a sheep on a healer is big. Counterspelling a healer at the right time. Pumping on or controlling a warrior while pumping another DPS. They can do it all. Arathi Basin, we always bring one because they can delay disadvantage out situations, double ice, block ice barriers, blinks, frost notice. They keep people from capping flags so they can delay. Or if you bring them into the middle for a team fight, then they just hop in the front line and absolutely shred the shit out of the other team with tons of AoE damage. Get in, blink out right after, get some heals on them, make sure they're protected, and you'll just, if I had to build a perfect raid pre-made comp for Arathi Basin, I'd probably have 3 mages, two or three mages, just because if you put them in a mid fight, there's so much damage going out and so much control that I think you're bound to win. And I talked about having 5 Ellies earlier for Ellie Shaman. It's you have several Ellies and several mages and just enough warriors to front line for you, and you're basically winning the majority of your AB matches if you're not pretty good. And then there are the kings of Alteric Valley. The kings. There is not a single class that can do as much as a mage can in Alteric Valley. I've seen so many meta strats based around frontlining mages, but protective mages, clashing mage situations where if they had 10 mages on their AV, you're oh fuck, we're dead. There's no way. There's too much damage going on. Hitting 40 people, healers can't keep up with that. And it's impossible for even a fapped warrior to kill that many mages. It's not gonna happen. So yeah, by far and away best in AV. They have great damage and single target. They can protect the bunkers crazy well. And I've even seen a guy that got Grand Marshal and 5 mages when he multi-boxed, and he would just create enough havoc just with those 5 mages of his to win games for his random teams, right? Just pugging. So yeah, they're easily the S. They're probably S plus just because of those things. They're the best at what they do in every situation. Warriors, I put it up, not E. Sorry guys. Warriors are probably gonna be A. They are so strong and so mandatory, but they're also so weak without a healer. Easily controlled, usually targeted first because they're frontline. Like it used to be like, oh, you know, get away, they're tanky, but people get geared pretty quick these days, and they're not worried about how tanky you are. They can pump you with damage. So yeah, if you're not careful, you know, you just get one shot in the front line. Having multiples makes them even better. They have an infinite amount of resources. The prolonged fights are scarier with more warriors you have. If you're not killing people and it comes down to like a lung like the middle of Rothi Basin, Blacksmith, or Warsong Gulch, then like having 2 or 3 warriors basically means you won, because you know they're just gonna keep pumping damage as long as they can continue to
Bravely
live.
done, adventurer. We may ultimately need the wisdom of Tauren elders to calm the spirits of Stone Talon, but ridding the venture company of its personnel is a good first move against them. To truly tend the spirits of Stone Talon, we must consult the Tauren elders. I do not know many of their leaders' names, but I do know of one, Magatha. I have heard that she is very old and she knows much. If anyone can marshal spiritual aid from the Tauren, it is she. Magatha resides in the Tauren capital of Thunder Bluff on Elder Rise, the city's northeastern bluff. Speak with Magatha and tell her of the peril of Stone Talon Mountains. There is a relation to the spiritual magic of shamans and the natural magic of druids. This is why we shamans can hear the plea of the spirits of Stone Talon. Many of their whisperings are lost to me, but one message, one vision is clear. I saw a vision of 2 man-shaped machines in Windshear Crag, northwest of Greatwood Vale, felling trees with impossible speed. These metal beasts must be stopped. In my vision, the machines were marked with strange symbols. XT 4 and XT 9.
Grundig Darkcloud is dead. Adventurer, I will always be grateful for what you've done here.
Like optimal.
Kaya is alive, adventurer. I have you to thank for rescuing her. Tell Tamara Winfield Kaya's aunt who's at Sunrock Retreat about the good news. Kaya is alive. We had thought she was lost after the brutal attack on our village. Follow the path to the west to get to Sunrock Retreat.
So excited I am. 3 little cages for 3 little elves. But what shall we do with our lovely tree-hugging friends? Why, let's give them a taste of
you're not gonna have a whole lot of gold to buy that stuff with.
Forest magic.
Probably
I'll need a good mess of Stone Talon sap. And those horrid felines bring me some twilight whiskers. This calls for plenty of coarser eyes, of course. Can never have enough eyes. Oh, and lest we forget, a precious scale from a Fey dragon.
12 to 13.
Hurry to Stone Talon Peak, adventurer, so I can brew some forest magic.
The 12-13 gear, and then they get a weapon. It's rough. And then if they get a VRE in this phase, anyways, these are just my opinions, guys. Notice there's no B's, C's. God forbid D series. I could go into specific
Sweet.
tiers
Good
as well,
news.
but I don't
Perhaps we will have fewer unwanted dinner guests tonight. Many thanks, adventurer. We are forever in your debt.
There is a balanced hybrid PvP build. I think StormX runs it a lot, which is quite good. But it is not like, I wouldn't say it's an S tier or an A+ tier. It'd be like an A- B+ tier for just like 1v1s, kiting, being like, you know, a survivalist is kind of like how I think of it. It's got decent damage output and good in open world. But yeah, I don't think a single spec would hit C, D, or E. Yeah, if I had to throw one out there, I think the lowest would be a C, would be Pure Ret Paladin. Just because you got some really strong bursts, you're gonna hit hard, but you can't do it on purpose enough. There's actually like better offensive builds, like the Reckoning builds are better in my opinion. Even a Holy Ret build with a 2-hander is better because you can choose when to Holy Shock, pop your trinket, stuff like that, and then fish for like a Seal of Command with it for like a 1-shot. So no matter what, I think the lowest tier is probably like a Pure Ret Paladin, and then they have tons of other good builds with them. So overall, they're an A, or be like a B+, and then because Holy is so strong, I'll put them in A. But yeah, and then they still have those utility spells that Holy uses when they are trying to DPS. If they use them, you know, a good Paladin will. Bad Paladins, you know, shake your fingers. So yeah, that's what I've got for PvP tier list, guys. And I did want to go over my theory crafting for raid. When I just reset this. This is going to be kind of wacky because I'm not doing class specs. So I guess I'm really just talking about DPS. That's the main conversation at hand. A lot of people have like interest in that competitive scene. Healers are competitive and they do like check the parses and meters and stuff every now and then, but really that's not like a valuable metric to see how good a healer is. But if I were to do healers real quick, it shouldn't change a whole lot. The druids will be an A. They were always an A. They're very good. They got, you know, hit with the nerf bat essentially, with the buff cap last time around. But so did priests. And priests are still like the best healer in the game. Very close behind are paladins and shamans. Priests being an S, sorry. And then paladins and shamans being an A. The talk about world buffs being gone makes me think about a couple things, right? Like, which classes have trouble with long fights? So actually priest, if you don't have an innovate, priest might struggle. So paladins might escalate to S. Shamans also have mana trouble early, but I don't think they move because they also just have such a great toolkit. It just keeps them there. So the only reason anybody would move at all, I think, is, see, actually druid was a B, but now it's an A. And you know, like tank heals, there's no better healer than a druid. For those of you that don't think that's true, then check yourself. Healing touch is a really efficient, strong heal, plus they can instant cast it when the tank is in trouble. And they can also now roll hots to keep the tank, you know, topped off with a little wiggle room. These dudes obviously can do it all, but some of the best heals are just not mana efficient at all. So that's going to be the problem here. The fights are getting longer, the raids are going to be longer as a result. No world buffs.
Hey, Stone Talon Mountain has many perilous caves throughout this region. Exploring these caves can hold many adventures for those willing to risk life for glory. Adventurer, perhaps you seek riches beyond following
so maybe
your
they'll
heart and
just
soul
gear
can
towards
garnish.
crit a little bit more. Get some hyper crit builds going again, which was kind of popular in private server days, instead of pure bonus healing. The world buffs were rocking, but yeah, none of these healers really gained that much.
You wish.
from
My
world
goodness,
buffs.
my niece Kaya is alive.
Druid did gain a lot.
That is good news indeed. Thank you, adventurer.
Cast out when your next heals and
Industrial
stuff.
greed and continuous war have wrecked the lands of
but
Stone
yeah,
Talon.
these two
Only the
might be, like,
blessings of
slightly
the
weaker
Earth Mother
because
can
of it,
cure
but
such injury.
overall, they still have the best
Adventurer,
mana efficiency.
I will
think the
require you
druids
to seek
don't
a
have the best
special
mana
seed,
efficiency,
the
but they have a
Gaia
great
seed.
toolkit.
They are only found here in
for
Stone
tank
Talon
healing
Mountain,
and
north of Sunrock Retreat and Merkfallen Lake near the
All
water's
healers,
edge.
great.
Once you bring me the
Potentially
seeds, I will
looking at
imbue
these as
them with
S tiers,
shamanistic
also
power
with
to
them
speed their
increased raid
growth.
damage going out and the eventual efficiency of chain heal once you get the right gear for it. Yeah, shaman could be an S tier too. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top as far as like the best PvE raid healer. We'll say this: paladins are also going to be. Actually, paladins will always be S tier. I'm sorry, because you absolutely need them. You need at least 4 for their buffs. You need bubble for those crazy speed pulls. So like in like competitive meta, paladins are absolutely dominant. And then for casuals, who are kind of getting the use of like the threat mechanics and stuff, salve is great. Obviously, shamans can basically provide something very similar with their totems, but it's just you know, it's brain dead easy. Also, bops, like convinced my guild leaders when we started our guild in Classic the first time to go Alliance, because I was gonna raid as a warlock, and I knew that without bops, people just die, especially casters. So, but I've, you know, and I've healed on my paladin a lot, and I've saved several lives of like off tanks that, you know, had a little bit too much threat, and I knew that if I bopped them, the next target would be another tank or something, or a melee that got too close and, you know, over aggroed on a target that they weren't supposed to. Like, you know, you can bop other people besides casters, but most of the time it's going to casters. And also, like, you do pre-bops to establish, like, not pulling aggro off of the boss or a set of ads from the tanks in the pull of something, right? So, like, you'll say caster go ham, you're bopped. They're just a huge part of like competitive meta. Shamans are obviously amazing at raid healing, throughput, and overall utility, but I don't think they're quite as potent as paladins, at least in how the game works right now. That being said, still very comparable, right? Like you've seen horde guilds do very, very similar times in speed, and then progression. It's really just anybody's game, whoever can execute better. I think early on they had some horde guilds that were neck and neck on speed, but as like we got into AQ and Nex, you noticed that the Alliance were like really just starting to take off. So I think maybe end game Alliance has an advantage, and then early game it's all anybody's game. Also, we have more stats, and Kings enhances your stats, so in the end game, right? So early on, Kings might not be as valuable as it is later on. But yeah, potential S tiers right here, probably still going to maintain this. I imagine it'll be this at the end of the day, but there's some chance for wiggle room. Yeah, so not a for sure thing, guys. But any of these classes would be a great pick. Play what you love as far as healing. Now let's see, DPS. Let's do some hybrids. So feral DPS should be an A. That many of them. And they gotta be try hard as a mug. They scale really well early, but in the late game they will probably fall off. And they're melee now, and melee seem to be getting some kind of tuning on mechanics that makes them not as valuable as they were before. I don't know how true that's going to be. All we've seen is what they're implementing in Home Core, guys. They still have 3 more raid contents that they could put literally anything in. Like, they could say in, you know, Black Nefarian every 10 seconds we'll do an AoE mana burn. Then you're melee or you're best again. You know, you don't know for certain what the meta's going to be, but we can assume a few things, right? So we have increased fight length, we have no war buffs, so we do less damage, we have more difficult content, and then we have some directly anti-melee mechanics to kind of put warriors and rogues in their place. And then we also have some gear that's available to us early on that we didn't have before. So the druids won't change a whole lot. The feral was always really strong early, and then kind of had trouble keeping up because as the gear and the AoE meta unfolded in AQ and Nex, they just can't keep up with that amount of AoE damage from the other classes. Still great as a hybrid. I'd give them an A in this phase, and then if you want to play them competitively, you can continue to do so. They'd be great. They can do some off tanking. No biggie, they're just really farm intensive. And I think the overall damage is an A. So yeah, just from a damage standpoint, they're good. Hunters are a B. Always will be. Doesn't matter what the hunter tells you. Yes, there's some range mechanics that'll help them come into the fold better. They can use Hunter's Mark now, which is great because they had that debuff issue. So they're going to be doing more damage, I guess, relatively to the other classes increases. However, the 2 classes that they really had to compete with at the time were mages and warlocks, and there's no way that the new debuff situation is going to help them more than the other 2 classes. Warlocks were really hamstringed by that debuff cap. Consistently can do more damage in large-scale DPS situations, so like 4 targets multi-dotting. It's going to be stronger than the multi-shot from the hunter. And then, shit, dude, if there's like 5+ targets and they're hellfiring, warlocks are the 2nd highest DPS in the game. Mages are obviously like significantly higher, like 30 to 40% more AoE damage, but even warriors and rogues aren't going to keep up unless they pop every single cooldown they have, and also have like engineering sappers and some oil of immolation, dragon breath chili, and all that nonsense. So like that's the only way they even come close to doing the same AoE damage that a warlock that's not going to die from hellfire and a mage. Yeah, and then hunters are even further behind that. So their AoE is not bad, but not that good either. And their single target is, you know, it's just good enough to bring them. Because they also provide some buffs to the melee core, and they're usually responsible for making sure that like the speed runs are going smoothly, like they're doing the pulling. They have a lot of sight on everything. They have a feign death, which is huge. And then they have pet debuffs if you need them for like progression. So they're like a really good class overall, but you just don't need a whole lot of them. So I would say for the hunter lovers, go ahead. If you're considering playing a hunter, don't do it for raiding, at least for raiding. If you're just doing it for, you know, if you're raiding for gear for PvP, that's cool, but they're not like that competitive, and I don't think any of the changes currently are going to adjust that in a major direction for these guys. That being said, let's go to another weak DPS class, probably at the bottom, D, Red Paladin. They're extremely reliant on the world buffs. Without the world buffs, they're significantly weaker. Like, they needed them real bad. And as far as melee, they still weren't even coming close to the other melee DPS. Like, I think warriors were tripling the best rep out in the world's damage, like, consistently with hundreds of warriors. So yeah, they have mana issues. Yeah, there's so many things wrong. Like, great for casual, but the damage is low. The utility is fine. Their AoE is really low. Like, Consecrate is not strong early in this content phase. So yeah, just don't do it. Let's see, do we have another hybrid? Priest. Shadow Priest. Very good. Probably C in damage, but B overall this time, because there's probably going to be an uptick in Warlocks. Everyone's talking about how good Warlocks are going to be. One, Shadow Priests are already great. I've always seen at least one hybrid type class in every raid, even like the competitive raids. We had like a top 50 world competitive. Top 50 US, sorry. Anyways, we were trying to be a competitive guild. We had some really good clear times, you know, like 5 minutes off of some of the best times there is. And we had a Boomkin, right? Boomkins don't provide a whole lot of damage, but yeah, I guess I should have put like Boomkin somewhere. But we'll just toss them into the C, because they provide better buffs than Red Paladin. Do about the same damage, honestly. They actually like neck and neck in damage. But yeah, so the Shadow Priest provides more damage than both of these. A great debuff for your Warlocks, and some, you know, they help with the buffs, right? For your other priests, so that they're not always consuming mana to get that stuff done. Hybrid, you know, Moonkin guys is great. It's just, it has mana problems. So if they eat their own Innervate, that's kind of bad. Sometimes they can, but most of the time you want to send it to somebody else. And they also need to do a heavy amount of farming, provide a lot of utility. They give you Fairy Fire, they give you Work in the Wild, so those things are great. And if you end up not having like a Resto Druid or something, then like they can fulfill that little niche need. So yeah, it wouldn't be the end of the world to bring them, even in competitive scene, I would say. But yeah, Shadow Priest probably more relevant and have similar issues, though. They all have mana issues. Speed meta not quite as strong, but hey, if you have a lot of Warlocks, it's probably worth bringing a Shadow Priest. So on that note, let's just go to the Warlocks. Warlocks are an A. They were probably a B plus A minus, like that category. They were before. And they probably will continue to stay there. Everyone's getting really excited. They're crafting that Warlocks are like the new meta. I think people just like have like a root for the underdog or the Warlock in general. Problem is that even though these debuff slots open up, the fights are longer, right? Warlocks always had great damage, assuming two scenarios. One, that the fight was going to take either one, a really long time and was multi-target, right? If that's the case, they can do some like proc fishing, get some instant shadow bolts, or do some hellfire if there's not any kind of abusive mechanics of the ads nearby. Like, and I'm talking like 5 to 8 targets. That's where the Warlock will outperform a Warrior or a Rogue, unless they're all together. Then it becomes kind of complicated. So like if they have like spread targeting and they can dot everything, then they're gonna outperform
260
and mages even. But in single target situations, they need short fights. They will never hold a candle to the burst cooldowns of a Warrior or Rogue, or even a Mage most of the time. And they need that crit buff. That ISB uptime is
248.
You don't realize it, but it is so massive. And if you just start increasing the amount of Warlocks and have less crit on them, then basically you're not going to have a whole lot of ISB uptime. It'll probably be like, I don't know, 8%. It'll be horrible. So I think they'll get either slightly weaker or stay about the same. I don't think they'll get stronger, guys, unless they just tune all of the mechanics in all the raids to be like, hey, you have to separate every ad to like far corners of the freaking areas and kill them one at a time. Because in that case, you know, it doesn't do you any good to just kill one at a time as a Warlock. You're not optimizing your damage. You're multi-dotting and then casting on the targets that need to die first. So yeah, probably staying the same. But like I said, this is my opinion, and also subject to change based on how they tune all the raids. DPS Shamans.
Skill with axes and two-handed axes increased by 5.
should talk about them more, but I honestly don't have a whole lot of experience. I've just seen what they do in the logs. So the damage profile they have is horrible, similar to Red Paladin. And then they provide probably similar utility, so I feel like it's just not worth bringing these guys at all unless you're a very casual crew just chilling. Ellie Shamans probably go up a tick. The damage actually is quite good. I think it's better than all of these guys. Like, I think Ellie has the highest top end as the gear phases progress into like AQ. But yeah, they also, I don't think they provide more utility than these classes, so it's kind of like a lose-lose. So I just put them in C. But potential like C+, B-. Let's do Warriors. Warriors are A's, once an S. Actually, I know they're really relying on world buffs, guys, and they say rogues aren't, but it's not just that. It's like their toolkit, man. Like what they have available to them. The armor hasn't changed. The glancing blow reduction hasn't changed. The bosses are gonna make it harder for them to do damage, but I don't think they're gonna make it impossible. And with the prolonged fights, rage just becomes a better thing, you know? That being said, I always thought rogues were like an A plus S minus tier before, so yeah, let's just talk about both of them. And then they're just gonna be up to S because the same thing's gonna happen to them, right? But they're less reliant on the world buffs, so like their damage profile will be great, but they still get restricted in AQ and Nax meta. And what I mean by that is that there are a ton of situations where you have to kill like minimum 5 mobs at once. And yes, I know like Cleave and Whirlwind only hit 4 targets, but the Warriors have other things at their disposal that allow them to hit all targets at once. Like they do some cringe things like Ravager axing. If they do swap to two-handers and they have like a priority target, you know, they just down them and there's 4 targets for them left. That being said, the rogues should be able to keep up with them. It just depends. Like, how strong is Rage gonna be without?
When mounted on the back of a Wind Rider, one sees that its reputation for strength and speed is well earned.
Good cooldown management. I think the Warriors will maintain S, and the Rogues will just be slightly ahead of them. So it'd be like an S and an S plus, right? So I do think Rogues will probably edge out over them early on, but I don't know how much better they're gonna be, if at all, as we progress. Also, you need tanky people that won't die. So these guys are gonna evade out, or vanish out, or cast evasion and hope they get lucky, which I've seen a few guys do. They also provide those really nice utility stuns on targets that can be stunned in raids, so they're always going to be just fucking great overall, but they also might be the best damage dealer moving forward. Potentially. Warriors, I think, are currently the best damage dealers, but they have a harder time now. Mages in the right hands should be S as well. These guys are uncontested in proper AoE damage. They have really good single target. They are going to get hit pretty hard with the world buff nerfs, but every class is, besides like somewhat rogue. I mean, obviously rogue damage goes up a lot, but they don't need it per se as badly as these guys do for like those crazy parses you used to see. Also, with the longer fights, these two classes will have some mana issues. So like in single target boss scenarios, these guys might have a little bit of trouble. Like, yes, everyone says you can life tap as a warlock, but that's the thing, you don't want to tap. As soon as you tap, you're losing to these guys, right? One tap means these guys are catching up in damage.
Alright. Reliable spec is healer, and holy paladins are a good classes are the best. Yo guys, Axel here. In this video, I want to discuss which classes are the best for team fights in Battleground PvP in WoW Classic Season and Mastery. This tier list will focus specifically on how well each class does in a group setting. The PvP tier list for solo play is slightly different, so if you want to see that, check the description for a video I made on it. Starting at the lowest rank are Druids. Druid's only viable spec is Restoration, so if you want to play Druid in Classic WoW, expect to be a healer. Rest of Druids are great at flag carrying, so this gives them some value in a pre-made team. But in team fights, they're probably the weakest healer. Their direct healing cast time is relatively slow. They only have a Curse Dispel and no Magic Dispel, and they can be squishy if opened on outside of bear form. There probably shouldn't be more than one Druid in a pre-made group.
words hit a venom. Don't you miss what we had? I just don't understand. Is there a cure for this poison? Are you aware of what you've chosen? Because I'm not. Now I'm frozen. Now I'm afraid of what I'm losing. Is there a cure? Was I always your babe? Don't you want me to stay? How did our love turn to hate?
Let's take charging.
Rushing through my veins. It's numbing all the pain. You were the best.
Where would you like to fly to?
Maybe poison isn't there.
That smells
Come on, dude.
Drink
What was my bus? MV plays boy.
Eliminate Gorenzo. Now there is a prospect that I have no objections to. Gnomes are bad enough as it is, but what I learned about Gorenzo only makes it worse. Apparently, he was one of the head engineers in Gnomeregan, where he was working on their secret project. We could never infiltrate Dunmarok well enough to find out specific details. It was a failure. Our reports say that whatever it was, it literally exploded in their faces. I met Jorenzo once, but let me tell you, he's not easy on the eyes. His flesh looks like it's rotting away, and he's grafted metal and gears onto his body, replaced some of his limbs with mechanical ones. Northeast of here, far above Cragpool Lake, up near the water wheel, is where Jorenzo watches over the entire site. There's no way I could fight my way up there, not to mention take on Jorenzo. You look like you might be able to make it. If you kill him for me, I'll make it worth your while.
I can't do that yet.
Bro. I need to get a better fishing thing.
That spell's not ready yet.
I'm just trying to catch a vibe, baby. I'm just trying to catch a vibe, baby.
Come on. What the fuck? Bro. This is becoming frustratingly annoying. I have no mana to fight you, dude. Think you play be people playing with your feet? From lowest skill floor to highest warrior, paladin, shaman, warlock, priest, hunter, mage, druid. What? This guy is trolling. Warlock is the easiest class to deal with. Get a pocket healer. Warrior is easy and a lot of fun to hack and slash. Other than that, SL warlocks are hilariously easy to do well with. Bit more self-sufficient too. Whatever the case, just remember one thing: stay away from the voodoo. Oh my god. Isn't hard to do well with, but it takes a bit more effort to play. From lowest ceiling to highest, warrior, shaman, warlock, priest, hunter. This motherfucker has paladin as number. From lowest to highest. Dude, this guy is this form. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this? Is this retail? Easiest PvP DPS. Shadow Priest. Yeah, hands down. I think S Priest is dot flay, same rotation every spec. I could be wrong. Shadow Priest is very strong and easy. I played one with the first 3 years. The master is Beast Mystery Hunter is what you're looking for. You win pressing one button doesn't get any easier than that. How it's Shadow Priest. Easiest rogue mage. Dude, these people are so fucking retarded on these forums, man. That's not the question. The question is not what's the best. They're asking what's the easiest. Like... I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really enjoying Shaman. I'm not. I'm just not. I've invested quite a bit, and I think it is safe to say that I am probably going to play something different, but I don't know what. Don't know what, man. So I kind of want to play Horde, but like, fuck, dude. I don't know. Mages can win against almost most classes pretty easily.
Relax. Greeting, adventurer. Welcome to the front lines in our conquest of Ashenvale. If you are looking for something to do, then you've come to the right place. I'm always looking for able-bodied individuals to help bring glory to the Horde.
Ghost Wolf is actually fun. wonder if I should get back on the hunter, man. I don't know. Don't know. I just don't know what I wanna do on this fucking game. I get into the 20s and 30s and just think about fucking not playing anymore. Hunter, I did get the furthest on, but I got boosted a lot, so there's that too. Please stay away from me, man. What a fucking little bitch. You're level 28, dude. Like, obviously you're gonna beat me. Like, what?
Rogues are one of the most popular PvP classes due to the fact that they have lots of cooldowns and the luxury of choosing their fights. Rogues are one of the strongest classes for dueling because of their ability to stunlock and chain CC to control a 1v1 engagement. Rogues can be effective as cold blood hemospec without much gear, because eviscerate damage is normalized, meaning it hits hard even without great stats. Dagger-based PvP specs become viable once you have some gear. As good as they are 1v1 and 1vx, rogues aren't very strong in teamfights or large-scale PvP due to being very squishy and also being pretty useless without their cooldowns. It's also worth noting that rogues are an extremely overpopulated class in PvP, and most premades only run with one rogue. So while this class is one of the best choices for world PvP, dueling, and general messing around, if you want to run with premades, you'll be facing a lot of competition for spots. Hunters are arguably the strongest class for world PvP due to their ability to track and kite enemies. The only way for most classes to outplay a hunter is to get into his dead zone and make the fight happen at close range. A good hunter simply never allows this to happen, and will therefore be a dominant force in world PvP where he can control engagements from start to finish and make fights happen on his terms. It's worth noting that hunters are what I call a highly nuanced class. What I mean by this is that the overall difference between a good hunter and a bad hunter is massive, but the small things good hunters do differently are very subtle and difficult to describe. This type of nuanced playstyle takes time and experience to develop. Regardless of nuance, hunters are a hard counter to rogues and can absolutely terrorize cloth and mana users in a battleground. Hunters are also a pretty easy class to gear up. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 sets are both excellent for PvP, as well as the PvP gear itself being very strong. Mage is probably the second most popular PvP class behind Rogue. Similar to Rogues, Mages have lots of cooldowns and control combined with reliable burst damage. They also have the best AoE damage in the game. Mages have arguably the best survivability of any DPS class, and they are able to be effective without much gear. Mage is easy to pick up and feel good at, but is difficult to master and has an extremely high skill ceiling. Just like Rogues, Mages are a grossly overpopulated class in PvP, so you'll need to have some real skills if you want to stand out. If you have a history of playing mage, it's a fantastic choice, and it's a great all-around choice for casual PvP. But if you are new to the class, experienced mages will run circles around you, and you'll probably have trouble getting a spot in pre-mades. Hunters, shamans, and priests will be the classes that give you the most trouble in a battleground or group PvP scenario. Hunters in particular are very difficult to deal with unless you get the jump on them. Mage is probably the second most popular PvP class behind Rogue. Similar to Rogues, mages have lots of cooldowns and control combined with reliable burst.
Do I want to play my Undead? Nob is undoubtedly the best race for PvPing as an Alliance mage. This low cooldown ability significantly increases mage's already good mobility. There's also quite blah blah blah. Mage race because they look cool. Have one of the best ratios in the game. It's going to pick as Horde Mage for PvP. Cannibalize, best PvP spec. Mages have 3 main PvP specs. So let's see what the difference is. That's the same. So that's the difference. Increase the duration of your chill effects by 3 seconds and reduce the target speed by an additional 10%. Three, two, 5. Increases all resistance by 2 and causes all spells you resist restore. What is this dork laughing at? So wait, what? Something's not right. Respect for beginners and veterans both. Lots of control. Mix of spells. Good survival. Things ice block, ice barrier. Shatter combo also gives you some enemy burst. This combo relies on shatter, which increases your chance to critically strike with 50% when the targets are frozen, rooted by a frost spell. The goal is to cast Frost Bolt, followed by immediate instant spell. Blah 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 blah. You okay?
Where would you like to fly to?
I don't think shaman's for me, man. Not liking it. Fuck, man. Do I just suck it up and go mage, man? It's just so fucking annoying, cause like, ugh.
Mage is probably the second most popular PvP class behind Rogue. Similar to Rogues, mages have lots of cooldowns and control combined with reliable burst damage. They also have the best AoE damage in the game. Mages have arguably the best survivability of any DPS class, and they are able to be effective without much gear. Mage is easy to pick up and feel good at, but is difficult to master and has an extremely high skill ceiling. Just like Rogues, mages are a grossly overpopulated class in PvP, so you'll need to... Warlocks are an extremely powerful class in PvP, but they need a lot of gear before they can really be effective. Having a large health pool is crucial for locks because they don't have as much control and survivability as other casters, so they need to be able to tank a bit of damage in PvP. Once Warlocks hit BWL gear level and beyond, they become the strongest caster in terms of raw damage, and they continue to scale incredibly well throughout the vanilla content. Warlock is pretty similar to Hunter in a couple of ways. You need a decent amount of gear and a large health pool before you can really be effective, and the class has a very nuanced playstyle. While classes like Rogue and Mage are easy to pick up and feel good at because they have a lot of cooldowns, Warlocks and Hunters are a bit trickier to figure out, and the differences between good and bad players are subtle and harder to spot. Once you gear up and figure out the playstyle, Warlocks are absolute killing machines and are very strong in both 1v1, 1vx, and Battlegrounds. You'll just need to put up with a bit of frustration while you're gearing up and learning to play. There are 3 viable PvP specs: Soul Link, Conflag, and SM Ruin. Soul Link is very overpowered in duels, but is also pretty face roll with a low skill ceiling. Conflag and SM Ruin are the specs that most good Warlocks prefer. Druids are the oddballs of vanilla PvP. They don't really have a spec that allows them to do significant damage, and their raw healing ability is worse than priests, paladins, or shamans. Druids also struggle with mana efficiency, especially in situations where they have to heal themselves. Don't get me wrong, Druid is an incredible class. It just has a very unique playstyle and needs to be put in the right situation to really shine. Where Druids find their niche in PvP is their insane mobility, escapability, and survivability. A well-played Druid can kite around and survive forever. They are by far the hardest class to kill in PvP. For this reason, they make excellent flag carriers in Warsong Gulch, and if you're a skilled flag carrier, pre-mades will be begging. Priests are the most versatile healing and support class. They are the only healer that can both dispel debuffs off their teammates and dispel buffs from enemies on demand. Power Word Shield is obviously a very unique tool, and Priest's undispellable AoE Fear can only be removed by Tremor Totem. This ability can be game-changing in a clutch situation. A well-played Priest can have an enormous impact on a battleground or a group fight in a huge variety of ways because of how much versatility they bring to the table. Smart enemies will almost always try to CC your Priest and take him out of the fight, so a huge part of playing a Priest well is having good positioning and avoiding CC and interrupts. Priests should almost always use a healing spec and play a support role in group PvP or Battlegrounds, with the 2 main options being Deep Holy with Power Infusion or Discipline with Silence. It's worth noting that Shadow Priests are the kings of 1v1. It's basically a one-trick spec, and it needs a ton of gear before it really works, but if you want to be a 1v1 god, Shadow Priest is a good bet. Most guilds only bring 1 Shadow Priest to raids, so getting the gear you need for Shadow without ranking up in PvP can be difficult. Paladins are the best defensive support class in the game. They don't offer nearly as much versatility as priests, but when put in a purely defensive role, paladins can really shine. Freedom, Bop, Lay on Hands, and Sacrifice are high-impact cooldowns that can change a fight instantly, and Bubble is just flat-out overpowered. Paladins fit into the category of easy to pick up and feel good at. It's a fairly straightforward playstyle that is heavily reliant on cooldowns. The main shortcomings of Paladins are that they lack any type of offensive power, and their overall impact can be minimized if the enemy team is quick on dispels and purges. Shamans are an extremely interesting and highly nuanced class. The optimal PvP spec is a hybrid build between Elemental and Restoration, usually referred to as Eli Resto. There are a couple variations of this spec, with the main difference being whether the final talent point goes into Elemental Mastery or Nature's Swiftness. Elemental Mastery is the way to go if you want to maximize your burst potential, but taking Nature's Swiftness turns you into a true hybrid, with the ability to use NS for either healing or bursting in different situations. The short cooldown of Earthshock, combined with Grounding Totem, gives you the ability to totally shut down enemy casters in a group fight, and the extra damage your Wind Fury Totem gives your warriors is very significant. Like I mentioned, Shamans are another one of those highly nuanced classes. It's hard to describe the differences between a good and bad shaman, but you'll know it when you see it. Knowing exactly when to purge, when to burst, and when to heal is a learning process, and improvement only comes with experience. Managing totems is tricky as well. The skill cap on this class is much higher than people give it credit for. At this point, I'm sure some of you are wondering why I didn't mention Ret Paladins or Enhancement Shamans. These specs are viable, but they're definitely not optimal. You can make them work in everyday PvP if you have good gear and try hard with engineering and consumables. But the problem with specs like Ret and Enhance is that they have severe limitations that will be exploited by good players. They also just don't have nearly as much impact as the other specs for those classes in a group fight or a battleground. To wrap things up here, allow me to weigh in on an age-old debate. What's better, Paladins or Shamans? This is a question I get asked every single day, and my honest answer is that the classes themselves provide equal value in PvP if they are played properly. They just have much different roles. I also have to say that, in my opinion, it's easier to be a competent Paladin than it is to be a competent Shaman. Like I mentioned, Paladin has a pretty straightforward playstyle that's easy to pick up and feel good at. But Shaman is a highly nuanced class that needs an experienced player at the keyboard in order to really be effective. I'm definitely not belittling Paladin players here. I'm just pointing out the fact that an average Paladin can still make a game-changing play in a battleground or group fight, whereas an average Shaman is not going to have nearly as much of an impact. Paladins and Shamans also shine in different situations. I'd rather have Paladins in Warsong Gulch, but I'd rather have Shamans in a Blacksmith teamfight. The classes fill completely different roles and are designed to do totally different things. At the end of the day, I'd say it's a pretty even trade-off between the defensive utility and survivability provided by Paladins and the incredible offensive power provided by Shamans. This trade-off is one of the most interesting aspects of vanilla PvP, and the result is that the two factions have slightly different optimal playstyles. One example is that Horde Priests usually need to fill more of a defensive role to make up for the lack of Paladins, while Alliance Priests typically need to fall into more of an offensive role to make up for the lack of Shamans. Another example is that Horde Warlocks are usually able to play a little more curse heavy because they have Shamans to fill that role of being big range damage on demand. On the Alliance side, Warlocks need to fill that role of being a big damage caster. That's all for today. If you found the video helpful and informative, be sure to subscribe for more classic WoW content just like this. I'd like to thank Track, UHD, StormX, Goth, Hamma, and Funeral for their feedback and their help with the classes that I'm not experienced playing. Hop in my Discord if you have any questions. That's by far the best place to get a detailed response. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
I think I'm settling on between... Okay, now that I've played everything, I think I'm settling on between Mage, Paladin, and Hunter. I did not like Shaman. I'm not gonna lie. I just didn't. Didn't like it.
I can't use that yet. It's still recharging.
Boom!
That spell isn't ready yet.
Where did my macros go, bro? Scary fucking say. What's my gear looking like? And what have I done? I've done... I have done... Obviously. Nomer, not happening. RFK? We got some leveling to do. How much gold do I have on this guy? Not a lot. Not a lot. What's our tailoring? Tailoring is 125. Did we make spider silk boots? Oh, we did not. Bruh. We gotta make spider silk boots, man. I kinda wanna like shoot something really quick though. Standard leveling, single target. Use script stop casting. For fast leveling, spirit, intelligence, stamina. For mix between leveling and PvP, intelligence, spirit, stamina. how much is Zapper? Last 35. Bitch.
You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider. No.
Still on Dawn. I wonder how many people are in this guild. There are. Yep, Dawn's the horde side. I don't think I have any spell part. No, I don't. Not on this dude. We got crescent stuff too. Big mana pool. So for tailoring. That is quite a bump. For sure. Ooh, I never got that either. That's also quite good. I could do that. I could literally do all that shit. Realistically. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. Just grind dungeons. Just kind of want to shoot shit. See how I do.
Although we call this land the Barrens, to one who knows where to look, this place teems with life. Greetings, young one. You are here to walk the hunter's path? Very good. Let us begin. Ishamuhale, Speartooth, is the fiercest sun-scale raptor of the Barrens. He does not hunt for sport, nor for food. He hunts because hunting is his passion. He kills because it is his nature to kill. And you will learn of his nature, adventurer, for your path now follows the taloned tracks of Ishamuhale. Begin the hunt. Slay his favorite prey, a Jevra, then bring its carcass to the dead tree northwest of Ratchet. Ishamuhale, smell the carcass and be drawn to it. Be ready when he comes.
The fuck?
I need to get closer. Cast that yet. Isn't ready yet. Still charging.
No way, man. When do I get cold on cold? Cone of cold. Bleh. Frost ward.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Fuck, man, I'm already getting bored of mage. Like, this is boring to me. I just want to do damn. I don't know what I want to do, man. I know I don't want to play shaman. I had a feeling I wasn't fucking gonna like it. Fuck. Bro, I seriously don't know. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. What I want to do. Like, straight up, just don't know. What do I want to play in this fucking game? I don't fucking know, man. I just don't know. What do we want to play? What time do I need to go to fucking work, man? I think it's 12, right? Yeah. Bro, I just don't know. shaman. Rogue just literally stays bis, huh? Rogue is the only class I haven't tried yet, man. I don't fucking know, dude. Do we do Rogue? Do we not do Rogue? My favorite leveling classes so far is definitely Hunter and Warlock. Like I can play those all day, leveling. All motherfucking day long. Fuck, man. What do I fucking do with my life? I gotten so much on this dude. I feel like I'm kind of trolling. Actually, you know what? Yeah, stay in group. Fixing UI. This is leveling over here. Any nubs? Why did this move? Why does this do this? Like, I don't understand why it does this. Ugh. my weak aura. My pet weak aura. Haha. I feel like I'm gonna get back on the Warlock. I think that's the play. The question is do I want to do Warlock? Oh, man. Do I want to do Horde Warlock or do I want to do Gnome? I actually don't know. You are now a fasty boy. Officially. Yes, sir. Just stay in the group. Alright, don't stay in the group. That's totally fine, bro. Let me ask the boy. Six seven six 717. 676 717. Boom. We in there like somewhere.
Let's go, Navio.
Gonna be this time. Nice. Damn. Alan! You've asked me this before. It's gnome. It is gnome. Well, you'll get a trinket eventually, bro. So you're really looking at escape artist first, cannibalize. That's what it really boils down to, an increased intellect. Without trinket, undead's better, I guess, but if you get trinket, like, no. He plays with the shit in his face, and I play in the back and just dot and heal and wand. I love this playstyle as a priest. This playstyle as a priest is so fucking biz. Like, I love it, dude. It's so nice. Like, it just feels so good, you know what I mean? Got a little dick, do you wanna take a lick? I don't give a fuck about you, call me fucking Rick. I don't give a fuck where my Morty, where my Shorty. I don't give a hell, call Lodi, cause it's Lord of the Rings with a Y on the end, cause I'm gonna hit the full send. Like a warrior with the rend.
Yeah, man, dude. I think it is. I think
Eric's over there too busy not getting laid tonight, bro.
I think it's lock. I keep trying to run away.
He's literally can't even get laid, bro. At a topless party. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's
He's the dude in the corner jerking off that is getting complaints. Like 100%. This playstyle is so dope, open world. Like, it's actually so fun. Like, I'm actually having so much fun just playing with the priest, man. It's crazy, man, how much fun I have. Like, it's amazing, bro. Oh! Yo, look what just dropped, homie. Oh shit. Congrats, bro. Are we going for tag? Get Ingy this time? Evie's rocking it. I'm rocking skinning. What's up, Dylan? Yo, what's up, bro? Oh my god, he's already up. Okay. Yo, back up a little bit. I think I'm gonna AoE fear. Yeah? No? No, we don't need to. How you doing, Dylan? Bet I'll see you again when I wake up. Alright, Steels, appreciate you, brother. Dude, the 1 year anniversary's been going great, man. Thank you for asking. It's been going great, man. It's been going great. Don't fucking die. I think me and Evie are... I think we're doing really good, man. I think we're doing really good. I don't know what level we're gonna get to in one sesh, but it's kind of insane. Well, we're pushing in one session here. I think we'll at least get 20. How are my bags fucking full again? I don't want that. I don't want that. Heavy. Yeah, it's a main warlock, main priest duo, so you're actually seeing some BIS content. This is a great duo comp. Like, this is an insanely good comp. Thanks, man. Thank you for the milestone. Congrats, man. I appreciate that. We're doing good. We're about to hit level 17 right now. Nice, man. That's a Gravestone Stepper is great. You mean BFD? Yeah, Gravestone Stepper is goated. Yeah, chat, we're actually about to level. Are y'all ready for the level, chat? Are y'all ready for the fucking level? Are y'all ready? Are we ready for the level? Y'all aren't ready. Here it is, boys. Here it is, boys. Here it is. Yep. Let's go, boys. Big dings. That's a big fucking ding right there, asshole. That's huge!
Actually, I low-key kind of want to play priest. Yeah, I want to play priest.
It's crazy. The big ding.
Wait, do I want to play priest? The fuck do I want to play? Kind of like don't want to play with a pet.
It's just my ADHD. That's all that is. Daddy. I need one.
Like Gappy drops his pants.
No, I don't. We're good. We're good. We're
Make
good.
a helicopter fly right up in your bumhole.
Their self-reliance makes them awesome at chasing down Warsong Gulch flag carriers in Arathi Basin. It's gonna be Danny. I kind of want to play Horde. I don't fucking like Alliance. I just got to figure out. I guess this is the class. Doing tailoring. Are we doing tailoring? What are we doing on this guy? Tailoring enchanting? Dude, I don't know if I can fucking fathom doing fucking mining and herbalism, all that bullshit. I just want to fucking level, honestly, the more I think about it. I need these bags though from this fucker.
What's going on, guys? It's Danny here, and this is Priest versus Hunter, and this is the semi-final of the tournament, and it's a best of 5. So to advance to the final we need to win 3 duels. I am going with my Shadow PvP/dueling spec, and the Hunter Azeral is going with this spec. I don't know if it has any specific name, maybe just survival PvP spec. But it looks kinda scary. In this matchup, what I want from my gear is as much damage as possible. I don't really need more HP than normal, since here the problem is mana. One big item that's pretty much a must-have as a Priest versus Hunter is the Skull of Impending Doom. The Hunter's Scatter Shot and Trap break from taking damage, so with the Skull you damage yourself and you break those. And then from the 2 trinkets I want Aggression and Damage. Goblin Mortar is one of the best trinkets here, and the second trinket is Briarwood Reed. So I will play our duels, but I will do a bit of talking before and after them, just to try and be helpful to the other priest friends that have been asking for something like this for a while. The Frost Reflector is another really good trinket against Hunter, because for the duration it makes you immune to the trap that freezes you. But we'll see this one in a bit, because in the first duel I went with just one way of breaking CC. Since we're doing multiple duels, I want to have some tools left for after the first one. So let's just go into the first duel already. If I didn't hold the skull for that long, he probably would have gotten the reset he needed to recover at the end. The skull drains my mana as well as my HP as a priest, but I was already pretty much and the HP is not a problem in this duel, so I held skull for the full duration. I mainly think of this duel as a race. My HP versus his mana. The other way around, Danny. My mana versus his HP. So no hesitations, go aggressive, kill him as fast as possible. As you saw, one scatter shot into trap reset is not the end of the world, but more than one is pretty much the end of your mana. And I've heard some people say MP5 gear can do well, but my rank 13 set and some of my off pieces already give a decent amount. So one thing I could try if I ever get those trinkets is this one from ZG, a lot of MP5 on use, or the Shard of the Scale from Onyxia. Now in this matchup, your silence comes into play a lot. The hunter cannot put a trap on the ground if he's silenced. Now there is another trick they can do, and you will see it in this second duel, but no Skull of Impending Doom now, equipping the Frost Reflector instead. So in the second duel, I have Zandalarian Hero Charm, big spell damage on used trinket. Let's go. That was a really fast duel actually. And I lose my mana so fast, it's crazy. Sometimes I even doubt if I want to shield against the hunter. I should probably try a duel without shielding. Survive just with the healing from Vampiric Embrace. I silenced him on the scatter, and then he grenaded on the scatter to use the nade as a setup for the trap. But there was a second gap for me to pop the reflector and I was immune to the trap. So many blackouts in that second duel, by the way, procced so many. He tried a different thing with Goblin Rocket Boots to speed away from me, but I'm not that scared of it because one of the biggest weaknesses for hunters in duels is that they have range that they have to respect. So for the other priests, how exactly do you silence on trap or skull the trap? Any tips for that? Well, one thing to keep in mind is that the scatter shot is the setup for the trap, and the scatter shot does not have big range. It's like only 15 or 20 yards. So when the hunter is coming towards you, it's most likely to scatter you. So like I said, this is semi-finals, best of 5, so we need to win 3 duels to advance to the final. And let's look at the next duel. This time, no Frost Reflector, no Skull of Impending Doom. I like the Bar of Peasant color against hunters a lot. They do decent damage and they can potentially tank a trap for you. And they can daze him if he's using Aspect of the Cheetah to kite. And here I'm using the net. I have probably deleted 5 different net trinkets, but in this case, if the other tools are on cooldown, I just gotta use the net and hope it doesn't backfire. And let's go into the third duel. So this time the net smiled at me and didn't backfire. So in this last duel, Azerao tried to do something different. Maybe it was a bit of a desperation move. He feigned death trapped here when he was away from me. But those peasant colors running right into it, tanking it for me. But this one is easy to see anyway. When I click on him after feign death, I can see that trap went on cooldown. And the add-on that tracks the enemy cooldowns that I have right here, by the way, is enemy cooldown count classic. And also priests always have Shadow Word Pain rank 1 on a bind. I've seen hunters pop Shadow Reflector at the start of the duel, and you can use that opportunity to reflect to yourself a rank 1 before dotting with a max rank, and it will be breaking scatter shot traps in the next 20 seconds for you. But it's just having a dual range that you cannot leave really sucks for hunters. In the open world it's a completely different fight. And a few words about the fear. I most of the time just fear the pet. Just get it off me. It gives me a lot of pushback. It takes down my inner fire charges. If I see an opportunity to fear the hunter if I'm on top of him somehow, sure. But most of the time I just fear the pet. Now I have another duel against the hunter from an earlier stage of the tournament. It's my second duel against him. That's why you will see he has some stuff on cooldown. Just a bit unfortunate that my camera is on the top right, because while waiting for my duels I was watching the stream of the tournament to look at other people's duels, and I forgot to switch to the other scene where the camera is on the bottom left. So my camera just covers the debuffs. But this duel is interesting anyway because there is something simple to learn from it. I like to show this type of duels when I have them. Let's just say it.
So I have not picked up any major professions yet. But we are gonna pick up tailoring and...
Didn't skull in time there. It's not over though. This grenade is actually pretty sick. It allows him to gain distance and the Viper Sting ticked a couple of times, mana burn. This right here though is a lot of hesitation from me. I did like a move left and right. He started the first aid. I'm a bit late with the nade. And right here, that was 2 or 3 rank 1 Shower Pain. I'm not sure why I do this. I clearly said the reason why I can do rank 1 Mind Flay or Dot against Druid is because there is enough time. I should have done a Mind Blast and at the moment I should be channeling a Mind Flay already. Skull is nice. He didn't put the trap that freezes me though. This is probably Arena Grandmaster Trinket. Popped when I'm completely I cannot dispel it. Well played. It's not completely over yet, because I still have HP and I can wand and stuff. Rank 1 Dot there. Hoping that hoping that I can kill him with the wand and the dot. This is even more impossible. You can't kite a hunter. The hunter kites you. So you can see how hesitating can be really bad in this duel. I'm just gonna describe this duel as hold W, do as much damage and as fast as you can, and outplay one of the scattershot trap combos. You can see because of how tanky we are, we don't die right away. So sometimes you will be able to finish the hunter with wanding, and don't forget rank 1 Dot. It's very low mana cost and it adds up with little ticks of damage. But my first duel against this hunter was a win, and in the earlier stage of the tournament it was about points. The ones that I won 3-0 against the other hunter at the start, those were the most important ones to place me in the final. So there is one final boss left.
I literally just died for no reason. So fucking stupid, Zygor.
I hope you found something useful in the video. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the video and the duels. Don't forget to subscribe. I upload quite a lot of stuff in here. I also stream live on Twitch, so don't forget to follow and check that out when I'm live. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. So this is the Chokas Invitational. You guys have probably seen Chokas. He's a good rogue. He played on CDL and he's a Spanish streamer and YouTuber. So this was his Spanish only dueling tournament to close Classic. Now I always did my videos and stream in English, but I live in Spain for more than half of my life now, so I speak Spanish as well. And they invited me, and I'm really glad about that because it was really fun to play these duels and also watch other people's duels, the tournament in general. Everyone that saw it live, I think, loved it. But this time I'm just going to straight up put in this video every duel that I played against the classes that I did get to play. The duels were best of 3 series with double elimination and winners bracket and losers bracket, and the grand final was a best of 5 with 1 win in advance from the player that comes from the winner bracket. So before the final you need to win 2 out of 3 duels to advance, and on the final you need to win 3 out of 5 to win everything. Much respect for Chokas for doing this. Probably the best way to end Classic, with some nice 1v1 PvP. And hopefully in TBC very soon more tournaments to come, especially some arena tournaments as well, because I'm sure there will be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Ah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Where are the blackouts procs?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Bien jugado, chicos.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey there. Okay, okay.
What you want? Thank you, adventurer. You have saved Vinchina. You have saved my brother's spirit from slavery. With Zalazane gone, our tribe can again sleep in peace. Thank you, adventurer. The Darkspear tribe owes you much. If you suffer from an ailment, visit my assistant Bombay behind me. His voodoo is strong.
Well done, young one. Well done indeed. I am pleased, adventurer. Because of your help, our people will be protected and not go cold as the seasons change. Thank you.
Let's fish really quick. Wait, do I even? Oh my god. Do I not have the funds for this shit?
Don't be shy.
Doesn't look like it.
You be careful, man.
We got the good stuff, man.
Oh, I do.
Bad luck for him.
You be careful, man.
The mortar. But he used lay on hands, that was lay on hands, that was everything. No bubble either in this one. Okay,
30,
nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Got steel recharge in.
The resist on the stun. He tenido suerte ahí con los resist.
Y los blackout que han saltado una locura de blackout.
Eso también.
I am Reckoning. Si no me criteas, no pego.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Holy shit.
Good duel.
So I can't heal much, I run home too fast. Was he not using trinket? I'm confused.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Holy shit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, crit.
That's a lot of damage.
El play. Qué barbaridad de reflector.
Ha sido un crítico también.
Sí, la pegó 2100.
Qué bárbaro, dos.
De una Mind Blast, o sea, 2175, me quedo loco.
Qué bárbaro, qué bárbaro.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
bien jugado.
90 segundos. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Esto sí es un reset. Segundo reset. Tercer reset.
No me queda más, ¿no?
No.
Ok.
Hey man, how's it going?
It's going, I guess. I don't know what class I want to play. Nothing's keeping my interest.
New guy.
Sorta. Made this guy... I don't know, I made this guy like a week or so ago, and... I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to play. Nothing's just holding my interest. Nothing's... Yeah, I don't know. Well, I know what I want to play, but it sucks at in-game, which is what matters. And
that's literally why people play hardcore, but I know you don't like that.
Bro, the...
Buen duelo, tío.
Yeah, but I don't...
El primer
I want a
silence
PvP
del
and
primer
stuff.
duelo y luego el último
Can't do
silence
that in
del
hardcore.
segundo duelo resistidos. Pero el RNG es el parte del juego, así que a lo mejor gano el segundo si no lo resiste, pero es que no podemos hacer nada. Pero él juega bien, entonces se
I
lo
want to play
se lo
something
merece.
that's good and fun in PvE and PvP, like
What class are
raiding.
you?
This guy? This guy's a priest. I have like every class, but let me turn this off. All right, we got the 50. Nice.
Your recovery mission was a success, adventurer. I will see to it that these tools get to Orgrimmar with the
Honestly,
next
Horde is
caravan.
funner unless
Nicely
you
done.
want to play Shaman.
That sentence didn't make sense. Shaman is on Horde. Yeah, Horde is
I
definitely
meant
better.
Paladin.
You might be weak, but at least you're not clumsy, adventurer.
Right.
Take
That's
this
the
and get
problem, is I actually enjoy Paladin while leveling and stuff, but I know for a fact they suck in-game, which is a big deterrence. I want something that's good at raiding and at PvP. Mage is that, but I fucking cannot stand mage while leveling. It's
Same.
like, oh my god, it's so agonizing. Like, I can't fathom it. Like, so far, I like, for leveling wise, Hunter, Warlock. I haven't gotten Priest up high enough to really. Shaman, that's another no fun for me. I was not enjoying Shaman at all. It was not fun. It was becoming very unfun. I don't know if I'll enjoy this class either. The more I think about it, I don't know, man. It's just I don't know. I need to go to bed here soon. I got work in the morning, but I just want to figure this out.
Everyone says Shaman Druid Wallach.
For what?
Best PvP and PvE.
I can't cast that yet.
That's definitely not true. I don't know who told you that. Druid is only good in one aspect of the game, and that's flag carrying and Warsoul.
WoW Forum.
Well, that's not true. They're good levelers too. I know what class is the best overall. It's mage. It's 100% mage. It's without question, but it's just not fun to me. It's boring. I enjoy Warlock a lot, but it's kind of tedious. Here's what I know for certain. Shaman is definitely a no-go for me. The only one I haven't officially tried yet is Rogue, but I'm almost 99.9% sure I'm not gonna like Rogue. I've never liked Rogue in any version of this game, and I don't see why Classic would be any different. Paladin is my all-time favorite. Let's see what else.
You're not a fan of Rogue.
They're good. They're really good. I just don't like the playstyle. I don't know what it doesn't. I don't know. I just don't like it.
I'm the same, bro.
Yeah, Shaman. The whole totem thing is really a turnoff. My all-time favorite caster is Shadow Priest. Well, Shadow Priest and Demon Warlock. So, Shadow Priest is. How am I in combat? How does this count as being in combat, bro? So stupid. Didn't even touch that guy. I think I'm gonna give Priest a shot. Let's see. I've had multiple 60 Hunters, multiple 60 Warlocks. I have not had an official 60 Paladin, so I might still do that and see if I can still make it work. I have not had a 60 Priest. I have been close. Definitely my least played classes is Rogue and Shaman.
That's still recharging.
See, Shaman was way more fun in TBC. Like, way more fun.
It's like you're reading my mind.
Hunter?
I'm the same with all that.
Man, the thing about Hunter, for me personally, Hunter doesn't get like really fun until Kata. Because I think Kata is when they changed it to where hunters can move and shoot at the same time. The whole standing still thing while shooting is really like a turnoff for me, as for Hunter specifically. I don't mind it for the wand thing, because wands were unique for classic, because those go away. Oh, I need to go.
Yeah, why do wands go away?
They go away after Wrath, if I remember correctly. I think Kata, when Kata came out, they go away. I don't know. They changed them, a lot of the mechanics. I don't know. You have to go back in time and ask Blizzard. Fuck, man, I need bags. Oh, we don't need to carry anything. I just need to kill shit, I guess. I think I would enjoy Warrior if I had someone to play with. I don't think I would enjoy Warrior by myself. I would need to play with like a Shaman or something like that. Or Paladin.
He'll play with you.
It's extremely gear dependent class.
Was already gone in but couldn't catch your LVL.
We're just on crazy different schedules, man. Don't you live like on the other side of the world or some shit? Like, I should be in bed right now. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I shouldn't be on this game. I should be definitely in bed.
What?
Don't you live in like Australia or some shit? Or is that a different viewer of mine? Might be a different viewer.
4 a.m. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. here.
I am Australia guy.
Yeah. I thought that was you. I need to purge this, but I don't have purge yet. Priest is pretty efficient though. I am not gonna lie. And they benefit from spirit the most, which is huge. Well, Priest is good.
The guy
so
who
far.
says wow that's retarded.
Fuck, I want that too. What? The guy who says that, wow, that's retarded? What?
Not still recharging.
I'm getting high LOL.
Oh, I'm liking this so far. It's definitely not bad.
I seen you get other viewers. Where are they at?
They come and go all the time, man. Oh, this thing's terrible. What the fuck?
Do trolls and orcs spawn same exact spot?
They do. You are correct about that. Ooh, you do benefit from the buffs the most too as priest, now that I think about it, because you get spirit and stam. That is huge. So cooking could be a thing on this class. Huh. Oh shit, we pulled 2. Watch this. Take a seat, bitch. Oh, that's dumb.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready
Highly efficient class. We're about the ding too. About the ding 10. Fuck, I had a feeling I was gonna pull that other bitch. She fucking heals him, bro.
What server you on?
I'm on Whitemane. I think I get fear.
Did you delete your warlock?
No. I didn't delete my warlock. Oh, we're gonna ding right here. Level 10.
It says you can't have same Horde and Alliance on same PvP server.
Bro, I've told you this like 500,000 times. The servers are different now. It's called clusters now. So we definitely do discipline for sure. One's, yes sir. About to do big fucking damn now. Big fucking damn. I actually want to test this out. Oh my god. That's just one level of it too. Oh my god. Way more damage. Oh my god. What the fuck? 5%, 10, 5, 10. Wait a minute. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25%. What? What? Okay, priest is kind of ridiculous. That's pretty insane.
I'm so confused.
We want hoe bag.
How do I get a horde on same server?
Anything that's connected to Whitemane, bro.
I'm sorry.
You have to Google it.
I don't know.
I know, man.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Fine, I don't want to carry anymore. This guy's out of mana, bro.
You said you're on Whitemane, it confused me.
Yes, I'm on Whitemane. What are you confused about? Classic Era has cluster servers.
But so was your warlock, that's impossible.
No, my warlock is on Fairbanks, but Fairbanks is linked to Whitemane because it's in the same cluster.
Oh.
Yeah, we've talked about this multiple times.
I get it now.
Yeah, they changed that, I don't know, this past year or something like that? Something like that. Bro. I love this add-on. It's fucking dope. Stay in my group, dude. Nice. Shadow Pain rank 2, Resurrect. We get Mind Blast. We get Lesser Heal. Fine Trainer.
OIGTO a cool addon. What's training?
That's my add-on Zygor guides that's telling me to go do all that.
Best addon ever.
See, this guy's on Fairbanks, and yet I can see him even though I'm on Whitemane because we're on the same cluster. Does that make sense? So, for example, my Alliance tunes are on Fairbanks, which is linked to Whitemane. There's a list of servers that are all linked together. Think of it as one giant server. Now, they're called clusters. It's kind of like, it's sort of like the same version of when they did layers back in the day. It's sort of like that. So you can look at it like that. I want to duel you. Duel me. Can we duel? Let's duel. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna piss you off though. Resist.
Should I be warrior or warlock?
Be whoever you want to be, man. Good duel, man.
So deep.
I mean, Warlock Priest is an insane dual leveling. Why use
Clip that
glue?
and put it on TikTok.
This kid's fucking losing his shit. Where's the priest trainer at? I think it's in here, right? I can't buy anything anyways. I gotta fucking...
Hello, man.
Hex of Weakness. Weakens the target enemy, reducing damage caused by 2 and reduces the effectiveness of any healing by 20% last 2. What?
And made a true priest of our tribe.
Oh, this is really good against melee.
Later. Don't be shy.
12 silver. I don't have 12 silver. Right. I need to sell shit.
Sub.
Need to level up first aid too. I have 14 silver now. I can buy everything. All right, so I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna give Priest a try.
Hey there.
We got Mind Blast. Yeah.
Can other players send you mail?
Yeah, of course.
That's so fucking Sam right.
Resurrect.
Smart.
What? Put that there. We got Smite.
This person sent me mail.
I can't attack that.
For a discount on a WoW website. Like, of course I'm gonna read it.
I would be wary of shit like that, but...
Of course I'm gonna see it.
Mind blast / macro.
People are so smart.
Mind blast.
With marketing.
Show tool tip / start attack / cast. Mind blast. Save. Mind blast slaps. I wonder if I should put this as 1 instead. Yeah, for sure, because we want that front loaded first. See if this fixes my fucking macro bug. It did. Sweet. So much more damage we're doing now. Okay. Do I have... Ooh. How did I make this? Did I just buy it? I don't remember
Warrior
what I
it
fucking
is.
did. Warrior... Fucking Warlock. Warlock's really good with a healer too. With a priest or a paladin or a shaman. Warlock's fucking amazing. So is Warrior. Warrior's fucking amazing too. You could do a lot of things, but I gotta go to bed, man. It's going on 4:30 in the morning. Besides, I'm waiting for my mail to show up. Actually, I need to I need to log on my mage really quick and switch this shit over. Yeah. My sleep schedule's so fucked. I'll be on tomorrow. See, I have like every class. Alright, there's the mail that I want to send to this guy. 69.
I didn't really get to see.
On this side, I have a hunter, I have a mate. I have like everything besides a rogue. Ugh, excuse me. Hunter. This guy's decked to the teeth too. He has almost max engineering too. And I found him fucking the best pet in the game. Broken Tooth. Got a mage, got my shaman at 23.
Did you start that character 7 hours ago?
This character fucking is not fun at all, in my opinion. No. And then I got my priest, and then on Alliance side, I got a mule. I got my paladin, my warlock, and my paladin are my 2. I got another priest over here, and then another mage. Oh, I don't have a druid. I just thought of that.
Mule.
It's like a bank ult. I changed my UI so much. I fucking love Paladin, man. I almost just want to play my Paladin. Like, I fucking love Paladin. But they fucking suck in-game, man. It's pretty frustrating. I fucking love Paladin though, man. I wonder if I should just say fuck it, dude. Just fuck it. But I don't fucking know.
I need a target.
I did just get Corpse Maker too. I don't know. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what I want to do. Ooh, I do know I need to move that though. Zygor. Judgment Seals. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to move.
I'm so hig.
I'm so what?
Ahaha. Ha.
You're so high.
That's still recharging.
That's cool, man. How do I want this? Guess we want this way down here.
I can't attack.
I kind of low key. I want to hit something really quick. Let's see what this looks like. I feel so fast too. Oh, my Pelin.
I can't attack that target. I can't attack that.
I think I'm gonna. I fucking love. I need to stop running away from Paladin.
It's too far away.
It's just, it's so good. It does so much damage. Oh my god. Jesus. I know I'm over leveled for this part, but still, man. I don't know if I like my weak core there. I don't know how we feel about that. big fucking damn. Oh my. Take a seat, bitch. Put on Crusader. Judge with command. Oh. Seal a command hit. So fucking hard right there. Sheesh.
What kind of pally are you?
I'm a ret paladin. My fave spec in the entire history of this game. Here we go. Oh, no crits? Lame.
See, I like healing, but it's bad for leveling. So lame.
Fuck, dude. I don't know what I want to play, man. Ugh. Fucking ballsack Tim, bro. I don't know, dude. Oh, it's so annoying too. It's so annoying. I'm trying to figure this shit out.
You play something strong, you'll play healer. What about druid?
It's the same shit, man. They're great levelers, and that's really about it. Like
so many options.
Yeah.
With druid.
I don't know. We'll dick more around on the priest tomorrow, and we'll see how we feel.
Okay.
We will dick more around on that. Where is... I need to fix this shit real quick. This drives me crazy. Profile, reset. That shit drive me bats. I don't even know if that's where I want it. Where the fuck do I want this shit? I don't even know. One thing I do like way too much, and I even annoy myself with, is I change my UI way too fucking much. Way too much. But I think we're settling on this UI. I think. We shall see.
I don't have a target. I need a target.
Yeah, everyone and their mom is a fucking warrior. Could go rogue. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you want to be the best melee in the game for both PvP and PvE, it's rogue. Warrior outdoes rogue once they get a pocket healer. But for solo PvP, it's rogue. For caster, for both PvE and PvP, it's mage, hands down. They are extremely fun for PvP. But they're so fucking miserably boring, in my personal opinion, for PvE. Like, they're just so miserable to level. It's hard for me to do anything with that class. Yeah, so I don't know. I might fuck around on Rogue tomorrow. Maybe. I want to see something really quick. I want to do some research really quick. Let me see something. Classic is WoW, I think is the website. Or WoW is classic. Yeah, this is the website. Okay. Rogue leveling. So for PvE, very powerful melee DPS in PvP to avoid getting kited. Burst. Can use it with trinkets. One of the best PvP ratios. One resist can change fights. Best PvP ratios would be the Nightmare of Warlock Priest. Free food, save yourself. Ooh. Must have to increase your hit chance, reduce dodge, block. Very good. Burst rogues to initiate the fight. Interesting. So I either go sword specialization. This extra attack proc will reset your swing timer, so if you're about to attack again, proc benefits will be wasted. Rogue poisons used on both for PvP. Crippling poison. This is your instant poison. This is your default poison apply on both weapons while leveling. Deadly poison instant over time, but dot will take up a debuff slot offhand in PvP against casters. Sinister Strike rotation. Sinister Strike auto attack. Sinister Strike auto attack. Backstab rotation. Pick up skinning ASAP. Don't sell on age. Just vendor. Use your weapons at vendors ASAP. Upgrade your weapons at vendors ASAP. Use throwing weapons to ensure safe pulls. Use pickpocket often, usable on yellows or mobs that are other players are fighting. Pickpocket has its own loot table. Some mobs don't have pockets to pick, such as beasts. Buy all ranks of skills in this bracket. Tailor slice and dice usage around the duration of the fight. Skip exposed armor. Garrote, feign death if you need to save. Ambush openers. Get riposte ASAP and prioritize over everything else. Best gear. Agility, strength, stamina, spirit. Nah, I don't want to fucking do rogue, man. I don't. I really don't. I think it's gonna come down to paladin priest, I think.
Yes, Olame.
I just
Be Rubiest.
See, the thing is I think I would enjoy healing
Priest.
as a shaman, but yeah. All right, I gotta go to bed, man. It's fucking way past my bedtime. Later, dude. I'll be on later. Peace.